Um, I just want to say Hotep, Henu to Saba. You definitely changed my life in so many ways, and I'm thankful. Since our first one-on-one, my whole circle, I just did a whole circle of my whole life. I just feel so different now. Um, the Jed been hurting me. So right now I'm doing good. I'm doing better. Um, yeah, so I just want to say with the hyperhidrosis thing, all I got to say is no sweat. You know what I mean? And a lot of people saying that, this is a scam and it's definitely not a scam. I could say Saba scammed me in the good way. You know what I mean? So um, I've been taking, my remedies, my rosemary, my sage, and it's definitely working for me. So I just want to say peace and love and handle to Saba, and I'm forever in your debt. Forever in your debt. Thank you so much. Tua, Tua, Tua. So peace and love.
Yeah, we'll have to go through the details. Yeah, man, I'm just amazed. I'm just amazed, man. You're incredible, man. You stand before us, yo. The Tehuti, the real Tehuti. I truly believe that. Word.
man.
If you're the date.
But look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from a Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They gonna need
some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. What's going on? What the blood seed, Lord?
Brought out the holy tablet.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per M HERU.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-Hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of Ma'at, meanings and symbolisms of Medu-Neter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a pod class. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod Class. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
press 1 for Tehuti, press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti Podcast on YouTube.
That's your words.
Brother,
Stand on
that's
it,
not
man.
the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the
I'm
topic.
talking about the whole word. I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this is why you upset.
correlation of her not being a literal person with having the sun on her head? I'm trying to link in why you're bringing up the sun is on her head.
I'd love to know how you think that a literal person could exist with the sun on their head.
So because this image has the sun on her head, therefore this cannot be a literal person. Is that your stance?
That's exactly what I'm saying. And I also want you to recognize that I'm saying the same about a HERU and the same about a star.
Okay, great. Can I screen share, please?
Yes, sir.
So it's the brother Jabari.
Remove Jabari.
Sorry.
Okay. The brother Jabari stance is that because this image has a woman with her son on her head, her stance is that makes this woman not real. When I asked him if that was his stance, he said yes. I'm going to screen share, please. That is the premise that we are using. And I want to know is was Ankh-Senamun a real woman, Jabari? Yes or no? Ankh-Senamun, or was that a myth?
Are you referring to Ankh-Senamun, the wife of Tutankhamun?
Yes. Was that a myth, a mythological netter, or was that a real person?
She was a real person.
Everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Everybody see Ankh-Senamun with the same sun on her head and the same two horns on her head that the statue of Upset has? Everybody, can you see that, sun, Eder?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, this woman is Ankh-Senamun. She has the sun on her head, the exact same sun on her head, and she has the horns on her head that Offset had on her head. And I made sure I asked Jabari clearly, what is the purpose of bringing up the sun? Is it because this woman has the sun on her head? Does that make this woman a myth or untrue? And he said that is his stance. Well, here we have a real person that the brother Jabari just acknowledged as a real person with the exact same symbol on her head, and nobody's going to ask what's the temperature of the sun. So we need to erase.
So wait. Let me see.
I got to finish though. I got to finish.
Go ahead.
We need to remove, Jabari. You need to remove the statement that you made, the premise that because you said because, and you agreed that because this woman has a sun on her head, then that makes her unreal. When Ankh-Senamun is a real woman, and can everybody see the sun on her head? That's a real woman. So yes, real women are depicted with images of symbolic suns on their head.
Can I ask you a question, dear brother?
But as soon as you acknowledge, my good brother, as soon as you acknowledge that having a sun on your head does not make you unreal. And you answered and you agreed with your stance.
I think you're not my question. You are not answering my question. You are not, and I know you are. That's because you have a smirk on your face, because you know you're not answering the question. And this is a simple question. In fact, you asked me when we started to go back to the question. I don't know to watch the videotape of being beaten, but let me show you the videotape again. Because we could have started someplace else. But you asked the question. And I started by asking you how hot was the sun.
All right. Let me say something.
Let me finish on that. I wanted you to say to me whether it is possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head, and you are not answering that as yes or no. I'm not sure.
That's your question. Is it possible?
I've asked it like 7 times, brother.
It's not possible, and that's why that is symbolism. Ankh-Senamun and Offset were real.
Answer the question. You're not answering the question. Is it? Let me ask you again.
It's not possible, but you set your premise on it.
This is 8. I'm going to ask it to you one more time, and hopefully you'll give me a clear answer. Is it possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head?
No.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Let me quick.
Yeah, sure.
Now, Jabari, you know I love you, brother. You did get hit with a straight right on this one right here. If the brother asks you, Jabari, hold on. In all fairness, the brother asks you Now, I agree. But because of the answer to you when he asked you the question, you definitely said the woman have a son on her head. She can't be real. Brother then showed you a son on the head of another who you did say was real. That's all it is. Hey, Jabari, Floyd Mayweather, the best of them gets hit with a jab, brother. That don't mean nothing. Come back and show the brothers and sisters out there why you are the Floyd Mayweather of the House of Consciousness. That's it, brother. It ain't nothing.
This is the reason why you have to.
All right. Hey, peace and Black Power family. Welcome to another Sonetta TV House of Consciousness, but y'all already know what it is. The brother making his way back to the House of Consciousness. He is now official House of Consciousness member. Welcome to the party, Brother Tehuti. He made his official step through the door a few days ago, taking on the Floyd Mayweather of consciousness, Brother Jabari. Most people in the got Brother Tehuti winning. Now, hey, majority rule. I can't be biased. I got to go with the majority, okay? Because I'm not the referee. So, don't get mad at me, Brother Jabari. Oh, man. Well, I just got to keep it real. I'm going to keep it real, man. I can't be biased when it comes to this, you know. I got to show love to everybody because I'm bringing on the people on the platform. I got to keep it real. Check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti. Now, I know a lot of y'all might get mad, but I'm going with the majority rules. It's the people who is making the call. Don't get mad at me, Jabari. You know I love you. You know I love you, Dr. Anika. But I got the W to Brother Tehuti. Now, you got the majority, and there's a lot of people that I read the comments, they say, yo, I love you, Jabari. You know I fuck with you, Jabari. But I got to give it to Tehuti. I'm reading these comments. I'm like, God damn. You know me, I was going with my man Floyd Mayweather all the way. But I got to be fair, and I got to keep it a buck. So as it stands right now, Brother Jabari has, hey, and you know the best lose sometime, man, you know? The best lose. Sugar Ray. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. And Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the son. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. And Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the son. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
be very clear, I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
And on the people, on the platform. I got to keep it check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
We got Zion the Lion, and of course, we got Tehuti making his debut, coming in the ring with Brother Jabari. It wasn't, I'm not gonna say a TKO. I'll just say a little jabby jab. He won by a couple of jabs, he took some jabs, And well, we got the rematch coming with Brother Tehuti and Brother Jabari coming back this Wednesday, 9:30 p.m. And I know Jabari is not going to take him lightly on this one. I know everybody is looking at Zion, Tehuti.
To be very clear, I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
We have Tehuti and Brother Jabari is coming back. Brother Jabari will be back for a rematch coming Wednesday night. I think Jabari was a little unprepared, got caught sleeping with the brother.
Shout out to HOK. I definitely think it was an upset. I said Jabari did a good job. I just don't think that he won. I said Brother Jabari did a good job, but I just simply don't think that he won. As I told the brother earlier this afternoon, the Brother Tehuti, I told him that I believe that he could have secured that W over Jabari a little better.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now. So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now, Zion Lex is coming out. Tehuti is making his way. He's jumping out, going straight to the top right now. Brother Shaka gave me a call the other day. Yesterday, matter of fact, Sunday. Brother Shaka Upmost gave me a call on Sunday. And said straight up, Sonetta, yo, Saw, I think Jabari jumped out the window and he wasn't prepared for the brother's questions. Now, this is Shaka Upmost.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Yeah, we got Zion Lex. We got Zion Lex tonight going up against Tehuti. Could this be 2 for 2 for Tehuti? That remains to be seen.
I've beaten people. The winner was announced by Sonetter. The winner was announced by the judges. I have the certificate, the proof. I have Sonetter saying I beat Jabari. I have all the judges saying I beat Kamisi.
You have me saying you beat Jabari.
Yes.
You got me saying you beat Jabari.
Sonetter did him madness. Let's be allowing.
If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people.
I must have been half asleep or some shit. I don't know.
Go ahead, show it, bro.
If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people. And I took out the Floyd Mayweather, so I guess I'm the House of Consciousness champion. I just came here for an interview. That's my
you can't be the House of Consciousness champion yet. You got to go through some. You can't be the champion from one battle. You got to go through some scholars, brother. And now you face right now with Zion. So
I'm sorry. When you beat Floyd, you don't get his title. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, brother. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
Let me ask you something. Where did you hear me make this claim? What event took place where you heard me making this claim? Have you ever seen me before on here?
Yes.
Was it any kind of debate that happened where I was making the claim, or you just saw me on Senator TV?
I think you was going at it with Jabari. Is that one? Yes.
That's how you know. That's the reason why you know that I came in for my first interview and you immediately called it. Were the Natiru real? And then Jabari came in, and it was the first and last and only debate on that topic in all of the Kemetic since Dr. Ben till now. That's never been debated. Me and Jabari. So thank you for hosting, making history. That was the very first debate ever took place on that topic, right here on Senator TV. Okay, well, in the intro of my podcast, I have sections of me and Jabari's debate, and you announcing me as the winner, and then you and Shaka Akmo saying that he wasn't prepared for me.
Right.
I caught him sleeping and he wasn't prepared, so therefore we should have a rematch.
Right.
I've never heard you say that about Jabari before in any kind of debate.
Well, sometimes we got to be honest. That don't mean Jabari is not the champ. You can lose one bout
and still be the champ. You can. What sport is that?
No, you can lose one and still be the champ. Like your record is now like 75-1.
To be very clear, I have never had an official date with anyone.
Maybe I think so. So you do acknowledge. Me and Jabari did have a debate, and I won the first one.
Yeah, I'll give you that because I already done came out and said you won that. So I can't go back on that now. I give it to you.
Although he did disappear.
Can I ask you a question?
Yep.
Did Barack Obama meet Spider-Man?
If he want to talk about Batman and Robin, brother, he can do that. It's his time to speak. Right. See? Even though Batman and Robin ain't got nothing to do with it, if he bring that up, then how many times Jabari brought up Spider-Man in a debate? He brought up Spider-Man.
I have learned to understand how you teach. So you're a very directed person. So you put up, how can I say, every time you speak, there is there's a sword and there's a shield, right? So there's something behind that, right? It's very directed. So you have very controlled thought process. So I see a lot of people fall into hell when they have conversations with you because of your they don't see that you have a war pose like aha. So you have a sword and a shield, and you're going to block and you're going to stab them because you already understand what is directed speech. So I've learned that from you. So.
Peace, mic check, mic check. Peace, peace, peace. Greetings, Hotep, mic check. Is everyone here? Mic check, press the 9 if you can hear me. We'll come off the screen for just a quick moment. We're going to mic check and a visual check. Mic check, and then I'm going to do a visual. Come back on the screen, do a visual. Let me turn it down a little bit. Okay, now visual. Can everybody see me? Mic check and visual check. Good, we're getting the 9s in now. Here we go. The 9s are coming in. Anu with the 9. Robert Williams with the 9. Superhero 34 with the 9. Wonderful. Everything is clear and ready to go. One more off and on. Hold on. And we are ready to go. Beautiful. Excellent. 2 is here. Everyone is here. Everyone's pressing the 9 now. Levita presses the 9. Solely Mania presses the 9. Angela Gates with the 9. Ox Effect with the 9. Lisa! And back to back. Boots. Lisa, Boots, back to back. Okay, good. Now I know we can get this started. We're about to get this started now. Perfect. Harass is here. Harass is here. Wonderful. I'm seeing names on the screen pop up. Wonderful. Okay. Beautiful. I know Nook is here somewhere. There's Nook. Excellent. Let's get started, everybody. Wonderful. Let us get definitely started. Welcome, everyone, to another beautiful event. The Tehuti pod class is here. House of ATEN is here. It's another beautiful day. Let me set one more thing up real quickly. Let me see. One more thing. We'll be ready to go beautifully. Interesting. Let's be the lighting. That's okay. We're ready to go. Okay, everyone. Wonderful. Let me pull this up a bit. Excellent. Welcome, everyone, to the Tehuti Pod class. We're going to start off with the correct frequency. This class is going to be, there will be a few questions answered within one request. There's a few people made some requests for part 2 of something, which is actually going to have multiple questions answered. So the pod class is it's going to be one flowing one flowing thing, and then after that we're going to close the pod class down at a close the pod class down at a decent time. Close the pod class down at a decent time, because there has been an extremely busy week taking place. This week was then last week extremely busy. We're finally reaching the ends of the this is the end of the move-in, evacuation, asbestos situation, moving back, renovations, re-renovations, re-inspections. Everything is finally reaching its end. Reaches end this week, so there will be one request made for the Tehuti Pod class, and there'll be a few questions answered within it. So the pod class will not be going until 12 o'clock at night today. Here we go, everybody. Monkey Master, my screen looks so clear, wonderful. Okay, here we go, everyone. Let's start off with the right frequency, and the right frequency, of course, is the affirmation. For the new people watching, you can read along with the affirmation. If you have any questions, send them into Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at RockESV. I'm going to move the banner from the bottom of the screen. We're going to get right into the affirmation. Everybody should be able to see that on the screen. Wonderful. And we are going to go ahead and start on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Anki Ma'at, NS, Nin Tet Aset Ma'at, Min Hepapet Ma'at, Her, and Hu Kiwi Per, Yikut. I live for Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. I'll have that on the screen for a few moments. Wonderful. Let that marinate in a second. Wonderful, everyone. We are here. This is another event. Welcome, everyone new watching. Welcome to the House of ATEN, the ancient Tehutian teachings of the HERU, the last on earth to represent the HERU. House of ATEN, ancient Tehutian teachings of the HERU. Welcome, everyone, to the Tehuti Pod class. This is the question and answer doorway opening aspect of the House of ATEN, and this all started back as far as 1993, but that story is long. Welcome all the new people that are watching. It's another beautiful day. The sun is out, and every day that you are above the earth is a wonderful, every day that you're above the earth is a wonderful opportunity for you to make life change and correction with yourself. And that is the goal, to make life change and correction within yourself. For those who are watching, my name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. This is the House of ATEN, the ancient Tehutian teachings of the HERU, the last to represent this right now until another change comes or another advancement comes. Right now, this is it, everyone. For those who are new watching, my name did not start off as Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. My name actually started off as the Word, which eventually became Tehuti. This started back as far back as 1992. But prior to 1992, I had to come to a special awakening within self. And everyone needs to come to an awakening within self, because you're born within a systematic operation psyops recently called the Matrix, since around 1981 to 1984. Nobody knew about it, that title, until around 1999 or so, when the movie came out. Then it became this public thing. But the title of the Matrix, controlling this environment, systematic psyops, has been around since around 1981 to 1984, before it was popularized and exposed to the public. At that time, I was a young child. And even before that time, I fortunately grew up in a situation where I did not have to be exposed to the Matrix at a young age as others. And this heightened my frequency, and simultaneously lowering my frequency. Go watch the frequency class and you'll understand what that means. So as this lowered my frequency while heightening my awareness, I naturally started to veer towards being around animal life when I was a young child. And I learned from the animals first before I ever started learning from any people as far as moralistic ways to go. Of course, we were all surrounded by Christianity and such, but as far as what I took to heart observing the animals. One thing that stuck with me ever since I was a young child in my single digits, when I would leave the house and be around the animals for 5 or so hours a day, is the animals had what's called a structure. All the creatures had a structure system, and the structure system was beautiful, because the structure system, I noticed, was echoing itself no matter what year you were in. So me, back in the 80s, in those times, I was witnessing a structure system where a National Geographic show comes on in 2004, observing the same honeybees and observing the same ants, and the structure system is the same. And when they trace those honeybees and ants going back well over 50 million years ago, the structure system with the fossils that they found are the exact same. It's a unified structure system and a unified consciousness that makes these animals appealing to us, and they became appealing to me. And I would just watch how they behaved, and I watched. There were certain ranking systems. There was warrior ants, there was builder ants, there was a queen bee, there was drone ants, there was different types of ants, and they never crisscrossed into each other's responsibility. Each of the ants had their own responsibility. They never argued about it. They never debated. They never fought each other. They did exactly what the drone was supposed to do, exactly what the worker ant was supposed to do, day in, day out, for millions of years. They couldn't seem to be distracted. So I would be around these animals and learn from them a structure system. When I came back around people, the only religions I was attracted to was, do you have a structure system? So I would observe my surroundings, which was the Seventh-day Adventist Church, and I would observe the structure system. But everything else seemed to be nonsense to me, because people were not answering my questions as to how their religious ways was incorporating a structure disciplined system that was actually elevating people's mental consciousness. So I would ask questions, I would see contradictions. And one thing I noticed about the animal kingdom was that the structure system was based on the BI, or the biological imperative, or the SP, which is the self-preservation. Every animal in the wild seemed to do exactly what it was supposed to do, so that it could echo itself into the future. So that if you saw a zebra 500 years ago, that zebra would actually look just like the zebra from 500 years before. The zebra standing beside its brother looks just like itself, and it's an ecosystem where they ate the same food, they had the same mating season, everything was structured, so the animals just echoed each other. One parrot looked like the other parrot, one zebra looked like the other zebra. If I put one ant in front of you and took it away and grabbed another ant from another part of the colony and put it in front of you, you wouldn't say, that's a different ant, you've just switched ants. It looks just like the other ant. It was an ecosystem. And I realized that the way of life of nature was to echo itself into physical immortality, because I had no proof or bearings that there was any other sense of immortality amongst the animal world. But I noticed on the physical realm, they wanted to live forever by constantly building for themselves, constantly building their own tribes, constantly building their own way of life with their own codes amongst each other. The bees actually talk to each other through body dance movement. And I was very, very enthralled by this. When I would come back amongst the people were eating donuts, Krispy Kreme, a little bit of Doritos over here, a little bit of pizza over here. One was smoking weed, other here was smoking a cigarette. One said, I like Heineken, and I like the Remy. I don't drink, but I'll drink a little bit of Manischewitz. I don't drink that, but I'll drink a Coca-Cola, because drinking is bad for you, but Sprite is good for you. And I was utterly confused at is there harmony? What is this? And I was being told we were God's children. And I was like, is God a creator of harmony, or is God a creator of disorder? Because it seems like the animals are in harmony and the people are in a state of disorder. So as this took place, something clicked within me that I became attracted to biological imperative and the natural way of surviving consciously. Because of that, my DNA, my brain started changing to repel things that were not based on biological imperative. So I started seeing that there was a systematic control system and something systematic going on, that the people weren't doing all these things by mistake, that there was a system actually making them eat these bad foods, worship these different types of religions, be in a state of confusion, fight somebody if they step on your shoe, fight somebody if they look at you wrong. This people or this race is this people. Asians are only Chinese, and I like, well, India's in Asia. You have Asian eyes, and I'm like, but my friend Patel's from Asia, India. He doesn't have eyes like that. So I thought Saudi Arabia is in India and in Asia. So aren't Saudi Arabians Asians too? And I started realizing there was this confusion going on, controlling people's mind states, and it wasn't being done by the people themselves. So I immediately became hypersensitive to what I found out was called the Matrix several years later, and I was repelling thoughts that were not in comport with reality from the time that I was a child. And I realized that the animals never worked for anybody. The animals never had jobs. The animals never had to go to school to get PhDs. The animals for millions of years, and us, never seemed to do these things for millions and millions of years. What changed on the planet where there's employees, there's CEOs, this person works for this person pays you or you don't feed your family? But I'm like, who does the lion work for? Who does the squirrel work for? Who does the turtle work for? What's the turtle's job that he has to do in order for him to survive? Biological imperative. I started presenting these things in the household, and it started creating a lot of disruption in the household. And I started questioning the Bible and questioning religions, and I realized that this was going to get me kicked out of my household. So me and my mother placed a wager, which I've stated many times, and the wager was, in order for me to continue to live in the household because I'm causing so much stress, I had to psychologically, mentally, and historically beat a pastor in a debate. Now, I'm only a young man. I'm not even anywhere close. I'm not 20 years old. I'm not sure what life is all about as far as survival, but something clicked that this is the very first time I have to earn my living. I never had a job before. I never worked in any type of system before where I was getting paid. What is it? Is it 2 times a week? Once every 2 weeks, some strangeness that people do. I did not experience any of that, but I realized that the only way I could survive in this situation was if I beat my the pastor of my mother in a debate, in a conversation. So therefore, the biological imperative that I noticed inside of animals opened inside of me, and it was not based on a job, just like the animals. It was based on the survival of consciousness in the higher form of knowledge, being judged by somebody who was against me, who was a Christian. We ended up having this debate, and my mother ended up kicking him out of the household. And this changed my complete. I was already hypersensitive to the Matrix. Once this happened, this was proof to me in my subconscious that I could have a household over my head, not by having a job, but I earned my first living by winning a debate. I earned my first living by destroying the matrix, by breaking this pastor to bits and pieces in front of my mother, where she had to kick him out of the household because she said that it was too embarrassing. That's how I earned my very first living. I earned the roof over my head for the very first time, not by a job. So psychologically, and through neuro-linguistic programming and visual neural programming, my first taste of supporting myself was the truth, the spiritual truth that I believed in. And this completely changed my reality. And the next couple of days, I had a notarization on my door, and the notarization said that I have a restraining order against me, against churches. I'm not allowed to go around churches, or I'll be thrown in jail, or I'll receive a fine. That was a restraining order. So therefore, my survival of walking the streets was now dependent upon whether I go near a church or not. So my household was earned over my head by beating a pastor in a debate. And now I can't walk the streets freely because there's a restraining order over my young head that I can't be around a religious facility or I'll be thrown in jail. This heightened my animalistic instincts in nature and was transforming me into something other than what my brothers and sisters and the rest of the people in the city were. I lived under a state of fear and under a state of apprehension and under a state of survival of consciousness that other people didn't. They were just reading books for a hobby. They were reading books and saying, I got a little bit of knowledge of self. And I was having to survive off of this consciousness. I could have been thrown in jail for this consciousness. So that heightened me and also locked me into biological imperative. When I was around the animals, I would notice I would let them go and they would come back to me. The same animals in the pond would swim with me in the pond. And I realized that I wasn't generating the fear that regular people were generating when animals would come around and the animals would run when people would come around and the people would try to kill them. I wasn't generating that. So when I was around animals, they were calmer and more receptive of me than the people, than the pastors and the ministers and the church that had me banned. And then I was thrown out of school because in the hallways, I would hold classes. I would hold classes on breaking the matrix. I would discuss and teach people in the hallways in between classes, and I would skip the classes and meet people in the library and hold classes and teach them in the library while my classes are going on. So I never passed grade 9. In grade 9, I was thrown out of multiple schools because I refused to be under the system. Something to me realized that this was not what I was meant to be taught by the amount of lies that I was hearing while I was teaching. It caused me to have physical fights with the teachers. And the principal pulled me over and said something to me that sparked me again. And that was, we can fix your grades if you join the basketball team. At that point, I realized that this whole system was the matrix. I thought good grades were based on the hard work and learning that you put in. I didn't know. I was trying to link in, what does basketball have to do with my grades? I couldn't comprehend as a child. As a young man, yes, I was taller than almost everybody in the entire school, but I was trying to link the two. I was like, basketball, but basketball doesn't help me read better. Wait a minute, how can my grades be altered if I shoot a basketball in the air? Do I get smarter? Now I'm being confused as a child because I'm wondering, what does basketball have to do with earning the diploma? And then I realized, oh, it's all a psyops. Basketball has nothing to do with earning the diploma, but basketball has to do with where they want to see me, and they'll change the grades. And I'm wondering, how many other young children did they do this to that came out with excelled grades because they were on the basketball team or the football team? Then I realized, oh, it's fake. It's unreal. You can get excelled grades by working something out and getting a scholarship with basketball. So they want you in the basketball, in the football. They actually didn't want me smarter. Then I realized, then that is the matrix too. Basketball and football is a part of the matrix as well, because they're not saying, let me put you in the system so you can like learning better. Join the basketball and the football team and we'll change what's written on the paperwork. Then I looked around and I realized, oh yes, the highest paid people are the basketball players and the football players, not the teachers. And the teachers are the ones telling me to stay in school so I can learn. And the representative of learning is the teacher teaching how to learn, but he's not getting paid as much as the guy going like this. And I'm like, how does this equal money? I don't know how this, and I have to go study all the ancient cultures, and none of the people in the sports in any ancient culture in existence was paid higher than the teacher of that culture. All the SABAs, the priests, the scribes, all the teachers of the cultures of the Cherokee, the Navajo, the Aztec, the Yoruba, the ancient Kemet, the Sumeria, the Mesopotamians, the ancient China, every culture that I studied, the sports players never received a higher accolade than the scribe, the teacher. And I was like, oh, this is a flip of biological imperative, because this doesn't help me survive. I'm not becoming I'm not learning how to be a king off of this dribbling thing and throwing this ball in a hoop. It's not actually increasing my IQ. And then I started hearing basketball players in interviews and football players that couldn't read well or speak right. And I started realizing it's all the psyops. Let me turn this down. My indicators are going off. Once I realized that it was all the psyops, turn all this down here. Then I said my mission is to break the psyops. I refuse. Throw me out of school. I will take the consequences. I will not get a job. I will take the consequences. Throw me out of church and put a restraining order on me. I will take the consequences. And I will survive with an animal instinct as opposed to surviving off of getting a diploma, surviving off of being a part of this system. I don't want to be Brian Gumbel. I want to face the consequences. And then I realized there was no consequences, but fear itself. I started studying the millionaires and all the people that opened up franchises and had nothing to do with their school. It had to do with coming up with an idea and a business investment. And they're the ones that own the things that people that go to school all purchase. They're the inventors, and they're the ones that come up with these strange ideas that start to blow up, and then they have employees that work for them. And then I said, this is a psyops. So as time went on, I started realizing that everything that I joined, any group of people that I was around, I excelled past them, and I couldn't be a part of the movement. So I joined this movement. I saw a movement called the Nuwaubians. They seemed pretty nice at the time, because they were breaking on religions. And I was like, hey, there's other people that realize that this is a psyops as well. I joined the Nuwaubian movement, and I found myself becoming the highest excelled teacher in the movement, because I was teaching a bit of what they were teaching with the animal science that I've been learning since I was 8 years old. And it caused a problem within the organization. The teacher of the organization said he's going to take from my information. He said that amongst 2,000 people. Well, audioed amongst 2,000 people. There was about 300 people in the room when he said it. He said he was going to take my information, and he told the group, don't get mad. You all take mine. I'm going to take his. The information that he said he was going to take was the information I learned from the animal world. It wasn't from any book. It was from my observation of animal life. The teachers that were my so-called peers, they said that I have to be, they came to my premise with torches because they said I was not teaching what was inside of the books. But the teacher said he's going to take my teachings that's not inside of the books. Now I'm confused again. I realize biological imperative. You're coming with torches. That means I could be killed for what I teach. My life is at risk for what I remember this when I was 18. I remember this. I remember this. I remembered all the things when I was a child. I remember this. I remember the restraining order. I remember almost being thrown out of my house. And here we are again. Now I'm in a realm of consciousness, and people have torches to me saying that they have to burn all my books that don't belong to this master teacher. Or the master teacher holds a class and tells the entire class, all of you, if you want to learn how to teach like him. The guy that's not teaching from the book, supposedly. They said I was teaching from some book called The Matrix. I'm teaching from the animal world, or whatever they were saying. It wasn't from them, but he was saying, He told the entire organization, if you all want to learn how to teach, go to Amenhotep. And it was very strange, and I realized it was time for me to remove myself. I excelled past this situation, and I left the organization. The teacher told me at that time it was unsafe for me. I started finding errors in the organization's teachings. He made me the proofreader of the books. So I found errors in the teachings. Didn't get mad. There's mistakes everywhere. What did I do? I said, this is not for me. And I don't want to teach with something that has errors in it. I want to teach purity. Plus, the people's hearts seem to be, I'm in danger. They're bringing torches to me. It is time for me to leave. So there's errors in some of the teachings, and I'm being threatened with my life. People said they were going to put me in body bags. I left, and I had nowhere to go. I learned some real estate from my aunt, bless her, who helped me. Because remember, I dropped out of school grade 9, so now I'm in this world where I had nowhere to go. I was surviving on a property that I didn't pay any rent, no electricity. I was surviving off of making money by doing jiu-jitsu fights, sparring with people in the winter. The loser would give me money if they could last with me for I think it was 3 minutes. If they could last with me for three minutes, then if they lost with me in a bout for 3 minutes, they'd have to give me money. And I was taking that money and buying food for myself. Now I'm out here in the world, and it was completely a thrust into a state of, what is this world about? What is this? I dropped out of school at grade 9. I entered this organization when I was a child. I was in nature most of my life. I never drank alcohol. I never had a job. What is this new world? And so I come out, and my aunt helps me with learning some real estate. I took that information, and I took some other information, and I started building upon that. I took it back to the organization to try to help them. I got people out of homelessness. I taught them how to survive, how to make an income, and they robbed me. They made money and then eventually robbed me. It was a very strange situation to me. I started learning health, because I was always into health. I started learning health. I had no way to make money off of health, but I thought if I sold health products, then I'd be able to survive as well. So I started learning health, and I met one of the top people that was in the health market. He met up with me at the docks. I told the story many times. He met up with me at the docks, and he gave me a lot of secrets from here to Taiwan to Australia. A lot of connections. He said, this is my family. I'm going to teach you about this. And he taught me, and he said, if you spill these secrets, I'm going to have to whack you. The man looked like Steven Seagal. The man was speaking it was English, but it had this strong accent to it. The sounded like it was from the Godfather's movie. I'm to have to whack you and put you in with the fishes. And biological imperative set in again. So now, in order for me to survive, I have to rethink, do I want to learn this with the chance of me being whacked, or am I going to keep the secrets and just teach the people how to make the income without teaching the secrets? And thus biological imperative set in again. I started teaching people that, and I got people out of homelessness. And then I realized something that went back to my childhood, and this was the 360, and that was, money does not change people or make people better. Money augments what you already are. This lesson seeped into me in a lot of harsh realities. I thought this was about knowledge of self and black business and all these different things. And then I realized, hey, the money is just giving the people more expression to do what they already are. It's actually not purifying their soul, and it's not creating a structure. And the opposite of isfet is structure. Isfet doesn't mean evil. Evil was seen as unorganization, disorder, which was chaos, which is exactly the psyops that all of the so-called conscious community and everybody wants everybody in. I realized that everybody wanted people to be into knowledge, but not into structured discipline. And I saw that this was a psyops. I started realizing that there's a psyops going on, and that knowledge of self and all this. What's the knowledge? Do the knowledge. How's your knowledge? How's your knowledge? How's your knowledge? And I realized that has nothing to do with how's the purification of your soul. How's your discipline? I realized this was a psyops going on. All this knowledge. You got your knowledge. I got my knowledge. This is knowledge. And I'm like, but you're still smoking. You're still living the life of a person that's a thug. You're still doing all the things that the people that's not in knowledge are doing. And I realized that was the psyops. The psyops was to get knowledge, but not to be a worker of the culture of any specific type, to have any accountability. So a person who was in the Zulu tribe, all he or she did was Zulu. A person who's in ancient Nile Valley, all they do was Ma'at. A Nehi or Navajo, all they do is a Navajo. Each culture, all they do is what the animals did over and over again. They weren't wishy-washy going back and forth. That's when you have the knowledge. When you have the knowledge, you're not accountable to anything. So all of you have a friend or a father or an uncle who can tell you everything about football. Everything about, he can name the basketball players from 1969. He can name all the fouls that took place, the best, when this jersey came out, the name of what an alley-oop is, a layup is, and he can break down the whole history. Basketball started in the Jewish ghetto. My favorite team is the Super Bowl's winning, and he's a master of that. You go to him and you have to ask him, why aren't you on the court? Why are you not on the court? What would happen if you put your uncle on the court in front of the LeBron James? He's the master of the knowledge. 1969, see this basketball player got fouled out. You see this go layup in the alley-oop, and the Super Bowl happened over here. You see the basketball court is this many yards apart, and this is the circle over here, and the net is exactly this high, but another net is this. They know it all, but they're not on the basketball court. Because to be on the basketball court, you have to be disciplined and accountable. You have to actually play the sport. You have to wake up in the morning. You have to train. There's no eating a bunch of donuts. There's no having big pot belly. How many basketball players on the court have the big pot belly with the neck fat hanging? Who's that? Who's that? So you have to be disciplined to be the basketball player and the football player. But you don't have to be disciplined to be the I don't know the name of those commentators. I don't skip whoever the guys. I'm not sure their names. I'm not into the sports. But to be the commentator or to be the master of something, you just have to have the knowledge. You can know every kung fu move, the name of it, the history of it, Wing Chun, when it started, what year is this, this move is that, this move is that, and you put that person in front of a Tai Chi master or Jet Li or Bruce Lee, and all of a sudden they can't fight. And that is exactly the psyops that I realized that they were doing to people with knowledge of self. That we became the people that knew all the knowledge of this and knowledge, do the knowledge and what happened here and what happened there. And like, what culture are you accountable to? What's your discipline daily when you wake up? What is your way of life that you teach your family? And it's that way of life and that one only, just like the people you were teaching about. You can't teach about the Aztecs and see this Aztec was a Christian priest and this one over here was an Aztec Buddhist and this Aztec over here was eating this kind of food and this Aztec over here was doing this kind of. They followed so every culture followed a way that you're talking about, that you're getting knowledge of self. You say, I got to get knowledge of self. Which one is the self? Every culture in the world is knowledge of self. That's how the ancient were. That's what Ramesses was doing. Pharaoh Khufu was doing a little bit of this, a little bit of the Syrian, and a little bit of the Canaanite, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of this. Or was he following a particular way? Was the cultures following all type of different ways? What's the name of that culture? What was the name of that way that encompassed all different types of ways that you're studying? So I realized that it was the same psyops of being a commentator. And I asked myself, where does this come from? And it came from the European Egyptologists and all of the people that went into Africa, Asia, all these different places, And they were the masters, Petrie, Budge. And I have no problem with them doing that. No problem. Peachtree, Budge, Faulkner, they know the history, the dates. They know all the things that happened in ancient Egypt, Samaria, Babylon, the wars, which dynasty did this, which dynasty did that, the name of the pharaoh. And you ask them, did Budge follow Ma'at? What was the spiritual discipline of Peachtree? What was the spiritual discipline of Miriam Lithium? What was Faulkner's spiritual discipline? Nothing. And we became them. We are now them, with a bunch of people studying and arguing and battling and debating, and you follow nothing. I realize that I have to change that. And the reason why it's not being followed, anything's being followed, is because when you're accountable to something, you have to do it like going to your job. The job is accountable. Don't show up for work and watch what happens. Don't show up to school. You don't have to. You'll just get expelled out of the university that you just got a $50,000 loan for. You'll just get thrown out of the university. Don't show up. But you have to show up. Why? Because the job in the university deals with your biological imperative, your survival. Your knowledge of self doesn't. And that was the psyops. And that made me realize why basketball, football, R&B singers were purposely being paid more than the educators of the society. Whereas in ancient times prior to the Matrix, the educators were the highest paid over any sports player. There was no sports player in ancient Kemet that was on any level with Ptah Hotep and Imhotep. None whatsoever. If anybody has one, name the sports player. Name Ramesses' sports player that was doing better than the scribe. There was no such thing as that. I realized they switched it purposely so that you could identify their system with survival and knowledge with a hobby. Therefore, you don't associate money with it. And when you don't associate money, survival, and putting the bread on your family's table with what you're learning, it's a hobby to you. Like the person who knows everything about basketball, everything about football, but he works at Macy's. So when he wakes up, it's all about Macy's as a survival to support his family. The basketball and football is a hobby to him. Macy's and working at the laundromat, or being the janitor, or being at the rent-a-care, Hertz rent-a-care manager, that's his lifestyle. He doesn't play around with that. The basketball, he'll get in the barbershop and argue. I've been saying Kobe's are better than a LeBron, they're better than a. But he's not going to argue with his boss at Macy's because he could lose his job. So I realized that they switched things. So that's how this system here at the pod class got created, when I realized that the entire conscious community got duped into the psyops of lack of structure, and just knowledge. You got knowledge and I got knowledge, and you got knowledge. I don't like yours, and I don't got. But I live just like everybody else who doesn't have knowledge. And that was the psyops. So as time went on, I started moving away from people because I was disgusted by this mentality. My Naturt, Nana, some others, I have several students, a few students said to me that, hey, I'm watching the conscious community on YouTube. They're teaching nothing like you. It's the same topics, but it's not as thorough as you. Check it out. Go and check it out. Maybe you want to come back to the people again. And I went to Nana's teacher, and I realized, oh, that's my student from 1993. I saw people on these different channels, and I was like, oh, that's the person I beat in the debate in 1994. Oh, that was the child of one of my students in 98. He was only 11 years old. Oh, he's your big YouTube person. And I started to realize, I started seeing pictures of myself with no head. The head was another teacher. They photoshopped my head off and put another head of another person on my body, and were selling the tapes of me teaching across the world, and it was my voice with another person's head. And I realized, oh, this is nasty. This is not what purification of the Eve is about. Why am I being sold Why are people teaching that were my students from 93 and they're not mentioning me? Why are they, what is, this is about getting clout or views, or what is this about? And I started intermingling back with the internet. I was in the internet before that, but I didn't show my face. I was on a thing called Pal Talk, and I would do classes for 72 hours straight. If you think the pod class is long, one of my classes was 72 hours straight. I would sleep and the students would talk and I would wake up and continue the class. I would never press end stream or whatever. We didn't stream back then, end channel. It would just teach for days and days straight. And my aunt asked me, how much are you getting paid for this? And I said, nothing. She said, no. She said, no, there's people that do lectures and they get, there's $125 a seat. $50 a seat for the way in the back, and their teaching is nothing compared to yours. And I started realizing that this is just a hobby. People just want knowledge for egotistical purposes. They're not associating it with reciprocity. People spend more money on donuts, marijuana, Remy, Heineken, weed, cigarettes than they're actually spending on their own rituals in their household. They were not doing that for the children, but they made sure they got to Six Flags. And I said, I must change this. So I ended up going on some of these channels that people told me about of my free will, but I wasn't going there to build up any type of audience. I wasn't going there to get any type of clout or views. I wasn't going there for any of that. I was going there just to teach. That's all I was doing. I remember I used to teach on Killer Priest, and the brother Ahati at the time asked me, he said, how do you like this, man? How do you like all this, man? People are seeing you now. And I said, I like it as much as teaching on my couch. This is nothing. What is big about? What's the big deal about this being on the Killer Priest? I said, I like Killer Priest, and I want him to get some knowledge, and I'm teaching just like I would teach, exactly as I would teach on my couch. I knew nothing about getting views and getting followers. I wasn't interested in that. I wasn't getting any money for it. It was just something to do because I wanted to wake up people. And Killer Priest, I saw he had a lot of views, and I liked Killer Priest as a rapper. And I was like, man, if Killer Priest had some of this knowledge, maybe he could put this in his songs and convert people to the truth by what I'm teaching on the show. And I will go there, and it was something teaching was so normal to me. There was no difference from going on Killer Priest than teaching at the beach or in my family's household. It was just another regular day because I wasn't caught up in any glory or clout or any, I'm with Killer Priest and I'm being views. I wasn't into that. I wasn't getting him money, any pay, until AD reintroduced me to reciprocity. One day on the Killer Priest show, AD took his wallet and dumped it in my hand. And he said, you should be getting this for teaching. I said, what's this? There's a pile of money, whatever was in his wallet. He didn't count it. He said, you deserve this and much more. Nobody's come to the Killer Priest show and done anything like you've done. I'm going to get Killer Priest to pay you weekly. And I said, thank you. I'm not here for that, but thank you. And then I started realizing, wait a minute. People spend money on donuts. People spend money on Six Flags. People spend money on horror movies, The Avengers. People know about Captain America. People know about Wolverine. People are spending money on Batman. People are spending money on going out to the club, buying shots. I started realizing, is that more important to the people than immortality teachings and breaking the matrix? So I said to Killer Priest, and this is where the pod class starts that you're watching right now for the new people. I said to Killer Priest, I'm going to start something. It's called the pod class, and it's going to be based on the audience. They said, how's it going to go? I said, well, they're going to come to class, and I'm not going to say anything. What kind of class is that, Tehuti? Oh, it's a class that's going to be based on reciprocity. Huh? Reciprocity? Yes. You're going to ask a question, and I'm going to do what no other person in the world has ever done. What's that? Your question that you're going to ask, I'm going to personally create an ebook with videos, video streams, with sources, with neon writing, with a storyline, with a climax. I'm going to create a documentary ebook for the people, and the show is going to be based on whatever is in their heart. That means whatever curiosity you have about consciousness or as elevation, you're going to be on YouTube forever with a personalized answer for you, and you're going to send it in through Cash App and PayPal. What? Yes. No super chat. What does that mean? That means the relationship is based on me and you. There's no super chat. Whatever you feel that answer is going to do for you, support with whatever you feel. When I answer the first questions, people are doing one-on-ones with me and answer the first questions. People are sending me $100 to talk to me for an hour. People are coming to Kill the Priest. They were sending in super chats of $500. And when I came to the pod class and started that, people were testing it out. Here's 5, here's 7, here's 10. And when I answered the questions, those same people, here's 40, here's 50. Then comes Rigo, here's 111. And people were watching the show saying, why are people doing that? And I said, look at your feet. What do you mean? Nikes cost 60 cents. Why are your Nikes 150? What's that doing for your life? You're trying to be a basketball player? Are Nikes actually healthy for your feet? Is that something that, are they designed to, what is that? You paying $200 for a pair of shoes. How much did you spend on weed this month? An easy $250. Oh, teach me something from the weed you smoke. Go. Teach me some factual information from the weed you smoked that can get me to higher levels of consciousness that strictly came from the weed you smoked. Elevate your children, smoke some weed in a room, and then leave the room and raise the children with that. What do you have? Nothing. For 15 years of smoking weed that you spent over $8,000 on, what do you have for it? These people are sending in questions to elevate themselves. People quadrupled their income asking a question. People had visitations from the deceased. People changed their entire lives. People got diet plans. People became healthy. People became all type of things by asking questions that dealt with the elevation, because I came with the gift of never being exposed really to the full matrix. I started learning magic, and I started seeing the system from the PSYOPs magical side. I started paying David Copperfield, Chris Angel, and David Blaine's teachers to teach me how the PSYOPs works, how the magic works, how the visualization works. I started learning from voodoo masters, and I spent my money on magic to learn how this system is being controlled by other magicians that don't have good intentions. So therefore, the gift that I'm giving is all of that the other teachers didn't seem to go through. They're still living the same life and just doing the knowledge. I got more knowledge. It's a peeing contest and more knowledge. And I'm sitting back saying, wait a minute, but I actually have more knowledge than all of these people, but I'm going to be humble. I'm just going to teach and let people decide who has more knowledge. But at the end, it's who has the guidance. Is there guidance in this knowledge? Are you getting the knowledge to be guided to something? Is there something changing within you? And absolutely. So the way we set up this Tehuti pod class was, for those who are watching new, people send in their questions through Cash App, PayPal, and the Cash App, PayPal questions that they send in have no limitations to what you want to know. Somebody sent in a question on, example, depression and anxiety. Please go watch that class. Depression, anxiety, is it spiritual or mental? So while one person's sending a question about depression and anxiety, someone else is sending in another question on Navajo skinwalkers. Two topics that have absolutely nothing to do with each other. Another sister, Nefertati, known as Sherika at the time, is sending questions on time, speeding up. Is it taking place just in our minds? Is it something that's actually happening in reality? Stranger asked a question about the triangle. The triangle and triangulation. Let me turn this way down. Triangulation in Ma'at. Question has never been asked before in history. He was so amazed at the answer to the question that he put a $200 bounty on anybody that could teach like me. That $200 is still sitting in the PayPal waiting, and it's up to Stranger. That means that Stranger's putting any teacher in the so-called conscious world, or whatever that thing is called. Can he ask you a question? Can he send you money and ask a question? And will your answer be anything in comparison to what you get at the pod class? If so, this $200 goes to that teacher. And we're fine with that. We love it. We want to see if there's anything like this happening in the world. If so, bring the teacher. And I will actually give him a stage for half an hour on the pod class. And I will actually bring your teacher. We will actually send a donation to him or her. And we will send in these same questions and see what kind of answers, if it's equal. And Stranger will send that teacher $200 for an extra on top of what the students send. You can ask a brother named Chris Harris. Chris Harris came to the pod class just to visit to do an announcement, and in his short visit to the pod class to do an announcement, he made $75. He's a debater. He didn't come to the pod class to teach. He came to announce that he's going to have me on his show. And the short time that he came, we're such a platform of reciprocity that my students altogether sent him $75 for just announcing that he was going to have me on his channel. So yes, if your teacher, whoever you bring, somebody came to the class and brought up Dr. Ben or all these different people, no, wonderful. Now, Dr. Ben, all them, much respect to them, they're not alive, but there are people that are alive today. Bring the teacher, and absolutely we will give them a 45-minute section on the pod class. And if you can answer questions like these, and the crowd is completely happy, then you'll get an extra $200 from Stranger that's sitting in our PayPal right now. But because people know that's not happening, they're sending in their reciprocity to the pod class because questions being asked about Orion while simultaneously asking about ancestral ancient therapeutic approaches for heart stroke are not possible on this planet. It's not happening anywhere else on the planet. If you can send a question to your teacher about the star constellation of Orion and then switch it into heart stroke and ancient remedies for heart stroke, please send in the timestamp book. Please send in the YouTube channel. Let us know where this is taking place because it's only taking place here at the House of ATEN under the Tehuti pod class. And that's why this is a unique experience that you don't see happening anywhere else because fortunately, blessing and peace and respect to the ancestors of the HERU, you're being taught by a SABA and a teacher that didn't go through this matrix that the others went through. So therefore, I became hypersensitive, and that gave me the ability to channel and answer these type of questions that are asked because it was the only thing on my entire life goal. So I praise the ancestors to opening the gates up. There is a wave frequency of reality, knowledge, consciousness, and guidance that nobody wants. And I wanted it. And I call myself the Word since 1992. I wanted it. The gates were opened up. And I'm swimming in this pool of access knowledge that nobody wants because all they want to teach about is the Egyptians are black and the Hebrews are wrong. The Egyptians are black and look at my lips. Look at my lips. They're thicker than yours. And look at the nose. Look at the nose. The Egyptians are black. Egyptians are black and the Bible is wrong. And not teaching anything that the ancestors taught that you're supposed to do on a daily basis that can awaken your immortality. So there's this vast pool of consciousness that became open to me, and I'm not sharing it with anyone because if you go to channel after channel after channel, nobody's sourcing any ancient papyrus writings on the actual immortality teachings. Nobody. It's not happening here. So it's this vast pool that's open to everybody, and within that vast pool is other information, and that's why people can ask questions about Gnosticism. It doesn't matter if it's questions about orgone energy. It doesn't matter if it's questions about gingivitis. Where can you go on or off of YouTube where you can ask a question about gingivitis, orgone energy, feng shui, how to fix your eyesight, hyperhidrosis, questions about the matrix, heart stroke, the Mandela effect, Navajo skinwalkers, triangulation of Ma'at, time alteration, light portals, and get an hour and a half answer on each. 40 minutes to an hour and a half answer on each. Only here at the Tehuti pod class under the House of ATEN. This is reciprocity system set up, and that's why people are here. So with all that understood, nice, beautiful, long intro. Why? Because the pod class is going to end early today. So we have time. We have time. I want everybody to know what's really happening here that is not happening anywhere else on this planet. And when you see something happening that's not happening anywhere else on this planet, you support it. How did Elon Musk become a millionaire? How did Bill Gates become a millionaire? Why was Michael Jackson so successful? Why is Tiger Woods so known? How many golf players can you name other than Tiger Woods? Why are these people so successful? Because everybody shows them reciprocity because they brought something to the planet. Nobody's ever seen a Michael Jackson before Michael Jackson. There is no Bruce Lee before Bruce Lee. There is no Black Tiger Woods before Tiger Woods. There is no Bill Gates and Microsoft, all these different things that you're seeing. And when there is no Michael Jordan sticking his tongue out, flying through the air, and thus you support now that jersey is worth more than you. than some guy in college that's dribbling because of the great things that he brought that you never seen before. When you see these things, you're like, what in the world? This stands out. Something is much different here than everything else, and you support it when it comes to entertainment, when it comes to cars, when it comes to Gucci belts, when it comes, there's a new ride at Six Flags. I gotta get Avengers Part 6 is out. This is Capcom. We're finally gonna find out the true identity of Wolverine's grandfather because Optimus Prime's uncle was Spider-Man's nephew, and you supported it. And that's why you can tell me everything about Optimus Prime, the planet he's from. You know Batman's first and last name. You know Spider-Man's first and last name. You know the dark character that imitates Spider-Man. You know all of that which is taking place. You know everything. You know how many reindeers Santa Claus has. You know about the Grinch. You know all about Cinderella. Everything except for any disciplined way of life that you're teaching your children every day. We are here to rearrange that matrix and break the matrix, whether they kill me or not. And yes, they're looking for me. Yes, they are. Whether they kill me or not, we're here to rearrange that. So with that all understood, we're going to start off the Tehuti podcast today. The first question that's asked, I'm going to put it on the screen. Then I'm going to invite the beautiful panel. The panel is just the supporters. That means that anybody watching this podcast can come on the panel if you're a supporter. If you're a supporter, if you come on the panel and I look at you, we don't know any Cash App or PayPal that matches you, then you cannot come on the panel. Why? Because there's a receipt somewhere floating around on the planet of you supporting Doritos. There's a receipt somewhere on the planet of you supporting Colgate. There's a receipt somewhere on the planet of you supporting a Heineken bottle. So if there's receipts on the planet floating around of you supporting Doritos, Krispy Kremes, Heineken bottles, and KFC, and there's no proof of you supporting the Tehuti podcast, then of course, you're not going to come to the channel, and you should go to the Doritos panel. You should really go there and give your input on how many people potato chips is killing and talk about that, because that's what you're supporting. So we're here for a support system that's keeping me here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put on those who like the Tehuti podcast more than the hundreds of dollars that most who are watching have spent on the last 8 July 4ths. Anybody bought firecrackers in the last 15 years? So I'm going to bring those people to the podcast, the supporters, the great supporters of this wonderful guidance that's taking place, and we're producing teachers. One of the great brothers, Primordial Thought, just put out a movie. A movie is out. I put that on my Facebook and shared it. I'm gonna blast it on here today. I'm gonna put a link. Everybody, go watch a movie made by one of my students. It's the most impressive thing I've ever seen. I've never seen anything like this. There's a movie that's out. It's a mini documentary film that's out about living in Ma'at daily, day after day after day, and it's put out by a student of mine. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna put the first question on the screen. Actually is a question from last week that was asked, and when the question was asked, the answer was so profound that people started sending in and requesting a part 2 of this question. Oh, wonderful. Hold on a second. There is something missing here. Hold on a second. And that question is, they put this on the screen right here. The question was asked, is the Ankh, the womb, or a part of anatomy? And this question was answered. I decided to answer for the first time. I was actually only answering this question in private one-on-ones. I was not releasing this to the public because I wanted to personally see how long would people go around wearing Ankhs. The most popular emblem, second to the cross. The Ankh is the most, if you show a 5-year-old an Ankh, they'll say that's Egypt. The Ankh, second to the cross and maybe parallel to the pyramid, the Aku, the Ankh is the most popular Egyptian symbol in the world that everybody knows. Catholics know, everybody knows this Ankh, and conscious people wear this. And I wanted to see how many decades goes by with people not asking a question of what this symbol is. And when they ask the question to get the answer, the grandmaster teachers answer it from some world of fantasy. They're not answering it from, there's no papyrus reference. Has anybody here, other than Tehuti podcast, seen a papyrus reference to the answer of what the Ankh is? If so, put the papyrus reference in the chat for us. Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark and all these people have been teaching. This has been going on now for 60 plus years in America. People holding up the Ankh. People having the Ankh on their chest, the Ankh on their hats, Ankh earrings, and Ankh and Ankh and Ankh and Ankh and Ankh and Ankh, and everybody holding it up. And nobody wanted to know what it was. I found that quite embarrassing, and I never taught on it to see how many decades would go on without the most popular symbol. You can ask a Christian about a cross, and they'll tell you the cross is a symbol of Jesus Christ getting crucified, and Pontius Pilate put him on a cross, and they'll give you a whole story that's actually in their holy book. Whether you believe in it or not, it doesn't matter whether you believe in it or not, but when they give you a reference to what the cross is, it's in their Bible. They can give you chapter and verse of, Jesus said, pick up your cross and follow me, and the cross is this, and Jesus on the cross, and Pontius Pilate, God so loved the world that he died for it. They give you a whole story, prophecies and everything that's actually in their book. And when you ask a person that follows so-called Kemet, ancient Egypt, black power, the black of the power, ask them about the Ankh, they'll start talking about, you see, the Ankh is the womb and the fallopian tubing it up in the fallopians over the womb. And you say, oh, that's wonderful, man. What the Ramses believed in that too? What writings of Ramesses scribes talking about that? Where's that? Where can we find that? It's a womb. It must be in the medical papyrus. The medical papyruses are full talking about pregnancy, the womb, and the woman's anatomy. The medical papyrus, right? The Ankh is an anatomy symbol, so it must be in the medical papyrus. Got to be in the medical papyrus. Oh, it's not in the. Erica Badu taught me who Erica, and I realized that is just another psyops. That people were just wearing the symbol as a sense of jewelry to be identified with the culture, but more ignorant than the Christians are. Black conscious community is more ignorant to their symbols than the Christians are to theirs. I found that disgusting and embarrassing, so thus I never taught on it. For the first time last week, I revealed part 1. People requested part 2, so part 2 is coming up this week. Shout out to the brother Myro, to brother Anu, Vortex Ninja, and the others that actually put in extra for part 2. So I'm going to put the link in the room. I'm going to let the brothers and sisters build for a minute, and I'm going to come back and we're going to blow this room away with part 2 of the Ankh. So here's the link in the room for the tribe to come in, the people to come in, the representation of Ma'at, the reciprocity people to come in and represent and speak. Talk about the Tehuti podcast, talk about what this has done for them. I'm going to take a quick break and come back and answer the question. This is ATEN. Our movement is the House of ATEN, and this is ATEN. He is the snake representative. He is too long for me to show all of him, but he is the snake representative of the House of ATEN, and I got him through magical means. And his eyes represent the symbol of the ATEN. And yes, somebody had to go to the hospital for this snake to be passed on to me. It was a very magical story, actually, that's being continued tomorrow. So I'm gonna look in the chat and see who's in here, and I'm gonna see who's in the. I heard a pop in the room. So somebody must be in the room. I'm going to look down at the box in a moment to see who that is. Probably Anu and Antu. They're quick on the draw. And I want everybody to know that when your mother and grandmother and father and grandfather went to church, people showed up in person. In this new AI world, it's hard to get 8 people to come to the panel of the podcast. We can have 102 people watching. But this AI system teaches transhumanism, which is to become more dishuman, which is not to interact with people. People become more comfortable behind the keyboard than face to face. But in the days of Malcolm X, in the days of any church movement, it was all about face to face. And I'm trying to bring that back and get rid of this behind the screen. You only know me by my icon. Getting everybody away from being a robot. So I'm hearing a lot of boops. I'm going to click people in now. Of course, Anu and Antu, I knew they were going to be the first. Primordial Thought, I don't even know, is Primordial Thought 10 now. He's gone up to the number 10. He's raised in rankings. Primordial Thought 10. Angela straight out the gates. Angela, so proud to see you. And I see somebody coming back that you know. That's a good thing, right? That's a good thing. I'm seeing somebody slowly creeping back.
Yes, a good sign.
Yeah, we want to see that person back. Like, what's going on? Not you. You're the one that brought me. So shout out to everybody that's on the screen. I'm gonna let Nefer Keperet or Annie. They're the people that can let people into the room, so I can take a break and let people in. And we have somebody that is Superhero 34. He has a face. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, he is not a bot. He's not an AI computer generated voice. He actually is a real person. For those who are what they call suspicious, whatever that is. Somebody says suspicious. But yes, he's a real good brother. He's on the screen right now. Shout out to Superhero 34. I'm actually going to be addressing his. He had a question that was going to be answered today. It actually became impossible for it to be answered today due to the amount of things that are taking place. But he had a question about him being a Netiru, one of my favorite topics. So that's going to be addressed tomorrow. Got way too busy this week for me to deal with anything else. So shout out to you, Superhero. Did you get your class 46?
Yes, I'm gonna have to try to get that 47 so I can actually get to the practices.
That's what it goes. It goes from 45, 46 is just a segue, and 47 begins everything that you truly want to. You're gonna explore from that point. So yes, 47 coming up for you. How you doing over there, Annie? You doing good?
Hotep, great Saba. Yes, I'm doing excellent, doing wealthy, doing great. I'm happy to be here as always. Happy to see everyone on the panel. And Hotep, yes.
You're doing wealthy?
Doing wealthy.
You know, wealthy is the woman, right?
Of course. The wealth of the household is the woman.
Exactly. Thank you. I just told my Naturts about that yesterday, and it's one that I just told Nanny. A little secret, a little jewel, the pod class. I made my Naturts the stream of wealth, which is just prosperity. Wealth doesn't mean that you're making a lot of money. You could be making $50 a month and you're wealthy if you're living on a property that's all paid for, and the $50 just to buy your lady roses every month. So you're a very wealthy man. So wealth was just bringing in some type of prosperity to you. And so that is why the wealth or the reciprocity is actually named after my two Naturts. So the Cash App is TT Moon. TT is actually my actual Naturt, and I brought a word from the ancient past. It made it popular throughout YouTube and throughout the conscious community, and that was the word for reciprocity. So when you get something anu, what do you say? When somebody gives you something, what do you say?
Tua.
What's the first word you say? Tua, right? And Annie, when that person tells you Tua, what do you say back? Embedded in it. Right. That's my other Naturt's name. So I have to live in a magical frequency that's set up that I don't talk about a lot, but it's actually a part of my life that I know what's happening. So the Cash Apps come in through TT, and the Nini Uk. Nini is actually Nanny, which is on the first page of the term Prem Haru, which is the Meduneta word of the person with their two hands out, which was the word for welcome, and it means to bring in. Welcome, everybody. If you remember my class that I taught on what welcome is, it's to bring in health. It's to bring in welcome is wealth, which is health, which is something that is good for you, but it's a sense of reciprocity. So the one that is the thankful one ends up being the name of one of my Naturts, which is Nanny, which is Nini, and the other one, the Cash App, is TT, and the PayPal is TT. So it's a system that I set up of reciprocity that actually represents that the woman is wealth. These are just the things that I have to do to survive, because if I don't do them and break the code, I can't do what everybody else does. But anyways, peace and love to all of you. I'm gonna take a quick break. So shout out to my Naturts. I love them, and this is my life is generated around that type of magic. So shout out to Angela, shout out to Superhero, shout out to Primordial, shout out to Anu, shout out to everybody watching. I'm gonna step off. When I come back, I'm gonna answer this question. And there's actually gonna be 4 questions within this question, because we're gonna get back into the mirror and the King's Chamber and all type of different things. But I'll be back, everybody. Peace and love. Support. Where should you support? Support everybody, the Tehuti podcast, because without the support, I can't do this, and I got to go back to being all the other invisible things that I am, and train people on TV and all these other weird things. That I'd rather do this first and give all that up. So support Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal, Rock SV. Where's my AI moderator? There it is. Right there, she is right there. So support Cash App, TT Moon. That's the feminine energy. When you do, I say Tua, and then you say Nini Uk, which is the other feminine energy. Those are the 2 hands of the EE that make the pharaoh. That's why the pharaoh is called par EE. He wouldn't be anything without the 2 hands of the 2 female. So support Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. We're gonna find out. Hold on, I can't leave yet. Wait a minute. Hold on, I can't go yet. I was just about to leave and go. And all of a sudden, I see the young brother here. By the way, everybody who's watching, who saw what happened last week, I want to know that behind the scenes and in front of everybody, this brother has officially cleared everything up in my Eve, in my heart. Everything is completely cleared up in the front of people and behind the scenes in private conversations. So this is the Tehuti Erakuti who my students sniffed out as some type of imposter. Annie and Upeshahati found him, and he found him. What do we have here? Anu found him. How dareth thou? So they confronted the brother, and the brother actually has a pure heart, and he showed me behind the scenes. I saw some. I watch people behind the scenes, so I saw some things. And this is the brother here. So everybody who sees him, he's not an imposter of me. His name, he is a Tehuti, and he's a promoter of me 100%. So how you doing, good brother Tehuti? How are you, brother?
I'm doing great, Saba. How are you?
I am very, very wealthy, with not a lot of money though. I'm very I'm very wealthy, but I'm very wealthy. Always one step away from being. What people would call unwealthy, but I'm very, very wealthy and happy at the energy of love that is surrounding. Thank you for asking, good brother. Appreciate you.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
You're welcome. Here's Mankua Ra. I want to show you something, Mankua Ra. How you doing, brother? You got what did Annie say? The 240p? I don't know the computer language, but the 240K or something. You're there with the Atari. Come back how you were. Last week you fixed it. You came back good. But I want to show you something. That this is the newest person who's been added to the moderators. Nania Setmer, Anki Emmaat, Ani Pata Tehuti, the scribe. Nania Setmer, the beautiful hands of. She's the helping hand. Anki Emmaat, the great secretary. Ani Pata Tehuti. He has too many titles to name. We'll just call him the technician for now. Atef Rem Kem Ma'ad is the Chetu. Go look up the Chetu if you want to know who that is. And the latest addition, he's the Heb. I have to put Heb under his name. He's the organizer of the Pathways of the Awakening, which is such a powerful name. He asked me to rename it. I said, no, I don't want to rename it. I want to keep it as the Pathways of the Awakening is such a powerful name. That could actually be the name of a whole nother movement. That's the name of a movement to me. So I was like, keep the name. The name is beautiful. And he's the latest moderator. Next week, this thing will hopefully be moving, animated like it usually always is. But Mankua Ra is the latest addition. And I got to go. I'll be back, everybody. Peace and love. I got to go talk to the other people. I got to go find out what we're going to do with Primordial. I'll be back. Peace.
Spoke that heck out.
Hotep Henu, peace and love, everyone. Make sure you all have hit the like button. Hit the like button on this video as you come in. Appreciate everyone for doing that, and share this out to your platforms. The support links are pinned to the top of the chat. You'll see House of ATEN. It says support Tehuti, and you click on that, and it'll have the support links for the Cash App and the PayPal. And that is how this pod class exists, is because of all of the Meru, which is the Medu word for supporter or a partisan, which then creates the word for pyramid and love. The Meru are the supporters, because you are the ones who allow this to exist, so we can continue to elevate and focus our Aku on a specific mission. So Tua Henu, to everyone who utilizes those links, and ask your questions. There's many ways to answer a question. So if you have an inquiry, especially when it comes to ancestral artifacts and wanting to see what the papyruses say, what the papyri say, or the steles, or a specific temple wall, there's so many questions to ask. And what the great SABA Tehuti has brought forward is the words of the ancestors themselves, and not just making up words to massage the ears of those who are receiving the answer. He's going to show you what, where and what this says, as he spoke about with the Ankh, and how everyone speaks about the Ankh being this thing, but that's not in the papyri. So we're here to just do that. So support this. Henu Tua. We'll go around the panel, let everyone give some Nefermedu, and build this frequency up. So peace and love to Anu and Antu, Hotep Henu, Superhero 34, peace and love, good brother. Glad to see you on the panel. Angela Gates, Hotep, great sister. Always great to see you. The great brother, Primordial Thought 9, the Hekau speaker, Dua Hinu, great brother. We have Tehuti HERU Kuti, glad to see you, great brother. Glad that you came to the panel, and let us see you. So Tua Hinu to you, and Menku Ara, Mary Ma'at. He's got some great words to bring to everyone. So Menku, we'll start with you and allow you to give some announcements, and then we'll go back up to the top to Anu, and then work our way back.
Tua very much, Ani Pata. Peace and love, Hotep, everyone. Good to be here. Just want to give supreme adoration to our master teacher, SABA Tehuti, the bond that unites us forever. Yes, it is official. October 20th is the official date for the Pathways to Awakening. We will be putting out information so you all can purchase your tickets. I want to encourage you all to start to make your plans and get your flights together, and reach out to myself and Ani Pata regarding the celebration. But October 20th is the official date for the Pathways to Awakening. So New Hotep, I'm looking forward to this teaching from our master teacher. So we are not more ignorant than Christians about their symbols. Tua Saba for that very powerful introduction. That was that's what I'm here for. So Hinu Hotep, Tua to everybody on the panel. Looking forward to building up this frequency. Hinu Hotep.
Hotep, Ankuja Seneb, Hotep to our wonderful SABA Tehuti, Amun Hotep Ra, to everybody on the panel, to everybody in the chat, to all the supporters, to our SABA for dropping the jewels in class and teaching already a whole class about your mates and their names. Wealthy. That's very beautiful. To all very much for that. To all for having the class, even though you're extremely busy and tired and that you have a lot to do. I am very appreciative of you coming to teach us all about the Ankh and its importance. To all, to everybody on the panel for showing up, for being consistent. To all, Tehuti Herakuti for coming on the panel, for showing yourself, for speaking your tones, your vibration. To all, Superhero 34 for coming through with the camera and keeping your word. To all, Angela Gates coming onto the panel, the face of Sekhmet. To Primordial Thought for your wonderful movie. I'm looking forward to part 2. Definitely going to be part of the HOA movie scene. I was trying to think of a name instead of Hollywood, like a meta name, but we'll get there. You'll definitely be part of it for sure. To Ani for all that you do for the HOA. Like Salvatudi said, you have many names. You do a lot, a lot of stuff. I can't comprehend it. To very much for that. To Menku for coming up with the pathways for organizing all that you're organizing. Can't comprehend all that you're doing as well. I'm very thankful for it. To Tef for being the brother with the axe, the family man. To for being here, everyone. To for all the supporters. Everyone support our SABA Tehuti. He's going to bring forth life-changing answers today. Make sure you take notes because it's definitely gonna be really good. It's about to answer 4 questions and one class. I'm looking forward to it. Definitely happy to be here. Happy you're all alive. I'm happy I'm alive. Keep the echo going. I'm doing wealthy. So Tua, very much for allowing me to speak. Hotep, Uncle Josenet.
Hotep, Tua Anu for your words and your adoration to everyone. Tua to everyone here. I appreciate all of your crew for finding the House of ATEN and being here consistently. Tua to all the new people. If you are new here, I appreciate you for finding it as well and for purifying your Ebe on this journey, this Nefer journey. If you do not know, we have the House of ATEN has a variety of social media that you can follow. We have Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, YouTube Shorts, Twitter, and Nefert's ATEN, a beautiful sister that is within the House of ATEN, does Spotify audio videos, which is very, very Nefer. If you haven't heard that yet, please go support and watch those and listen. It's very Nefer. Everyone has their own soundbite that goes with it. It's very Nefer, so go check that out and support. To all who support Saba Tehuti for all that he brings, the life that he gives us. He holds the Ankh to our nose and provides us with life and immortality. So Tuatu Tehuti, Tuatu Hesnefer Netzerts for all that they do and for holding him up and sustaining him. And yes, Tuatu everyone. Hotep Mary.
Peace, peace. Hotep Mari. Definitely excited to be here. It's always good to be in the presence of the great Saba Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra and the House of ATEN. Definitely, feeling good. Beautiful day. It's always good to see all of you here on the panel. Love to see those boxes fill up. Definitely. I like the Superhero 34, man. Hey bro, you've been on, man. You jumped on everything since you showed up last week. Unwavering. I like that. That's a good start off, brother. So I hope that you definitely keep that up. And the great brother Tehuti Herakuti, I'll just say it takes a great Ebe to do what you did, and just to be on here now. So that's definitely that's definitely my odd in my eyes, because there's a lot of people that that don't have 1% of the courage that you'd have, and that's phenomenal to me. So I hope that you stay consistent just as well. Hope you don't go anywhere, great brother. If you are looking for truth, you're in the right spot. That's for sure, because none of us, we wouldn't be who we are today without the great SABA, who's been, just making us better day by day. You know what I mean? Being that influence, showing us the way of our great Pau. And it's just good to have you on here, brother. May you continue to do what's in my eye, great brother. So Tua to you. Yes, sir. Angela, it's always good to see you. Come on up here, girl. We love you seeing shooting right out the gates. Come on up here. We love to see you up here, and so we definitely appreciate you. Joining the panel, because you've been rocking with us. You know what I mean? You always been here, so it's good to see you on the panel. And definitely to my great brothers, Menkuara Mary, my aunt, and the great brother Anipata Tehuti, my great brothers. I definitely appreciate y'all for sure. You already know. And my favorite couple is always, most definitely, is Anu and Antu. Hey, got so much love for y'all. I love y'all unity. I love what y'all do. I love just how y'all are. Like, hey, y'all together by the hip. y'all like old schools hold their cell phones on that side pocket. You always see them got that little cell phone on the side. I know you see them every now and then, but man, y'all are tight, man. And I love y'all unity. I love the way y'all just flow. So to offer y'all never words, because y'all always come with the best love. And I appreciate that. And that go a long way for me. So Tua to you all, and Tua for everything y'all do. So peace and love to everybody in the chat. Y'all know we here for another beautiful one. And hey, let's just enjoy. Y'all know how HOA get down. What's up?
Tua, everyone, for the adoration. I appreciate that. I'm trying to do better and do more. I want to say hotep to everyone on the panel, everyone in the chat, and of course to our master teacher, SABA Tehuti. I'm grateful to be here. I'm excited about class, any class. I'm pretty much excited about everything that I'm learning. And I'm with Atef, goo goo gaga. I'm still learning, but I'm trying. I think that Antu and Anu are doing a great job. I know on my YouTube, it pops up constantly. I'm like, oh, they're really doing a great job. So I'm always trying to make sure I like it, comment. Everyone needs to do the exact same thing. Make sure you put comments in there. Even if it's just to say hello, just put a simple comment in there and like it. That gets it rotating so that more people will notice it and see it. But they're doing a great job with that. It makes me excited to see it. So I make sure I jump on it every time I see it. I don't care if it's 3:00 in the morning. I'm going to go ahead and just put my little notes or whatever information I need to put in there. It does help me to go back and try to recap a lot of the classes that I have missed, prior to me jumping on. So I'm excited to go back and see a lot of stuff that you guys are posting I've never seen before. So that's awesome. I'm loving that.
I guess that's me. It's good to see you all again. Like I said last time, I think at the community meeting, my mind is never clearer than when I'm around all of y'all. And it's good to see you again, Brother Tehuti Harakuti. I was a little scared for you last time because I was like, you don't want to make Tehuti mad. And Primordial, Tua for the compliments. believe it or not, I get that a lot. So it makes me question who I was pre-Matrix. That everywhere I go, everyone has something good to say about my potential, and I really do want to see where that actually goes to the very end. And Angela Gates, always good to see you again. Brother Menku, always good to see you again. Anu and Antu, I could say likewise. It is good to see you two together. Never want to see you two apart ever. And Brother Annie Patah, it is good to see you again as well. And Tehuti might be listening somewhere, so it is good to see you again.
What's happening to everybody? Mostly the great SABA, our master teacher, to Mary for allowing me on the panel. I'm truly honored and humbled to be here. I think the view is better from here. I've been watching for a while now from the audience. I've been sneaky learning and supporting in the past, but a lot of sneaky learning for sure. But I discovered Tehuti on Sanetta TV. He was at the Jabari debate. He was a brutal one, very brutal. And I was one of the Jabari follower, and Tehuti won me over. I mean, it stick with my act, and I couldn't believe that, somebody that I call a teacher, master teacher, was making stuff up. And yeah, Tehuti Amunotep shows the way to my art. And I'm truly humble and honored. To Mary, to all the HOA family, thank you for your beautiful words, Nefer. And yeah, I can't wait for the next teaching. And I don't want to call it teaching because those are revelations. I don't want to sound biblical, but literally those are revelations because nobody talked on that. And that would put our great Saba on their level of these quote unquote teachers. And it's definitely on the higher plane. So, we can quantify that. So I'm looking for the next revelation. And yeah, to Mary, to everybody on the panel and on the chat as well. Thank you so much.
All right, Hotep Henu. Peace and love. Welcome, Bella, to the panel. Are you here with us, Bella? If so, I'll let you get a few words in before I show some of the announcements. Give you a few moments. Again, everyone who's coming in, make sure that you hit the like button. Help this video traverse where it needs to within the algorithms that are set up. If you're here watching live with us, if you're commenting in the chat room, I hope to see the support as when the great Saba Tehuti shows and gives the dua to everyone who supports. So it's a wonderful thing. All right, let me share the screen to go over just a few things. So I think Bella may be away. All right, here we are, houseofatton.org. When the Pathways to Awakening event tickets are available, this is where you will go. The Pathways to Awakening is a private event that's held only for the HERU and for the MERU, the members of the House of Aten and the supporters of the House of Aten. So make sure that if you would like to come and join in on all the festivities that are taking place, you can get a you can go to our Patreon, and we have the Pathways to Awakening documentary over there on Patreon from last year. And if you want to see, that was our very first one. This one will be even greater. So when that's available, it'll be up here. So next few weeks, we should have everything prepared for everyone to come here and purchase your tickets. We'll have different variations that you can partake in. So it's a wonderful thing. And so here is where you are to come if you would like to join in on the movement and the organization and become a HERU. The word Ker here, HERU, is a word that means household member. And we have Ua or Wa, Sin, and Kemet, which is 1, 2, and 3. And HERU is the rudder that is used to paddle when you're in a boat so that you can direct where you are going. That is also the Ker, the HERU, as the great ancestors brought forth the consciousness of the boat being a representation of different forms of your consciousness that is traversing either within waters or within dry lands, when you now have to have towers of your boat, supporters to help guide you through. The boat has oars or rudders on the side, and that's the HERU. And then that also creates the word for the voice. And so it's a beautiful way to teach about silence and speaking, the importance of both, right? In the Perm HERU, it teaches that speaking and silent, I maintain an exact balance. Verily, my forms are inverted. So the availability to us is our ability to invert between using the rudder and letting it sit, being silent and learning when to speak. And so Ker is also a word that means to be silent, and then creates the realm of where we are traversing after the physical life. It's called the Netter Ker, the Netter Kert. And so this is all encompassing of becoming a HERU, a member of the House of Aten. So it's very powerful. There's a lot of Heka'u that goes into the sound vibrational tones that we use to represent ourselves while reestablishing what the great SABA Tehuti has brought forth again through ancestral artifacts over religious opinion. So Henu to the great SABA for being who he is and allowing this to be resurrected again, as the great ancestors have taught us, to establish monuments that'll last forever. And that is what the House of Aten is. So Tua Henu to everyone who is a part of that. And we have private classes. I give a class on Fridays called Ma'at Fundamentals, where I take you into the Saba'it, which is a word that means instructions or teachings, such as the Saba'it of Ptahhotep, the Saba'it of Amenemope, which really is the teachings of the instructions on how to live. And we go into those, and I teach and break down and build up through the Medunetter and the guidance that the great Sebas of the time of Tamare that we have access to, and reestablish what it means to travel and knowing the guidance that exists for thousands of years, that is still and even more prevalent today within our daily lives here, because the matrix is so encompassing. Ma'at has to be established to be able to break out of that. Matrix is the original Ma'at is the original matrix. It's Mut or Mat, which means womb. So Tua Henu to all the HERU. Yes, I have those classes on Fridays, and We also have debates that aren't public on YouTube for the Great SABA Tehuti that you can partake in as well. And you'll have access to the Discord section. So if you're a HERU, just message me on Discord, and so that way I can add you to the HERU section. And to Tehuti Herakuti, I saw that you joined in, great brother. So Hotep and Henu to you for coming aboard the boat. All right. And so, yes, here are some of our products. We have so many products for everyone to participate in supporting everything that you see here on the shop section. Suitcases, desk mats, phone cases. We have some beautiful things. You know, I'll be traveling with this suitcase here to the Pathways to Awakening. I'll be carrying my House of ATEN, the Natiru exists through the airports. So we have travel cases. The Great Saba loved this, so you definitely wanted this on the website for everyone to have the opportunity to purchase here and walk through wherever you're traveling to with Medu and letting people know who you represent. So that is what this is. And we have all type of apparel for everyone. And it's all detailed in here. And as a HERU, depending on which tier you choose, you'll also get a discount through every single purchase that you make, either 5, 10, or 15% off as an actual HERU member through the website here. So it's a beautiful thing. We have the youth clothing too. So definitely put your young ones in the House of ATEN garbs and coverings. It's a beautiful thing. So it is wonderful. And so we have many things that we want to bring forward to add on. But of course, you all have to want it. You all have to want that. So continue to support, and we appreciate what everyone is doing. Make sure you leave reviews. All this helps us. So, you know, we want this to be able to spread to where it needs to get to, because there's many people who are wanting internally to find Ma'at and find an organized consciousness that is taking the necessary steps to eliminate the matrix from the inside out. And this is the House of ATEN. So with everyone's participation and support, we are going to get there sooner than later, because we are getting there. We are going to do what our mission statement is. So here is a bathroom set. That's a wonderful, everything is extremely high quality. As everything we bring forth is the best of the best. So you can support through this as well. It's a wonderful thing. And we have notebooks, one of my favorite things. And so we utilize these for whatever you like. There's ruled lines, and there's also blank pages for the ones who like to draw as well. And we also have a spiral notebook here with chapter 15 from the Per Im HERU, where it speaks about Tehuti and Ma'at rights for me every day. So everything that we do is in imbuing the Heka'u, the Medu. And so everywhere I look, there's Medu. No matter which way I turn, I'm able to look at Medu, and beginning to study the language, it expands your thought process, because when you're looking at just the English word and you see love, it takes you to one meaning and you see the letters. But when you see mer, you can see it in many different forms, and it tells a complete story multiple times over by looking at a symbol, and it just expands your brain, your ability to connect things. And so this is why the imbuement is so important, and why the great ancestors did it. Everything they did had a purpose. There's a reason why it exists there. If it exists on the papyrus, if you look at the details, you'll see that nothing is overlapped. There's no space. If you have a complete papyrus, there's no blank. Everything is completely filled from beginning to end through imagery, larger imagery, and writing, which is still imagery. And this is, they did this for many reasons. And so within today, through the whatever language, whether it's English or whether it's Spanish or German or whatever language, these symbols that are used to make up the language are so simplified and don't have a story behind the symbol that's creating the word. And the Hekau is the words of power, which is what Tehuti brought forward. So when you're constantly looking at the Medu, when you're opening up a notebook to write a note, to write your grocery list, to calculate your finances, whatever, to write your poetry, to just express your Ebe, and you close it, you're now creating a ritual. And by beginning and closing it, by imbuing yourself with the Natiru exist, it allows you to subconsciously start to reestablish that it's a fact that the Natiru exist. And so therefore if you exist, you too can become a Neter. So it's very powerful. So Hotep Henu to everyone who supports here. And here's where you can go through all the pod classes. The support links for the Great Saba is here, and all of the pod classes through playlist form are over here on the side, right here. And the House of ATEN also has a live class that we do every Sunday. And we also have classes that we give throughout the week. If any of the HERU, once you become a HERU, this is another opportunity that is bestowed upon you, is that you can put together a class, and we will lend the platform to you for you to give a presentation. And so those happen throughout the week, Monday through Friday, depending on which day is available. So we always have classes going, House of ATEN as well, and all of the great brothers that you see on the panel. We all bring forth classes and presentations and readings. The House of ATEN is going to be a place, and is a place where you can come to find all of what's available for the papyruses, for the steles, the stories, what the ancestors actually said themselves, that the Great Saba Tehuti brought forward again. So here's where you can go. Here we have the lovely sisters who gave some classes as well. So everyone, make sure you support the pod class through the links up here, and the House of ATEN. And as the great Antu spoke about, she spoke about the social medias. We have a link tree here that has all of our social platforms available: Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, X. Also have a WhatsApp. So if you have a WhatsApp, you can message me on there directly and ask any questions about the website or about the movement and what's taking place. Discord, Spotify, and I also create music and tone. So I also have a website as well if you all want to partake in listening to the sound vibration that I bring forth, and the Patreon. So I hear the Great Saba Tehuti has come back in. So I will stop sharing here, but everyone go and follow all of our social platforms and repost what we put on. So we can reach the people. So to our Hotep, Henu, Makaru, to for your attention, everyone. Welcome back, Great Saba Tehuti.
Peace and love, peace and love. Glad to see everyone here. And one moment, let me just fix this. And somebody is picking me up on the background, so just go on mute until I call on you, and that will not happen. Okay, let me see if this pops up. One moment, everybody. Let me clear all these things off the screen, because once I start teaching, I don't want anything to interrupt. In the meantime, It's moving very slow. In the meantime, I heard the good brother. Is he on the screen? Tehuti Herakuti, I overheard you while I was in the background. You said that you were a. Would you say your heart was broken when you saw your master teacher making things up? Was that Jabari? Was
Yes, sir.
Somebody's making something up?
Yes, he was Jabari. Yeah.
So before you heard of me, you were kind of following Jabari's teachings, and then you saw our debate. Is that how that went?
Yes. Yes, SABA.
When you went in to see the debate, did you go in saying, "Oh, Jabari's going to wipe this guy off the scene"? Did you know that you had faith in him? Like, hey, every Jabari debate on Sonnet, he blows everybody away. So here, just another one, right?
Yeah, I mean, I saw all his debate. You know, they claim him as the Floyd Mayweather of this debate field. But yeah, that time, I mean, it was just unbelievable. And I was like, they need to give you the title. And until today, I'm still waiting. They still don't give you no title. I mean, in the same time, I feel this title is too little for you. It really was not a match.
Okay, well that's good. So that's three people that came from watching the 3 people so far. HERU came from watching the Jabari debate. He knew of him. The brother Dr. LaRoche. Dr. LaRoche actually came on Sonetter's panel. One of the first times we interacted on Sonetter's panel before he started coming to the pod class heavily. He came on defending Jabari's position live with me. And that's how and I talked to him live in front of everybody. And ever since then, Dr. LaRoche has been on every single pod class supporting every week. But he came on defending the position of the Nitiru were just principles. So I'm glad you are another one that comes on. That debate was great. Everybody go see that. It was a kind of an ambush type debate, but it's an ambush to bed. You know, I was going to debate 3 people that day, but there's a little ambush going on. But it was beautiful. I enjoyed it. They said it's the toughest environment to be in, and I guess that's the definition of the toughest. So I was very comfortable. And shout out to the brother Jabari for participating in that, because that changed people's mind states. And shout out to those who came in and ambushed me, who said that ever since they ambushed me. Brother Reggie, shout out to you. Much respect and love to you. He came on live Sonnetter and said ever since he ambushed me, I don't know, whatever energy happened to his life has been a living hell. So shout out to him. And now when I see him on the Sonnetter channel, he says, Reggie says no one under him is allowed to debate Tehuti. No one can say anything about Tehuti because he came out and did it, and he's been going through some misery since. So shout out to our brother Reggie for that, and all those who watched that debate. Okay, everybody, let me go to who did I talk to? Antu. That's how are you doing, Antu? How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you very much for asking. How are you?
I'm very beautiful. I'm very happy to be alive this month. I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. I'm very pleased to be alive in the position that I'm in. Tua for asking me that.
Thank you.
Okay. Nini Uk, who's on the okay. I like Superhero's look. He has this look like he's he's negotiating in his brain. He's observing. He's like an investigator probing on the scene. How you doing there, Superhero 34? You doing good?
I'm good. You got me exactly right. I like you. I learned from the animals, and the ones, especially right now, probably I'm channeling is cats. They always just watch and observe every little movement. So that's what I'm here doing.
I see you definitely got that cat energy. Nice to see you. Speaking of cats, we're gonna go to Anu and Bella because I think they both own cats. Anu, how you doing? You're a cat man. You like kittens and cats. How you doing?
Doing wealthy. Excellent, Saba. Keeping the echo going. Too well for being here.
Nini Uk. I'm glad you're happy to be here, and Tua free for all that you do for the House of ATEN, and Tua for everything you do for the young lady beside you and vice versa. Okay, wonderful. Bella's on mute. Bella, you can come off mute. How are you doing today, Miss Bella? For now, Bella for now, formerly known, Anu and Antu for now, formerly known as Bella for now, formerly known as. How are you doing today, Bella?
I am doing very great. Thank you very much.
Bella, check and see if you have do you have a YouTube playing in the background? That's probably why the echo.
Saba, you're on.
Yeah, you're muted, Saba.
I was saying, Bella, just come on, say something, do an Eminem, say hi, my name is, whatever you want to do, just say something I hear.
I am.
You gotta come out, and turn off your YouTube. Turn off your YouTube. You come out of the totally exit out. Look on your screen. Turn off the. You may see a YouTube on at the same time that you're on StreamYard. Click off the YouTube and then come back and try again. Okay. On to who have I spoken to? On to spoke to everybody. Mankura, you doing good, my brother?
Yes, what's up, Tabo? I'm doing well. Great to see you and excited for your teachings today.
Wonderful. I'm not on mute, am I? Yes, no. Okay. Okay, wonderful. Glad to hear that, Mankura. And wonderful update. You all are working hard. The Pathways of the Awakening address change, but I actually like this better. It's going to be more social, the house type environment, you know, with kitchens and bedrooms and living rooms involved, and it's going to be more comfortable than the other place that was more plastic like and like it looked like a venue, but this one is going to be great. So good, whoever picked that out, good, and it's not too far. It's not as far as I thought it was going to be from where I'm actually coming from. So thank you, Heb Ma'at, and everyone who participated in finding that primordial. If Nana was involved, whoever doesn't participate, thank you. Great job, good spot.
Ani Patah found the spot.
That was Ani.
Yeah, it hit him like a bag of Ankh. So it's fitting that you're gonna do a part 2 on the Ankh.
Hit him. What do you say? I don't know. On my side, it's getting that same setting. Some hit him like a bag of rock.
He learned from a test.
These are Ani Patah words. He found the location that we will be celebrating you and each other. He literally said it hit him like a bag of Ankhs.
Oh my goodness, that's a heavy hit. I don't know if it's a bag of Ankh from the ancient times when Ankhs were stone Ankhs, gold Ankhs. Well, I'm glad he survived that. It hit him, and he survived the hit on the head with golden Ankhs or whatever that is. So that is awesome. Good finding that out. And I think I talked to everybody. We're gonna try Bella one more time. Everybody go on mute. I hope Bella cut off whatever the YouTube, whatever. I see her coming in. I'm gonna go on mute. Everybody go on mute. Let's try.
Can I be heard?
Yes, there's still an echo, Bella.
Okay, no problem. But it sounds like some kind of UFO movie. But we heard. Can I be heard? Heard. So it's you can be heard about 8 times. Sound like what's that movie? Interactions of the Third Kind. But we can hear you, but it's just gonna be doing that echo thing. So peace and love.
Saba, could you try one more time? Just
who's that? The cat?
Primordial.9. Could you mute as well?
I'm gonna mute. Bella, say one more thing. I'm gonna mute too. Primordial Thought's gonna mute, and I will see if that works.
What's up?
Okay. Now the echo is longer. It's Hotep. There's a bigger space, but it's somehow still echoing. Primordial's off mute. It's like Hotep. If he's off mute, it's Hotep. All right, something interesting. But anyway, shout out to Bella. Peace to everybody. I'm gonna go ahead and get into this beautiful podcast answer. Tehuti, HERU again. Nice to have you here. Primordial Thought, you've greatly impressed me. That video that you made, that should get millions of views. That's the type of self-help motivational video that actually anybody can watch. It's one of those videos that I see videos like that on YouTube that have hundreds of thousands and millions of views because anybody can watch it. You can be a Muslim and watch that, a Christian, somebody out, a businessman, an atheist, whatever you want to be, and watch that and see the structured life that you have of what you do with your family and the exercising. I watched the whole thing. It was beautiful. I don't know where you got those actors from. He had actors in the movie, his friends running, and I'm not sure who his brothers are, bring them to the podcast, but he had all kind of people in there acting them out, getting up in the morning. They all had the same beard as his. So that was excellent. Keep up the good work, good brother. And then I heard Gabriella in the end there, reading from the instructions of I think it was Mary Kara. I'm very, very impressed. Beautiful. You had your young lady in, and she's an upcoming Natur. She's about to bear the child, and she's your Natur now because now she's in the lifestyle, and I get to peep into your house in public this time, and I get to see Gabriella participating in the reading. Everything was just really beautiful. I could have fallen asleep to that. That is something you can play for children. Everybody, please go to Annie Patah. Put that link in the room. Everybody, after this podcast, who's watching, the 42 people, after this, go to that channel that Annie is going to put in there. Watch Primordial Thoughts mini movie and just relax to it, fall asleep to it. And that is a movie about structure, which is what I am all about. Structure. He had a disciplined workout. He ate. He even showed his hand opening the door. I mean, every detail it was happening. Tilapia fish was there. All kind of food was there. Some of the stuff is not. I didn't put on the diet plan. Some of the stuff is not there that I put there, but he added a little bit of food that's not on the diet plan, but still, he represented. Shout out to you. Good rest of tacos. I don't know how tacos made it on the diet plan. That must be Gabrielle influence, but shout out to the tacos and all that other stuff. But that was a beautiful video. Thank you, my brother, for good student, for representing very well. You very much impressed me, more than almost anything I've ever seen any of my students do, because that was a shock to me. I expected a class. I'm impressed by my students' classes. This was a documentary movie. So shout out to you, Primordial. Peace and love. I want to give you that on air in public. Sound bite it up. Do whatever you want to do. But that's my shout out to you, HERU.
To a great song. I appreciate that. I'm speechless. Thank you for that. I didn't expect that at all. So I'm just happy that I follow my Eve. You know what I mean? Did what was pleasing to my Ka, and just get into that creative mode. So Tua Saba, just Tua.
That was, and you said it was your first time doing it. That everybody watching this podcast, take that, show that to your Christian friends. That is how you spoon feed. Bring somebody in. Where's my spoon at? That's how you spoon feed people into this doctrine, into this information. You bring them in and give them something easy to understand like that, and they'll take that and they're able to digest that, and from there they'll want to go forward. That's how you spoon feed people. So shout out to Primordial Thought. You are awesome, excellent. Keep making more, part 1 and part 2. Okay, wonderful. Everybody clap it up for Primordial Thought. He did it, man. Clap it up for him. Good brother. I don't know the name of movie. My aunt Wes Craven. I don't know the name of movie producers, but shout out to Primordial Thought. I'm impressed, my brother. You're gonna get some kind of position in here for that. So make a part 2, make a female version, put Gabriella in it, rubbing her stomach, having the baby, whatever you want to do. That is awesome. Thank you, my good brother. Appreciate that. That's how you spoon feed the people. All right. We're going to get into this next question, everybody. The question that's been anticipated, asked about for part 2. A question that's been asked to me since 1993. I never taught about it in public. I did a private class with Annie. Kept it to myself from 1993. How many here people? How old is everybody in 93? Superhero, what were you doing in 93, my good brother?
Being brought to this world.
Okay.
Not even a zygote.
Man, not even a zygote. So that shows how far this goes back. Superhero was being produced in the scrotum as a zygote. I was hiding the Ankh. So now he's here and he gets to hear what he didn't hear while he was a zygote. So shout out to everybody. We're going to get into this question that's been asked to me since 92, 93, 94. I never taught on it from the papyrus. Last week was the first time. And now we're going to get into it. And we're also going to get into how the Ankh echoes immortality through the message of what they call the King's Chamber, So everybody get your Cash Apps ready, get your PayPals, support the pod class. Without your support, I can't do this at this high level. This is one of those classes where after this one, I don't think I'm getting to another one. So everybody give your support and tips when this happens, because there won't be another. I put 2 answers into this one. So after this one is done, there's not going to be another one. I got to end this, and I have to take care of some very extremely important things tomorrow. So here we go, everybody. Peace and love. Let's get into this question. Shout out to Brother Myro. Brother Myro is the one who asked the question in the first place. He came from Karas Unity Center, which is up the street. Karas Unity Center. Shout out to Anu, who's on the pod class right now, who took his, I think it was $40 extra donation, put it to the answer. Shout out to Vortex Ninja, who put more on top to ask for part 2. Shout out to Eric G. That's it. I think he gave $4 for a part 2, and I'm like, Eric G, that's it. So he came another one, and shout out to him, and shout out to the others who wanted and donated for a part 2. So shout out to all you. Let's get into it, everybody. Peace and love, Annie Pata. Peace and love, Anu. Peace and love, Ant2. Peace and love, Superhero 34 in cat mode. Peace and love, Herakuti. Peace and love. It switched around. Primordial Thought is now beside me. Peace and love, Primordial Thought. Peace and love, the wonderful Angela Street out the gate at 8. And now it's Bella. Bella, you can come to the screen. At least give a peace and love, even though it may echo a bit. But peace and love, Menku Ara Maria Ma'at. Peace and love, everybody. Let's get into this answer. Wonderful. Let's go, everybody. Here we go. Everybody press a 9 if you can hear me. I'm gonna manually. Okay, there. Press a 9 if you can hear me. Press a 9 if you can see me. We're about to get into this question here. Part 2, broken down. The class is called the Ankh. Tehuti teaches on the Ankh from the ancestors for the first time in history. Part 2, Immortal Mirror. Let's get into this, everybody. Shout out to the beautiful moderators. Nani Aset Mer, Ankia Ma'at, Ani Pataten, Tehuti, Atefrem, Kem Ma'at, and Menku Ara Marie Ma'at. The class today, as you see at the bottom, we covered last week when people started, people brought out that it was Erica Badu and Infandishi. Infandishi first, and then Erica Badu, who actually brought out this misconception that the Ankh was the womb and the sides of the fallopian tubes and all of this silliness that's not taught anywhere in the medical papyrus. If there's anything on the fallopian tubes in the uterus and childbirth, the Ankh would be the first thing in there. If it represented that, it's nowhere in there. Nowhere in the papyrus does it refer to the Ankh and anything to do with the things that you see on the screen right here at the bottom here that people just add in. Uterus over here, womb of life. That this side is the sunset, this side is the sunrise. This is the fallopian tubes right here. Here's the vaginal canal. No papyrus taught any of this, and none of these words you see on the screen right here that people are promoting, none of them translate to as the word Ankh or any of the letters in the word Ankh, and none of them are used in any papyrus with the Ankh. None of this. If you find a sentence with the Ankh of the sunset and the fallopian tubes, find a sentence with Ankh and fallopian tubes in it, because we want to know if Ramesses believed in what people are teaching today. They're lazy. They're not getting the reference from any type of source. And when you don't get the reference from any source, thus you don't have to be accountable, and you can change your teachings and make something up the next day and the next week. And that is exactly what people are doing when it comes to information coming from our ancestors, because they were so precise that you had to be within the specific teachings and couldn't go veer out and change this and change that. It was precise. It was written in stone. You couldn't, the scribes didn't have erasers. You couldn't write it in stone and then come back, wait, I'm going to change my mind, and then erase it and write something over it. It's written in stone. They left it there for us. And Tua to the ancestors for opening the vortex and the frequency wavelength of these waves of information, knowledge, and guidance that it seems like all the teachers dislike, the atheists hate, the Kemetic teachers stay away from. So thus it's a vast pool that's open to us as the House of ATEN, because I represent it to the death. And that's why when you see me in these debates, the outcome is always one way, because you're not going to beat the Natiru with your man-made, new age, made-up fallopian tube, the sunset coming from the left nose of the vesica, coming out of the new rise of the Pisces and the Cancer, and the third eye coming from the center of the pineal gland because it's pineal. None of that is inside of any of the ancient teachings, and none of our ancestors taught that. And that is why everybody today teaches it, because you don't have to be accountable. Thank you to the Natur, because you left it for us, and I'm going to represent that to the death. Let's start this class, everybody. Welcome to the Tuti Pod class, the House of ATEN, the last representation of the Natiru on the earth, while the rest of the people persist to try to erase the existence of the Natiru from the face of the earth. And that's exactly what the enemy does. We're not going to do it. We're going to represent. So here we go, everybody. Let's get into this answer. It's going to be broken up in two parts tonight, because more than likely there's going to be an hour or so of information and guidance. And so there'll be a break somewhere in between. So here we go, everybody. I'm going to grab my my timer, put the timer on as usual. Put the timer on as usual. Hold on, everyone. Okay. And turn off the notifications so there's no disturbances. And here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tuti Pod class. Where is the notifications off timer? There. And here we go. I'm going to go check this here, close down all these other, all these, what are these? Tabs, so that they don't slow down the screen shares. Okay, boom. Natiru's diet, close that down. And let's go, everybody. Press the 9 if you can see and hear me clearly. Press the 9 if you can see and hear me clearly. Wonderful. Here we go. Okay, we are here. Whoops. Okay, boom. Let me check the room to see the 9s. Make sure there's no interruptions. And boom, I see VRI back in the house with the 9 great supporter. Levita back in the house. Angela Gates could hear me. Bella, oh, that's all I need to see. Tehuti Harakuti, wonderful. Everybody pressing the 9 that they can hear me. And let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tuti Pod class. Let me do this. Okay. Has to be about 91 degrees in here for all the animals that support my Dejed. Okay, here we go, everybody. Ready? Boom. Tefrem Kema'ad is here. Tefrem Kema'ad, if you're hearing, try to come on the next break because the pod class is not going until late night this time. Okay, here we go. Boom, boom, boom. And here we are. Boom, boom. Entire screen. And there it is. Everybody ready? Here we go. Close that off. Tua TT, I see you. Glad you're safe. Wonderful. Excellent. And they put this on and boom, here we go. Welcome to the Tuti Pod class, the question and answer class of the House of ATEN. Due to the kidnapping of history and your spiritual identity stolen, millions of people have questions about who they are, where they come from, if immortality exists, what is the original religion, original languages, spirituality, who are the Nitiru, health, purity, mental detoxification, out of body experiences, ancient sources, government psyops, telepathy, quantum entangled consciousness, unfortunately in the agenda of atheism, disguised in the form of black consciousness today. The atheistic quote-unquote Kemetic teachers will not have any classes on the actual teachings, disciplines of the ancient writings of the indigenous people themselves and their spiritual beliefs, but rather teach from memes or only do debate, debunk, I expose you, I challenge you, do videos on other people's beliefs, such as the Hebrews are wrong, the Bible is stolen, the Egyptians are black, the Egyptians are Mediterranean, the Egyptians are Arabs, the pyramids in America are older than the ones you all have in Egypt. We are the Abos. We are not African. We are American, Indian. We're not African. Everything is everything is based on contention, attacking everyone, but never giving you any indigenous written spiritual discipline in the place of what they actually adhere to on a daily discipline that they and their family practice, never showing what they actually believe in, because in truth, those so-called conscious teachers actually don't believe in anything. That's actually what's happening here. Just have the urge to argue and have discussions based on contention, which means they don't speak or discuss something unless they're going against something else. Everything is debunked, exposed, this revealed. What do you do when you're not exposing? What do you do with your family in your household that echoes what the ancestors did when Ramesses wasn't out there exposing anyone? And even if he did actually fight real wars, not couch potato wars on YouTube, but Ramesses and Thutmose actually went out into the real world, real wars with swords, blood, heads chopped off, fought real battles, not YouTube arguments, and then came back and he lived his daily life that you could actually watch and read about, and all the Par-EE's pharaohs and the Nile people of the Nile Valley, and all the Navajo and all the Cherokees and all the Aztecs and all the Yoruba, and everybody lived a daily life that they were disciplined to after they fought actual bloody wars, not YouTube arguments. So what is your daily life that you and your children adhere to, that you and your family that's in your structure adhere to on a daily basis of your spirituality and immortality, like the people you're saying you're trying to get us to? And the answer is absolutely nothing. They don't believe in anything. So thus, to hide that they cannot answer, they've made you feel uncomfortable to ask any of these questions, and you're laughed off of the stage or insulted for the above inquiries. Thus, the only platform class that exists on the planet where you can send these questions to with reciprocity and get an ebook personalized documentary type answer, customized, and then on top of all that, taught live with each answer. You get a subconscious matrix, or many subconscious matrices broken for you, is here of the Tuti Pod class. What are the questions for this section that Tehuti will answer for this particular pod class? This is the requested part 2. Let me blow it up a little bit. This is the requested part 2. Last week, for the very first time in history, the Ankh was given its true meaning directly from the words of the culture itself, directly from over 4,000 of your ancestors' artifacts, directly 4,000-year-old artifacts, directly from the language, directly from the images, the depictions, which match the theme of that the ancestors wrote themselves. It was so impactful that people requested this part 2. So here it is, the part 2, for the first time in history again, for the true elaboration of the Ankh. No memes, no off the head, new age made up information, no electromagnetic antennas, no the Ankh is the womb, no nonsense made up by your favorite popular teachers, strictly from what the ancestors depicted in the theme of which the Ankh matches to make the complete story of what the ancestors left behind. Because yes, the Ankh is the most popular quote unquote conscious symbol in the world, especially when it comes to people who say they are studying consciousness or Kemet or Ma'at. Imagine if such a powerful symbol to our ancient Neter ancestors is being echoed today by people who don't care to go to what the ancestors actually say or depict about the symbol, but yet wear it every day. Wear it every day. Then we know we see people wearing it is for the reasons of egotistic and fashion purposes. Here's an example of the Ankh, of one of the Ankhs that was elaborated on last week. And if you're here last week for part 1, you understand what every image on this Ankh represents. Let's continue. All right, now for this, we're going to have to go backwards to the end of the last class and continue forward, starting from the image of what is within the sexual taurine erotic papyrus. And please go back to part 1 so you can see the importance of the image of the triangle and in both inverted directions. Go back to part 1 for that. So we're going to go and continue on from last week, the Taurine Papyrus of 1186 BC. The papyrus dates from 1186 to 1089 BC. It was discovered in the early 19th century, rediscovered, and here's the papyrus here, very difficult to make up upon first glance. So it's etched out so you can see the actual image, which will shock certain people that are not ready for these type of images, because people seem to never discuss this aspect when they're discussing Ma'at. This seems to slip them. This papyrus of the Ramesses era seems to be ignored by your favorite Kemetic teachers, and they just jump past this because they're actually embarrassed of this. They have no elaboration of what's happening here, so they actually ignore this, even though there's been National Geographic's documentaries on the Taurine erotic papyrus. They would literally rather show you memes that they make up on their computer out instead of the actual scribal drawing depictions that existed in the time of that Ramesses saw. They'd rather show you memes of an Ankh with sunset, womb, the uterus. We don't see that here. But here, what do we see? So, boom. There we both see the triangle shapes, the inverted triangle shapes connected to create life, which is Ankh. So here we're seeing two triangle shapes, and go back to class 1 if you missed these triangular shapes, and they're both interconnected to create life, while the woman is holding something very important in her hand, which we shall get to. And note what she has in her hands. She is reproducing, which is doubling. That's what everybody in this image is doing. They're all reproducing and doubling. That's what's happening. So when you see this person in this sexual position, they're in a position of reproduction. When you see this man with this erect penis, reproduction. This woman has the inverted triangle pointed down, and then we have the other triangle pointed upwards with the base. Go back to last week and you'll see where all that comes from. And over here we see the exact same thing happening, sexual positions. And this woman, for some reason, is holding this in her hand, which I'm not sure for most of you, if you all hold mirrors in your hand while you're doing the actual sexual act. So obviously this is something symbolic that is happening here, and they're all in a reproductive position and biological imperative positioning. And what does she have in her hand as she reproduces or doubles? What does she have in her hand? And I have the arrow pointing to it. She has this in her hand right here. Let me go ahead and do something really quickly here. Go boom, boom, band over here. Just turn the music up just a little bit here. Okay, boom. What does she have in her hand? She has this in her hand right here. What is that? It's a mirror. It's a symbol of echoing, doubling, which is the definition of reproduction itself. To produce yourself a second time. That is the definition of reproduction, is to produce yourself or produce yourself again, which is to produce yourself a second time, which is you're splitting image or you're doubling yourself. Oh, guess how you say mirror in Medunetter? So she's holding a mirror in the scene of reproduction where everyone is having sex, which leads to doubling themselves or reproducing themselves. And she happens to be holding this mirror as she's looking at herself in the mirror. And what is the Medunetter word for mirror that we went over last week? That people, nobody touches on this, but here it is. Dictionary of Middle English, Ankh. The word Ankh actually means mirror. So the word Ankh was the word for mirror. So when you talk about a mirror in the ancient language, you actually say the word Ankh. And that is what she's holding literally in her hand as she reproduces a doubled image or an echoed image. She's holding a tool that actually creates a doubled image of her own self. So boom, Ankh, echo, doubled, associated with reproductive vagina equaling life. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. What do you mean, Tehuti, vagina equaling life? Go back to the image again, and you will see a doubled image. What is that? A mirrored image. If you take a triangle, or if you put a mirror up to any image, you're actually watching it in reverse. So there's a triangle here at the top, which is actually echoed below or echoed above, as a triangle pointing down. This one is the top of the penis head, which is called the min. We went over this. I've taught this on several occasions, but this is the penis head, and this is the base, and then it's going into an echoed image, which is another triangle. That's two triangles reproducing as she stares into this, which is the Ankh, which is an Ankh. It's a mirror, and mirror is actually the word for Ankh. So it's a double triangle as everybody else is doubling themselves as she stares into an Ankh, which is a word for life and also means to double itself. That is actually literally what a mirror is. It echoes something that looks directly into it. So, boom, an Ankh, which is echo doubled, associated with the reproductive vagina life. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. Here we go. All right, which is why if I take you to the Ankh in the Museum of Boston from 1400 BC, we're going to get into the time period of some of the two most popular people whose name and whole family is based on doubling. The name of this whole family is going to be based on doubling. So if you go back to 1400 BC, that's going to take you back to the time of ANKHANATEN and TUT. Both of their words mean doubling. Same with Nefertiti. And guess what you see when you go back to that image, which is the image that I opened up the class with. This is the Ankh in the Museum of Boston. And what do you see? You see, boom. You see the what's called Ka'at TEFNUT. Let me shrink this down a little bit. This is the Ka'at TEFNUT. The Ka'at TEFNUT is an echoed image of the vagina, which is the V shape pointed downwards. The vagina with the V shape pointed downwards. And if you look, you see the vagina with the V shape pointed downwards with a split in the middle that creates the two legs on the oldest images in the Nile Valley that they call the area of Nakada. The oldest images of 3500 BC. And you see, and this is what you find as fertility images, and you find the triangle pointing upwards there on the buttocks. This is a specific Osceolas triangle, which I elaborated on last week, which creates 72, 72, 36 apex. It's the only triangle in the world that actually produces the Fibonacci, echoes the Fibonacci sequence. When you look at this, you see the reproductive image of the what's called the shesh, which is the lotus. Let me wipe my hand a little bit. The shesh, which is a lotus, which is why if you look closely at these images, you'll see that the V shape goes beyond where the vagina is, which is right here, the first V shape, the dark one, and then this extends up here to the womb area, the reproductive area. This is way bigger than her actual vagina, because what is this doing? This is spreading into what's called the Seket symbol, or the shesh symbol, which people call the lotus symbol, and it's a symbol of reproduction and memory. Where do we see this symbol here? We see it here in between the woman's legs. Over here on the Ankh, which forming the woman's leg with the same symbol here. And where else have we seen a sexual scene with the lotus in the scene? Right back up here. Because if you look closely at where you see this V shape going up into her V shape, she has the Ankh here, which is mirror. And what is that on the women's heads? That is the same plant bent, point towards the Ankh. That is the lotus symbol right there. That's the shesh. And there it is right there on her head. That is the shesh. If you straighten that up, you get a straightened lotus, which creates the V shape, which is aligned directly with their vagina right here. And there's the lotus right there that forms the shape of the vagina with the legs separated by the long line going down. And you see the same thing inside of the Ankh with the separation, creating the two legs and the V right in the middle, which is where you would see a woman's vagina and going past up into the area of reproduction. And this is called the TEFNUT, the symbol of what? The Ankh. The Ankh, which is to double something, the reproductive scene. And that's when you look at the TEFNUT, the vagina, it doesn't show one V inverted, it shows doubled, which is this right here, 1, 2. Why is it showing 2? That is the doubling essence principle of what the vagina does, because it's a reproductive aspect on a woman and it's doubling. What does the word ka'a mean? The word ka'a means doubled. When you put them together, you get doubled vagina, because that is exactly what the vagina and the reproduction, which is to reproduce, which is a double something, means. So that's, if you look at it, it is the ka'at tefna. The word ka is to double something, and that is why when you look at the image, you see two hands. Two hands right here pointing upwards. If you ask anybody what is the ka, they'll tell you it means the spirit. It is actually the bioenergetic template, and when it doubles, it produces the physical body. So the physical body is then called the kat. If you ask anybody, what is the spirit called? They'll say it's called the kat. What is it? Ka. What is the physical body called? It's called the kat. Kat is the word ka with the T on it. And if you ask anybody, what does T mean? They'll say T is the feminine aspect of reproduction. That is the female's ability to reproduce. They'll say it makes something feminine. What is it that a feminine does that makes them feminine that's different from a male? A body comes out of them. What's the metanetic word for body? It is ka'at, which is the same word for the vagina. But it's the vagina producing the ka, which becomes a physical body. Because the body starts off as the ka first, which is directly from the Per Em Heru that says, you are the ka within my body that forms it. So the ka, the pure energetic projectable double coming from the bioenergetic template, is an energetic state, and then when it comes into the physical, it becomes a physical type body, or a fermion type body, and that fermion type body is just the word ka, which is spirit, with a T feminine at the end of it. And how is it doubled? Through the vagina, which is the double pyramid, double triangle pointed down, showing on all the fertility symbols. So it's doubled. This is doubled, and this is the word double. Kat tefnut. Ask your teacher about it. See what he says. So this is the Kat tefnut right there, which is a doubled image, and thus you see the same images over here on the reproductive scenes or the sexual scenes of what they call the erotic papyrus, with the same shesh symbol there. And a double image, which is the mirror, which is the word Ankh. That's what she's holding, the Ankh. And there's the double of the vagina pointing, the V shape pointing down, and the pyramid shape, or the penis head, pointing up, as they're doubling something, looking into a tool that doubles something that's literally called Ankh, because that is how you double life. And the way you say life in Metanetter is the word Ankh. Welcome to the Tehuti Paw class, which is why you say double in Medu is the same word for the woman's blood. The same word for the woman's blood, DNA being doubled, is the word Tet. That's where you get the word King Tut from Tet. And this becomes the image of Tet. Here's the image of Tet right here. And there it is right there. What is that you're looking at? Found on the chapter of the Per Em Heru called Tet Em Kenem, the knot rope of Jasper. Right? Senef and Aset, the blood of Aset. The doubled blood. That's what DNA and RNA is doing, reproducing and creating another body. And that is exactly what the blood of Aset is doing. So you see here, what is this called? The Tet, which is the double something. The doubled images here, doubled. And what's that on her arms, which is in the position of what? The Kat Tefnut. If you go back over here, that's the name for the vagina, which is also the word for spirit, is two arms pointing up, which is literally the word for double. And what do you see? The tet, which is the word for double, is the woman with her arms pointed up in the ka symbol. And what does she have? A doubled ankh on each arm. Ankh, right here on the Kot symbol, because that is the doubling essence of what the female does. And that's why she's in that shape. She's actually in the imbued embodied shape of this right here. And what is this? They found this to be the first tampon in Kemet. And that is the object that catches the blood that represents when a girl becomes a woman. Why? Because now she can reproduce. She's producing eggs. So here it is right here. This is found in the 4th chapter. Sorry, found in the Purim Haru, the Tet M Kenem, not rope of Jasper, Senef, and Osset, the blood of Osset. You'll notice it's not called the blood of a male, it's called the blood of the female, because it was the female reproducing. When the ancient people saw the body coming out, they didn't see it as coming out of the male, even though the sperm was used to reproduce with the egg. But when you actually see the baby coming out, it's literally you're seeing a woman being doubled. So what they did is they took the power away from the female, from Osset. Let me stop the screen here. They took what is happening here? Okay, they took the power away from Osset. It was called the Senef Osset, or the blood of Isis, as she reproduces, as all women do, because they have to see their menstrual blood before they can reproduce. It was the Tet Osset, or what's called the knot of Osset. They ripped that and they gave that to you as a male doing it, because it was the one thing that a female could do that a male couldn't do, which was give their blood. So thus they took the Isus, the Greek word Isis, Isus, and gave you another Isus. And that Isus, Jay puts there, and Isus becomes now Jesus, and now he's a male that can give his blood for you, because males couldn't do it. So they had to erase the female out of it, who was a Tet Osset, giving and doubling her blood, giving her blood every month in the menstrual cycle. Now they give it to you as a male giving his blood, and now you're born from him and born out of sin. You can't be born out of a male, you can only be born out of a female, something unique to the feminine principle. But they took it from the Osset, Tet Osset, and now they gave it to you as Isus instead of Isis. So there it is, everybody, giving it to you as a male, taking it from the original female principle, which was the Tet Osset, because only the woman can give her blood every month to show you that she is a woman, that she can bear your child. In other words, that she can echo or reproduce. So when you go to the chapter of, what is this called? Ren and Tet, and I'll shrink this down a little bit so you can see it clear. Here it is, chapter of the Re and Tet. There's the symbol right there. This symbol right here is this, of the Ekenemu, which is the red. Tet. Now it becomes interesting, because how do you reproduce? How does one reproduce? How does anything reproduce? Originally, before there was sex, before there was a woman, before there was man, what was the original principle of reproduction? Through sound and light energy. That's how it was. Everything was through sound and light energy. Well, just so happens the way that you say light, the light energy in the Kemet was called the Ku. That was the intelligence. Light consciousness before it became physical, also called the Ka, which is the template, the pure energetic template, the bioenergetic template, producing the pure energetic projectable double. And that was the light energy. Light was associated with reproduction, because that's how everything came into existence, and sound energy. So the same Tet, which is the blood, the reproductive energy of the female, as she tightens up contractions through the rope, showing menstruation blood, called the Tet. How do you produce sound energy once you manifest as a person? To reproduce thought in somebody else's mind. You speak. Guess how you say speak in Medonetter? Tet. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tutsi Pod class. If you're getting this anywhere else, please put the link and page or YouTube stamp in the room. Let us know. We'll feature that. We'll watch it and feature. If not, respect what you're getting for the first time here at the Tutsi Pod class. So the way you say speak is the Tet, which means to double something, because you produce things with your mouth, which is why the Medonetter word for mouth is the same word for Ra. It's Re, which is a mouth. Mouth is how you speak. And you ask anybody, how do you say light, the sun in Medonetter? Oh, it's Re. Oh, so Re means light, and it also means sound. Because Re is Ra, which is the sun, but the way you draw it is a mouth, which is sound, because sound and light energy is how all things are reproduced. And the way that you say to speak is the Tet, the same thing that the female is doing every month, which is the blood of Osset. So there it is, everybody. Here we go. We're going to continue, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podcast. If you're getting this anywhere else, please put link, chapter, verse, page number in the room so we can see. If not, appreciate what you're getting here for the very first time and understand we're representing what the ancestors left for us, not memes. not lazy memes. Here we go, everybody. Boom. So here we are. This is the Tet. And now look at the word for saith. Let me blow this up. Oh, how do you say saith? It's right here in the Per HERU, in the writings that our ancestors left us. The way that you say saith, right here, boom, saith. Look at that. Tet, the same word. Here it is. Tet, the buckle, which is the same word for saying, which is echoing something from sound energy, is the same word for the blood of Isis. Here it is. Tet, saith Asar. Tet in Asar. Tet, right there. Techet or Tet, the same word right there, which is to echo something, and it's the same word for immortality, because the constant mirrored image, when you take two mirrors and face each other, they say, man, that represents eternity, because they reflect each other like two mirrors facing each other, as cannabis would say. Because if you take the two mirrors and face each other, you can't see the beginning or the ending. And the way for immortality or something constantly going is Techet. And the way you say echoed is Tet, the same word, same thing for saying, because the constant echoing of something are two mirrors constantly reproducing, like the woman's body does. So here it is, the Tet Asar, triumphant of the Makaru, the blood, the Senef. The Senef, the blood. What is the blood? That is the next doubled energy again, the same thing, for the same double principle of the female, which is Tet, which means to echo something, which is the word sen. Sen. That's the doubling of something, or when two things are mirrored and they're in tune with each other. That's why when the Masons took it, they gave you it as the word synchronicity, synergy, synchronicity. That sen is the same word for the same as something. It's echoing something. So we're in sync. SYN. We're having a lot of synchronicities, but there's a lot of synergetic energy. It's from that word sen, which is a meta word that means blood, which is to echo something through the Tet Aset, which is what the woman does, to echo life, which is the Ankh, the mirror. Welcome to the pod class. Here we go. Ready? So here it is, the same word for blood, and the Tet Aset chapter of the Per HERU is right here. Boom, right there. There it is. Sen. Sen. There it is, the word for blood. Blood of Aset, because the buckle, the same thing. Tet is the same thing as the blood. That's why when people see that symbol, they say the blood of Aset, or it's the knot of Aset, the knot of Isis. The enchantments of Isis, the power of Aset, protection of the chief. This is destroying of what is an abomination. Shall be said in the chapter over the Tet Aset of what? Red. You see right there? Red jasper. What's that red? That's the blood. That's why it's red. So that's why when you see the Tet Aset image, it's in red. It's a woman's blood. The only one that can give their blood for you every month. So they have to take it and turn Isis into Isis, or Isis into Isis, which became Jesus once they created the letter J. So there it is. There's your original Isis, or Jesus. She's the one that gave her blood every month. She's the one that you were washed in her blood, because that's what the placenta does. Now you're washed in Jesus' blood. So here we go, everybody. Boom. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Here we go. Let's see what the ancestors say. We don't need memes and made up off the head things. So here we go, everybody. Now that your eyes are open, you can see that the Tet blood of Aset is just the Ankh with its arms down, because it is a rope, a tie, a knot, the contraction of the female to reproduce a baby. It's a menstrual knot, as in also labor. The two contractions that a female does to produce the baby. So when you look at this, if you were to take this literally and spread this out, you would see the exact same Ankh, even with these ties. See this in the center right here? This is the same tie that you see in the Ankh. Let me go back. These ties here in the middle, when you see, I have the other Ankh that I'm going to show. It will show these ties here in the middle, because it's a rope. It's a knot. It's called the knot of Aset. See the ties there in the middle? It is a rope. That's why the hands can fall down. The arms, what appear to be the arms, can fall down because the rope A rope doesn't have anything that braces it. It falls when you let it go. You see that? It falls when you let it go. Let me come to the screen and elaborate something for you. The tet offset is the rope. When you let it go, it just falls. When does it produce a contraction? Like the menstrual cramps. When does it produce that for reproduction? Or the labor pains. I'm having min contractions. How do you make a contraction on the rope? You have to take the two arms and pull it. So a rope, when it's loose, the arms just fall down. If you want to tighten a rope or show that it's a knot, you have to pull it from each end. Now the arms are like this. It's an actual rope that they pulled in Kemet to make a knot, the tet offset. Okay? Not Erykah Badu memes or whatever people talking about. The left arm is the uterus, right arm is the sunset coming up, the pineal. Not that. It's a rope and you tie it like that. That's what makes it taut. You see? And when you let it go, it falls. When it falls, then it can go into the woman's vagina as the tampon. That's why some archaeologists found and say we found the oldest tampon. It can fall because if the arms are all like that, it can't go in, it has to fall down. But when the arms come out and you pull it like that, then it knots up, called a buckle, called a knot, the knot of Aset, the contractions in Jasper, red blood, not Jesus. Not Jesus. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Pod class. Here we go. Boom. Okay, let me do something here. Let me see something here. I'm going to shrink something down so I can see something here on the screen. Let me take it off of screen share. Boom, boom, boom. Give me a quick moment. I'm going to shrink this all the way down so I can see something here. Boom. Oh, wow. Wait, I'm sorry. Where did we start? Boom. Let me shrink it down even more. I have to see the whole screen. One moment. Let me see. Boom. Oh, my. Interesting. Okay, good. I'm going to blow it back up. So what I'm doing is I'm teaching from some things from last week and then adding extra jewels to it. And then we're going to go in. Then things are going to drastically start advancing and enhancing. One moment, let me see where this goes. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, good. All right, here we go. Let me put it back on the screen, big screen. Get back to where we left off, right here. Boom. Chapter of the Knot of Aset. Okay, good. We are ready, everybody. Here we go. Welcome to Tehuti Pod class, and here we go. Boom, boom. Back to the big screen. Back to this. Screen share, present. Here we go. Boom. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Boom. All right, there we are. So there it is, the red jasper, boom. And there it is right there. That's when you look at the, you can see the Ankh right there. It's the same thing. All dealing with the word life and all dealing with how life comes into existence. And there it is right there now. And there are the two doubled arms again. Remember, you saw the image of the tet Aset with the two arms up. And there it is right there, the two arms up, holding up the sun, or holding up the light, holding up Asar, as in resurrection. So here it is with the double arms, the Ka, which represents the spirit, and it hangs off of the female that rebirths Asar, and the tet Aset is the rope, the knot. Wait, where is this image from? This image is from over here, page 2 of the Per M HERU. That's where you see right there. There are the women right there, literally with the two hands right there. And there's the Ankh holding up Asar. That's Asar's spine right there. And there are the two women offset. This is the offset. This is the neptet, and they're holding up, generating energy towards the Ankh, bringing something back to life, which is the theme of life, resurrection, and immortality again. The second page of the Purim Heru, and there are the two females on the either side of life, which is Ankh, with the red knot rope around their womb area, right there. Let's blow it up and look at them close. I have the arrows pointing, and they're right around their womb area is what? Two red knots. There are the red knots right there as they hold their hands up, and the red knots are tied right there in their womb area. Shrink it down a little bit. Boom. What are they doing? They're resurrecting the spine of Asar, which is why if you look closely at the symbol around their waist, you will see it's also the Metaneta word for guess what? So look at this word right here. This is actually a word that they're wearing. This is how ingenious the people of Ma'at were, was that even what you're wearing as clothes are also words. So what they're doing, they're raising up the spine of Asar, represented in their Tet Aset, which is how they bring babies into existence through the knot contraction and the rope, the jasper red rope, or the blood of Aset. And when you look at that, you expand it and look close. This is actually a Metaneta word. What's the Metaneta word for? What are they doing? They're raising up the spine of Asar. This is a Metaneta word for tie and knot. But look what else it means. We're going to go right over here. Boom. Band, tie, knot. And what else does it mean? Boom. The vertebrae spine. Why in the world would something that's a knot around a woman's waist also mean the backbone? And this is the leaning spine of Asar seen on the temple of Seti, with Aset pushing this up, resurrecting it, because that was her job, to resurrect the Djed of her husband with Nebtet, which is also her. Nebtet and Aset's husband was Asar, and their spine was being raised. His spine was being raised, which means he was being resurrected back into light consciousness, and the reproducing of this energy is represented by the knot. So that's when you look up the word knot in the Metanetter, the same word for knot falls directly in line with the definition of the vertebrae, backbone, and spine, which doesn't mean that in today's language, the word knot and tie in the dictionary has nothing to do with a spine or a backbone, and that's because the words in the Metanetter are all directly tied into the story of Osiris, which is the story of immortality. So boom, the knot and spine simultaneously. The knot is the Ankh with the reproductive vagina shape that I showed you earlier. Oh, let's look at it again. Have you noticed anything about how the Ankhs are actually designed? Again, boom, with the inverted triangle, the vagina that one must go inside of in order to double and reproduce. This is the area that the penis or the phallus has to go inside of in order to double or to make your heir or to make your Tut, as in King Tut, which means the echo. King Tut, what? His name wasn't really King Tut. Tut Ankh. That was his name, Tut Ankh. The echo doubled image of the Ankh, Tut Ankh Amun. You must go inside of the woman, inside this V shape that I showed above, in order for you to double yourself or to reproduce life. Boom. There is the Ankh, and you see the ropes there in the middle? You see that? Where do we see this image with the ropes there in the middle? Right in the center. Right here. That's the ropes there in the center, and the arms are just falling down because it's a rope. And when you tie something or make it tight, the arms come out. So when you go look at the Ankh, you see the image, and you see the ropes there in the center. This is from the tomb of Amenemhotep II, Valley of the Kings, now found in the Luxor Museum of Ancient Egypt. There's the ropes right there. There's the ropes right there because that's what the Ankh is. It's an actual rope that represents the Tet Aset of the blood of Isis to reproduce. Boom. And there it is again. You see the rope in the direct center, the same as the Tet Aset, with the rope in the center, the arms falling down. There's the rope in the center. Now it's taut. The arms are pulled openly on either side, creating a knot. This is the loop of the tie of a knot. And you'll find this in the Met Museum under the ceremonial implement, shape of the Ankh. To reproduce life, the woman's vagina that you must go into in order to reproduce and get a good look. There it is again, right there in the center. You're always going to see these rope ties. You're going to see these rope ties in the center of the Ankh, right here. Just as you're going to see the rope ties in the center of the tet aset, which is literally the rope or the tie or the knot of aset, because that's what this is. It is a rope, which is also, boom, a mirror. Here we go, everybody. Boom. So, boom, they are ropes that mirror double the splitting image that you must go inside of. And that's why when you look at this, the Ankh, this is a mirror. That's a mirror. Right there. Because the Ankh was a mirror. Okay, boom. And that's why, just as the female throughout the tet aset or the blood knot rope echoes and reproduces, mirrors the male's DNA for eternity. If you look at the top part of the Ankh, you will not only find that it is a rope with a loop, but it's actually its own individual Medunetter word, which serves the purpose of immortality. So the Ankh itself, the top part of it is its own separate word, which is going to go into the immortality, which is, what's the word? Look at the top of the Ankh. Boom. The Ankh is right here. This is the rope, which is the circle, endless time. Ropes. Shen. Shen? What's Shen? So the top of the Ankh itself is its own word because it's a rope. And the reason why there's the bottom of the Ankh is because this is the bottom of the rope coming down. That's the bottom of the rope. When you make a tie and you have a loop, what is the other part that doesn't tie go? It goes downwards. That's what this is right here. And when you let the rope go, the arms fall down. Let me get some more paper here. The arms fall down, and when you make it taut or tighten it, you pull the arms on. You pull the two sides of the rope on either end, and the middle part falls down, just like if you were to tie a rope, because it still happens today. That's what happens in a rope right now. So when you look at it, you see the rope. But if we go up here, back up here, what do we see? Back up here, over here, we see this in the middle, which is what? I told you it's called the lotus. But what do you call that in the Medunetter? What is on the top of her head? It's the lotus that's called the Shen. This is called the Shen. That's what the lotus's name is the Shen. That's the same as the woman's vagina. So what do you call a knot in ancient in Kemet, the top part of the rope? What do you call it? The top part that ties, as you see it right there. Boom. There is the tie in the center. There's the Ankh, eternal life, because the name that goes in it lives eternally, like a mirror echoes eternally. It's called the Shen, endless time, ropes, the exact same word for lotus. The exact same word for the word lotus is the word that is the Ankh itself, which is Shen, which is the circle unit of endless time, which is the Medunetter word for rope or cords, because it is the knot, the cord, the tightening of aset, the contraction, that is the knot right there. And that's why when you look at the Ankh, boom, there's the cord in the center tightening it. There's a cord in the center tightening it. When you look at these two, when you ask somebody, what is these two? This is what I use in the debate with the brother Jabari. What are these called? Oh, it's called the cartouche. No, it's not called the cartouche. The cartouche is an ancient is a European word that deals with killing somebody. It's where you put gun cartridge. No, this had nothing to do with gun cartridges and bullets to us. You don't kill people with this. It was the opposite. It's called the Shen. And there's the top of the Ankh right there with the rope tie, the two arms coming out. There's the loop of the rope. There's the Ankh tie with the two arms coming out. There's the loop of the rope with the mirror, echoed eternal life. There's the knot tie with the two arms coming out and the circle in the middle. There's the knot tie with the two arms coming out with the circle in the middle, because that is the word for the endless time circle of the rope knot of eternity called the Shen, which is the exact same word for the lotus, which is what the women in the Taurian papyrus have on their head while they're holding ankhs, reproducing and doubling their genetics through reproduction and sexual energy. Is that what your teacher taught you? Only when a person goes inside of it. So only when a person goes inside of that same Shen, the Shen is the center of the woman's leg, which is the lotus, which is called the Shen, and only when a male goes inside of it, then they're tied into the circle of eternity, equaling Ankh for the rebirth. Europeans renamed it a cartouche, which was the knot of the rope. The cartouche was called a gun cartridge, but it's really the knot of the rope. The name that goes inside of it is immortal. So if you ask anybody, what's the purpose of this thing? They'll say, oh, it's called a Shen or a cartouche. What goes inside of it? Or a person's name. What does it mean when the person's name goes inside of it? Well, it means they're existing eternally. That is exactly what reproduction is. Continuous, eternal doubling. Creating a population or a repopulation. Echoed in the physical, fermion electron world that you call physical, and echoed in the realm of the Ka. In the realm of the Ka, it is the Ka that echoes itself from the Ka, the energetic template, the bioenergetic template, echoing itself into Baz, the pure energetic projectable double. And when it's on Earth and it echoes itself as a physical, now it's a Ka with a T at the end of it. So now your physical body is a Kat, which is produced by the Ka, because the Ka is the true feminine principle that reproduces over and over and over again before the physical world even existed. And that was the rope here, which is also the Shen, which was the lotus. Oh, and guess what? Guess what? What does the rope do? What do tied ropes do? Boom. They hold things together. In other words, brace them. This is what ropes do. They hold things together. In other words, brace them. You know what? Let me come back to the screen here. What ropes did in ancient times and what they do today is they hold things together. They brace them, tie things together. You know, as in today, now the Masons echo it out as we're going to get together. We're going to get together and what? Have children. Well, you can't have children before sex. Can't have sex before marriage. What is marriage called? Oh, it's called to tie the knot. What knot is that? What are you talking about? What knot are you talking about? Are you talking about the Tet Aset, the knot of Aset, the reproduction knot, the Ankh? Because you can't have children without producing life. That's what producing life is. Literally is Ankh. We're going to tie the knot. We're going to marry each other, which was Aset's name, who was there in the position of the Tet Aset. That was her symbol, the Tet Aset. Her other name is Mary. Now they turn it into marriage. And now you tie the knot. So now you can have children and live forever and ever and ever. Well, until death does us part. So you live forever and ever and ever with that same person reproducing. That came from the knot of Isis. So now you tie the knot. Because what do knots do? They hold things together. What is a marriage? They say marriage is our bond. We're bonded together for life. When did you become bonded? When we tied the knot. You know what? I think it's time to go into the next stage. I think it's time to go into Tehuti Overdrive right now. Let's go. This question can stop at any time right now. It's already been over answered, overdone, cooked. We're going to keep on going. Here we go. Welcome everybody to the Tehuti podcast. So there it is. There's the knot, tying and embracing something together. Holding something together is to brace it. You know, when you want to protect yourself, brace yourself. You hold yourself together. That was called the Tempt in the Metanetter, which is the position that people call Wakanda, the Wakanda forever position. That was Asar holding himself together, bracing himself together, because what happened when he was cut into multiple parts, Aset and Nebtet found the parts, and they held them together through what people call today mummification, so that Asar could be resurrected. He had to be braced together by the two females to be brought back to life, which equals Ankh. That is the rope that's doing that, tying together, which is the same thing as the mummification cords, or what's called the seneb plant. So now they're tying together, holding things together, and guess what else Ankh means in Medu Neter? Ankh, surround, enclose, embrace. Banded. Ankh means to embrace. The same thing that a rope does. To embrace something, to surround it. You know, the same definition of Shen, endless time, circle, unit, ropes, something that embraces something, you know, the Ankh, and the definition I ever told you about, you know, surround, enclose, like a circle, wrap around, the same thing as Shen, the same word as lotus, the same word as Shen, Shenit, circle, endless time, ropes, which is the word ropes, Shen, is the same word for Ankh, the same definition, to embrace something. Boom, the Ankh, life, to embrace something together, to hold together, like a rope does, to hold something inside of it. Like a woman in the double echoed energy of eternal life. That's what a woman does. That's the female's position, the manifestation of the Kat TEFNUT. So she holds something inside, embraces it in order to double it at the end of a 9-month period. She reproduces. To embrace the female, when she breastfeeds the child, she has to raise that child up to her breast. The word for raise is hepet. The symbol right here that you always see that they say we stole to make merry. This is the woman raising the child up to her breast. Guess what else hepet means? The word for raising up is the word hepet. Let me take you to page 479 of the Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary and look at the word hepet. What does it mean? Hepet, to embrace. The same definition of Ankh. To hug, to take to the breast. Uh-oh. That's what your teacher taught you? I know he taught you that already. I know you already heard this already. Your teacher taught you this. The word hepet, which is the raise, which is where you get the concept of raising a child. Raising a child had nothing to do with the male. Raising a child was literally the female's job of what she had to do physically every single day while the man was out hunting. She had to raise the child, because the thing that made the hominid species unique from all the other species of animals on the planet was that we were the species that had to raise the child. Hominid includes apes too. That's why they do it. So if you look at a pig, when a pig has a child, it lays down and all the sucklings, all the babies come to the pig's breast and they all drink there. They don't have to go anywhere. Same with a cow stands there and the udders are long enough to come down and the baby cow just puts its head up and sucks up. It doesn't have to go anywhere. A hominid though, a female hominid, whether it be a monkey, chimpanzee, ape, or what you call a human, if you do the actions of the other animal, the child dies. We're the only species that has to literally, the female has to pick up the child and raise the child up to the breast. It was called renunet, to raise the child up to the breast so the child can receive life and nourishment. Other animals don't have to worry about that. Only hominids, raising the child. So that concept of raising the child had nothing to do with what you're thinking of today. The concept was literally the female raising the child. It was called the hepet, raising the child to embrace, to bring it up to life, which was the Ankh, because only she had the breast to give it the same life that it was getting from the placenta, which is also called the ka or the ku, the same thing. The strainer that separates waste minerals from the blood, back to the blood of Aset again. She's the raiser of the child. Welcome to 2Z Pod class, everybody. Here we go. Let's go. We're into the overdrive mode. I'm gonna go for a little bit more, and then take a little break. But here we go. Ready? Boom, boom, boom. So there it is. The hepet. The hepet, the word for raise, is the same definition as Ankh, to embrace.
because the embrace was to take to the breast. That type of embrace. Ankh, surround, to enclose, to embrace, wrap around. Same definition. They both dealt with life, both the same thing. Back to the rope of Aset. To embrace like a knot does. To tie something. Synonymous with embracing the child and bringing it up to life, to the breast. That's the hepet. Boom, to take to the breast, the same as Ankh, to embrace life, fed through the female, just as the last letter of Ankh, which is Ka, which is the placenta. When she didn't have to raise the child because it was in the womb. And placenta, there it is, and there's the baby right there suckling, because the placenta, what does the placenta do? The last letter of Ankh is placenta. The placenta is an organ that develops in the uterus during pregnancy. This structure provides oxygen and nutrients to the growing baby. What provides the nutrients to the growing baby? After it comes out, the hepet position, to raise, to take to the breast. Only the female can do both. That's why you see placenta in the it's placenta is the last letter of the word Ankh, because that's the life of what the female does. The word Ankh and rope, knot, tie, tet, and hepet are all the same word, which is why it all ties into life and rebirth. That's how ingenious the ancient people were. The doubled microcosm for eternal life, Ankh, in eternity, which is the word he. Here it is on page 507 of the Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary. Here's the word he, which is the same definition as the Ankh, limitless eternity. Where did we see that before? In the Shen, the top of the Ankh. Time, circle, eternity. You see? The same circle of eternity, which is the Ankh. Consistent eternity, which is the rope, is the same as the word he, which is eternity. Endless eternity, time. He. Eternal land, he. All eternal. Immortality. That's the word H-E-H, he, or H-H. Which was the netter he with the doubled, with the two doubled echoed arms spread in the renpet, which is the word that means to reborn, to be constantly youthful. The renpet symbols, let me take you back to 1332 BC, back to the chair of Tut, Ankh, which is the same word that means to echoed Ankh, Tut Ankh, Amun. What is that on the arm? What is this? Uh-oh. Here is the god, here's the netter he. What does he have there? What do we see? Oh, we see the two arms out. There's the renpet symbol of the frog of limitless time. There's the Shen right here, the top of the Ankh, the rope. You see the Shen right here? His arm is doubled out. What's on the other arm? The Ankh. That's the word for he. It's continued eternity. That is the he symbol. There is the renpet. There is he. And what's on his arm? Why does he have an Ankh on his arm? In the bottom of the Ankh right here, which is the counting of unlimited years. The job of Sheshet. Here it is. And Tehuti. How was this ingeniously echoed as a microcosm by the Nitiru? Were Ankhs in the physical realm made to embrace or encompass anything? Remember, I showed you the Ankh. I showed you from 1332 BC that it belonged to King Tet Ankh Amen. This one right here. Now found in the Egyptian Museum in JE 62349. Found in the Valley of the Kings, that they call the Valley of the Kings, really the Tasaket Ma'at. So here it is right here. And there is Tut Ankh Amun. And when you look at it, it looks like it's holding something inside. Now you see the Ankh is hollowed out, which means the Ankh was something that held something inside of it. Something goes inside of it. It looks like it opens to embrace something. Are you ready?
It opens up to embrace something. And as I taught earlier, remember the He word for immortality, eternal echoing, echoes, life Ankh. And I brought forth that Ankh means mirror for its echoed eternal reflection. And it is embracing something. Let me take you back to the Ta Saket Ma'at, and it's called the Valley of the Kings, to KV 6.2, and show you what the He was physically used for. Here's the He right here. There's the He, the eternal symbol. There's the Shen, the top part of the Ankh, with the frogs of immortality. There's the Ankh right here. What was this used for? Uh-oh. What does it say? Mirror case, decorated with the god He, the god of eternity, spirit of millions of years, from the tomb of Tut Ankh Amun, KV 6.2, New Kingdom, 1332 BC. It's a mirror case. The word He is the word Ankh, and both the He, which means eternity, and Ankh were mirror cases that you put the mirror in for echo doubled eternal life. There it is right there. The word He right there. Boom. A mirror embracing case. That's when it embraces and holds. Embracing case, the microcosm of eternal, doubled, an echo of yourself, the pure energetic projectable double, according to the immortality as a mirror effect, which is exactly what the word Ankh means. It's an eternal mirrored effect, which is doubling something. That's why when you look it up in the dictionary, boom, Ankh is the mirror. He was the case they put the mirror in. Ankh, which means the same thing as He, the Shen, endless circle, immortality, is the same thing you put the mirror in. That's why when you look inside of Tut Ankh Amun's case, you see the mirror. The mirror goes inside of this as the Ankh embraces the mirror, which is a double of itself, which is another Ankh, which has a mirror in it that doubles other things that look into it. What happened? Welcome to the Tehuti pod class. Welcome to the House of ATEN. You are getting this nowhere else. We are the last on earth to represent the Nitsiru, House of ATEN, Tehuti pod class, SABA, the Matrix Breaker. If you're getting this somewhere else, please put the YouTube timestamp, page, chapter, and verse where you're getting all this as an answer for what Ankh is. Everyone else says that the uterus in the left arm is the sunset. Let me continue, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti pod class. Here we go. As you see in our symbol, the House of Aten, the arms of embrace, as seen in the family of the father of Tet Ankh Aten, 1400 BC. Those are the arms of embrace. And what are the names? ANKHANATEN, the echo of light. Tut Ankh, the echo of life. And the beautiful echo, Nefertiti, Nefertet. Nefertiti, the echo of life, which is a word that means echo, and it also means fire. And I already did a class showing the same fire, is the same candle light stick with the symbol of the Ka that goes inside of the pot. It's a fire stick or a candlestick called the TT, which is also the word for the Ba. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti pod class. And thus, when I take you to page 507 from the Egyptian hieroglyphic dictionary, you see the eternity word, He, the sun, with the extensions in the word itself. He. What's this? There's the extensions, there's the sun, and what's this right here? There's the Aten, and there's the Ankh right there in the word He. Do you see the sun over the Ankh? The sun over the Ankh. Ankh is in the word He, because they're both the same thing. Mirror cases that embrace and echo a smaller version of themselves that holds a mirror that echoes and doubles anything that looks into it. That is also the symbol of a rope, the blood echoed RNA DNA of Aset, the Tet Aset, which is only represented after she bleeds in menstrual cycle, which is why it's also called the Senef, blood of Aset. Ha and the Ankh are the exact same word, and that's why when you see the Ha, the way you write Ha, you put an Ankh in it with the same sun symbol, and there's the Ankh right there in the word Ha. You don't see that when you look in the English. You see that when you look in what the indigenous wrote. There it is. Do you see it? It's a symbol of embracing. Well, how else do we see it? Boom. There it is right there. The same circular sun. There are the arms coming down. Where have we seen that before? That's the embracing symbol. Where is that? Right here in the hepet, to embrace, to take him to the breast. The same as Ankh. There are the two arms coming down to embrace the child. Boom. To create life and to give life, to raise up to the breast. And thus we see the word Ha has the word Ankh in it. Right there, there's the Ankh in the word Ha, because Ankh and Ha were both mirror cases. And thus when we look at the image, there is the hepet symbol and the ATEN symbol holding the Ankh with a bunch of arms and the same Ankh all around it. Holding the Ankh, embracing it. Boom, the mirror, the Ankh. Yes, we see in the house of Aten symbol. Oh, guess what ATEN means? This is called the ATEN symbol. What does ATEN actually mean? When they say ANKHANATEN, boom, ATEN, it means mirror. The word ATEN is actually mirror. Oh my. Boom, right back to the mirrored echoed immortality of the hepet and the feminine embrace rebirthing. Hepet, to take, embrace, and take and hold to the breast, to raise up. There's the Ankh, which means to raise up. And the mirror, which is the same word as Aten, is an Ankh and his son, Tut Ankh Amun, which are all echoed family, Nefertiti, which is the same echo. And there it is right there. And what is this right here? It's a mirror. Where did we see that before? That right there. Now it doesn't have arms. It's the same exact shape as what people consider the Ankh, but there's no arms there because that is the same image we saw here in the Taurian papyrus of 1186 BC. There it is with no arms. She's holding up the mirror as she's reproducing. I'm going to take a break right here. I'm going to take a break right here just for a few moments and come back and finish this answer. We're already at 1 hour and 6 minutes. I'm gonna take a little break right here. I have to take a break. So boom, I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna put the link in the room. When I come back, we're gonna answer this. I'm gonna get the panel to come back in the room, discuss what they thought of this answer, what's happening so far, this paradigm that's happening thus far, and to tell people that if you appreciate what you're seeing, we're half in. We're half in. If you're getting this answer anywhere else, please. The Ankh has been here in America, promoted under Kemet consciousness for 60 years. So in 60 years, has anyone accumulated this answer? We've had 60 years. Who is the other teacher? Where is the other movement, organization elaborating on this? It's been 60 years since Dr. Ben. Has this been answered before? If so, YouTube channel, timestamp, chapter, verse, page number. I want to hear about all this. I want to hear about the hepet. I want to hear about everything here. People have had 60 years to accumulate this. Why has this not been answered? Why is the answer? It's the fallopian tube, and the right arm is the sunset, and the left arm is the Venus coming over the eyebrow. What is this? What is that laziness? There's nowhere in the ancient writings. So I'm going to put the link in the room. The team can jump in, and I'm going to take a quick break and come back. And anybody, please invite your best teachers, invite the master elders into the room so they can come represent and give us where this answer is. Because if this answer has not been existing on this planet Earth until this day and last week, what has everybody been doing with Ankhs for the last 60 years? I want everybody to come to the panel that is the supporters. Welcome to Tehuti Pod class. If you are here to absorb information, then show reciprocity and support. And you support the House of Aten. This is the ancient Tehuti teachings of the Natiru and the support system, as scrolling at the bottom of the screen, is always the same support system. It's Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. That's the AI assistant right there. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV, and support, because nature is based on a reciprocity system. And the reciprocity system, you're going to do it anyways. You know why? Because you have two holes in your body. One here, one at the bottom. That means you can't absorb without putting something out. If you eat, you got to poop. You got to pee. That is the natural system of reciprocity. If you don't, go 4 weeks eating without pooping and peeing and see how long you live. The body's system and nature's system is dependent upon a circular reciprocity system. So if you're absorbing something, you have to take and receive, release, and then that goes to nature, because the same thing goes as fertilizer. But in this system today, people just suck, absorb the information, and then go take the extra money and spend on Six Flags. So I'm going to say peace and love to everybody. Superhero, I don't know if you're still in cat mode. I don't know if this turned you into a lion, if you're gone into tiger mode. Angela Gates, peace and love to you. Anu Antu, peace and love to you. I'm going to step out. You all build for a moment, and I'll be back. Peace and love. We're going to continue.
Speaking Superhero 34, I can't hear you.
Oh, there we go. Sorry, I have a manual switch on my mic as well, but I have the same reaction almost every class at this point. It's just a lot. I got my my notes. So, what about you guys?
Sabatudi is the one and only one doing any of this. I'm very appreciative. It's a lot. Way too much to recap here. I'm very appreciative.
Yeah, it's very, very beautiful. It's doing a lot within me internally. It's advancing things within me in a level that I can't really comprehend. But as the teachings keep coming, I keep advancing, and that is something that I value very much, and that is why I give Tehuti reciprocity, because he is changing me with every answer in the most beautiful ways that you can possibly imagine. So Tuat Tehuti so much.
I agree 100%. When he brought out about the knot, the string around the Ankh, I've always wondered what that was, but he definitely clarified that for me today. He answered something that deep-rootedly wanted to know. Never thought about asking the question. I didn't know the significance of it, but I'm glad he did break that down. That was a lot of information. I have to go back and replay this, and so I can basically try to, digest everything that he went over. But definitely beautiful.
The part that I really liked, I like all of it. I like the mirror being the Ankh and the case being He, and how the Ankh, that is a mirror, both words Ankh, go into the case, which represents limitless eternity.
They could mirror each other.
Right.
Yep.
That part is wonderful.
Yes, it is.
Were you all here for part 1 of this class?
Yes.
So, are you curious about what he said at the end last time?
You have to remind me. Remind me what he said.
So, something he hasn't touched on just yet is he said there was another purpose to the Ankh, in addition to not just being a mirror, not just being a part of it being the rope, but also he said something about the king's chamber, and he left us off after that.
Oh. Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think you did a good job of giving a synopsis of what he said. So yeah, I think I remember that. So maybe he's gonna get into it next, obviously, because he's still at it. He's still in overdrive.
If not, maybe he heard me.
Definitely.
I also love how SABA showed inside the word ATEN, there's a mirror, and the mirror is the Tet offset mirror with the hands down. That's beautiful as well.
Yes, it was.
All right, Hotep Henu. Everyone, let me come back to the camera. Hotep. Peace and love. Yes, this is Overdrive music is playing. Maybe you want to
vibe out.
Yeah. But yes, accurate words, everyone. Great points in addition to explain what the Great Saba is doing and why the Medu Netter is something that there's no copy or there's nothing that exists that can reflect the Medu, because that's one of the most beautiful things to me is how like how we showed the rope that the women will wear, that the Hemet would wear, and we saw that at the Pathways to Awakening. We saw the women wearing the ropes, and it's a beautiful. And now when you see that, you see a word, and now a story can go through your consciousness. Oh, that's the Thesut. And oh, what is she doing? She's supporting the spine. She has her hands up in the ka, giving praise, and how when you praise, it makes you want to sit up straight. And now there's multiple ways. So I just love the Medu Netter and how the Great Saba has the eyes to be able to connect these things in ways that aren't connected whenever you just look at it in the English, because that was something I learned early when starting to study the Medu Netter and go deep into the language, is that we have a transliteration through our English letters to try to pronunciate what these words are, but they're images. So we're looking at them from what language we know, which are just certain lines, and we're trying to make sense of a symbol that is creating a word. And that takes practice to be able to look at something like that and alter your brain. And I started to learn that real early when the Medu classes first started taking place, and started to learn from Saba Tehuti in the very first Medu classes, and seeing how we can't look at the Medu Netter like how we understand any language of today. You have to restart on top of relearning even what language you speak, because etymology is a real thing, and we start to relearn that the words that we're using don't originally mean what we utilize them for today. And so, yeah, it was always very interesting to me how Ankh, being what it is, many people know what the Ankh is, even if they aren't studying Kemet or Ma'at, and it's in one of the most popularized sayings, which is Ankuja Seneb. It's the first word. And earlier I was saying, what is that? Because if you go back to the early, for those of you who have the Medu classes, that was like every question I had was when we look at a word and I see the glyph, like what is that? What is that glyph right there? What is that? I did that to the Sakim, the scepter. What is that? And then it started to alter the thought process. So seeing how Saba is able to look at the Medu and start to connect it in ways that you won't just find being able to just read a book on the Meru Netter. It's something very unique and special. So when you get these classes on when he goes and starts to show a symbol, and now it translates to all these other things, it just shows how deep the great ancestors were. So I hope everyone is supporting what the great SABA is doing. We know there's plenty of sneak watchers, sneak learners who love the information. They love it.
Right.
And they'll, there's some people who will, attempt to say, hey, don't use this and don't use that, but are here every week watching a podcast. I always find that psychology very interesting.
Right.
As well. So to HERU, Ankh, to all the ones who support and embrace this phenomena that's taking place. Yeah, it's a beautiful thing. And in my early classes, I would go into this word, because this was the word, right? With Ankh, this is, and so I gave an entire class called the Flower of Life. If you all haven't taken in that class on the House of ATEN, it'll be in addition to this as well. And so I love when he shows the Ankh and the line down the middle, and it creating the flower and the knots. I just love that, the simplicity of a knot. Right? We just, hey, you tie a knot. You tie a knot today, you don't think about it. You just tie a knot. You get your shoes, you tie knots, and you move on. But to be able to have something that uplifts you and guides you by performing an action such as simple as tying a knot that connects you to life and eternity, and how important your name is in the Shenu, the Seshin. It's very important, and to know what these symbols are. We're here. We appreciate Ma'at. We love Ma'at, and there's, because it's so extensive, there's thousands of glyphs. Now we have to dedicate our lives to beginning to overstand and understand what's being brought forth. And what SABA's doing is something that cannot be done unless you've literally dedicated your entire life to this on a consistent basis, and have made sacrifices that aren't even able to be spoken about, to be able to have the ma'ah to do what he does. It always amazes me how his vision, and it's helped to sharpen my vision over and over again, and to be able to take that and look from multiple perspectives and get into the thought process and the minds of the ones who brought this forward, and less of the linear type thinking that most people have today, and move into a more Shenu, move into a more Ankh visualization, and walk around a subject or a topic and just look at it from all angles, and go into the details of what's being shown. So Tu'a HERU to the great SABA Tehuti for being so masterful with his vision, with his ability to put these very extensive and deep teachings together in a way that's digestible for us, even though it's so much information to be able to take in. He's how he's able to do that is amazing, and that's always that's something I've always admired about him from the very beginning, and being able to do that. So yes, Tua Henu, Hotep, send support to the Great Saba for this class. I'm definitely looking forward to the King's Chamber as well edition. There was a point in time through my studies where I realized, because I used to ask, I wonder if, you know, does that have any significance to what's taking place? It doesn't matter what it is. When you're looking at something, you know, what's the significance of that? And there was a point in time when something just clicked, and I realized that every single thing has a significance to it. And now that question changed to asking, well, does it, to, well, what is it? And now it takes you into a research, and then now you're able to apply it to your life. So now everything you do is more intentional. Everything you do becomes more intentional, and the heka'u that comes with that is amazing. So Henu to the Great Saba for just being a leading, living Ankh example, and so now we can become the Ankh T, the actual truly living people here. So dua.
Well said. Well said.
Anyone have any want to build on that, or have anything they like to?
I don't think there's. Yeah, keep going, because I don't think any of us could have said it better than that. That was very nefer.
When you said that the new venue hit you like a bag of ankhs, the way that I see it now is that because it's a rope, it's like you got roped in to the new spot and became embedded with it. Did you intentionally say that, or was that subconscious?
Well, both. Because it definitely, I mean, it livens you up whenever, you know, you have that thought. I'm sure it happens to everyone where you have a thought and you're like, that makes so much sense. And then when you go into dig into that thought, it just starts to manifest itself before you.
Oh yeah.
And of course, I like to take the matrix sayings and tie them back into my eyes. So instead of getting hit with a bag of bricks, that people always say, get hit with some ankhs.
Well, for answering that, there's definitely a nefer saying.
Yes, Tua Henu. I remember another question I asked was about Asar and Ptah in the class where because I saw extreme similarities between them. You always see Ptah in the form of the Sahu, just as you see Asar, and that was one of the names. Asar Ptah Neb Ankh, and being able to understand and why I love the Ankh so much and what he's going into and teaching how Ankh means life. That's what everyone says, you know. Ankh means life. Ankh does mean life, but how and why is that the word that means life? Because Ankh means mirror. Why does Ankh mean mirror? You know, Ankh means flower. Why does Ankh mean flower? And that was another thing that SABA Tehuti began to teach me, is that when you look at these words, you got to remove the English. And it's more of the sound and the symbols being used. So just like when he shows Ankh, that hech symbol is a guttural back of the throat sound. So very similar to the with the sieve that's at the end of Ankh. And how that means to embrace, and even with the reed leaf before the fish, and the Ankh, when it means to embrace, is the reed leaf, the fish, and the heh symbol. And you'll also find the word Ankh with that single reed leaf before it. And so there's multiple ways to spell one word. And so that also expands your vision, and being able to look at something instead of looking at a word where we'll see, just like in English, you'll have the word there, right? And when you say it, you don't, depending on the context of the sentence, you could THEYRE or THEIR or THERE. You can spell it multiple ways. It's the same sound vibrational tone. And so when we look at the Medu, it takes it far beyond that. And it helps us to understand why the symbols are being used as what they're being used as. It's just such a powerful thing and beautiful thing for us all here who's taken in this class to be able to go and have SABA Tehuti guide us into one, learn how to do research, learn how to look at the sources, look at the papyruses, look at these what's known as artifacts that we have available, because we should not take advantage of that, because if you go into any of these other cultures that portray to be real, you can't do that. You can't go into a museum. You'll never see any person who's bringing forth any biblical teachings pull up a papyrus and then start to teach from it. You'll never see that. And so we, because we have that, because it was a real culture, the SABA really truly does, and what Tehuti does, and when he teaches about washing the eye, and how he was able to heal the Uwache in HERU when HERU and Set were in battle, and Set removed the eye of HERU, and Tehuti's the one who raised up the hair and was able to cleanse it and wash it, which is why I keep this papyrus behind me with Tehuti sitting on the eyebrow, which is also the word Ankh, and which means thoughts as well. So it's always a consistent digging. It's always consistently digging. There's so much information, there's so much to read, we have so many stories to go into, and the beautiful thing about it is as we begin to come to the pod class and take our notes, and he's showing different sources to use, go look at when he shows the museum number, document that and go look at it, and take your time to just look. And there's a lot of heka'u that's associated with that as well. And when you come to the House of ATEN and partake in what we're doing, it really shows the depth, which is also the word Medu. Medu means to be deep. It's the depth of something. So again, just continue to come to the pod class for those who are here, who are watching live and on the playback. you're here for hours taking in the information, you know, sending us support, because I don't know when it happened. I don't know when it happened that we start looking at people's time as something that they should just offer because you're doing what people will call spiritual work. There was some point in time where that took place, and because you're actually doing something to benefit the soul, that should just be done. You should just do it because you want to do it, and you shouldn't want any reciprocity for that. And that was something I learned coming into these communities, because before this, you know, I was everything I did was in person. I wasn't internet person either. I'm into the technologies, but I'm in my own realm, not public, very private. And so coming forward and seeing how people would just expect things for free, I never understood that because I wasn't in that world. Everything that I did, I always was, here's reciprocity because I'm receiving something, and that's the natural, instinctual thing to do. And it's and when you get into the actual teachings, this was another. When you get into the actual teachings and you learn about the reciprocity and how just the natural way of the world is, this how things work. Read any type of magic book. That I haven't read not one magic book that says, people love the law of attraction and all this stuff. You get what you give. So how can we know that on a baseline level, and on anything? It doesn't matter what you apply it to, you know. So for something like this that is reshaping your sight, that's reshaping and giving you the directive on how to cleanse yourself, so that you can begin to cleanse others. And like the great SABA says, because we support him, so he can focus more his time on this. This is how it should be done. This is how it should be done for those who are have specific abilities. If we want to be able to benefit from their ability, we have to assist them. And we always understood that in the Nile Valley. We always understood that everyone had a position to play. And we respected and appreciated what the Sabas brought forth. And so now our everyday life that we do, whether you're a farmer, whether you're a baker, no matter what you're doing, now your job is connected to eternal life. It's connected to eternity. So it's now you're able to take that and utilize it to have your outer bodies. Now you're able to take that and utilize it to begin to raise up your consciousness so that you can become more aware when you're asleep. So it's different, you know. When we talk about going to sleep, that's the word sajem, and it means to be strong, versus sleep in English takes you back to hip, which means to be weak. And so it's the subconscious language, what the language is doing to the subconscious that is controlling everyone's reality. So when we take something like this and we put our energy and what we're doing every day to attain something, to be able to now give that to someone who's given us something that has no price to it, you now begin to utilize the benefit from what's being received to you. We always taught about Heka, and You know, it's here. It exists. It's real. It's real, people. So
it definitely
allow
is.
yourself. Go ahead.
I said it definitely is. When we had the meeting yesterday with our monthly meeting that we normally have, I don't think you were in when we were talking about it, but it was just myself and Minku. And just based off of the pod class that SABA had explaining what my was and what she meant. And just from that alone, I did have an out-of-body experience. And I was talking to Minku about it. And it was it was a little different than what I'm used to, but you definitely can achieve the goal. Saba's dropping so many gems and so much information that just from what he said during the show, it resonated with me, and then it just kind of perpetuated itself as I went to sleep. And my brain just kept rehearsing it over and over. And along with that, with deep breathing, next thing you know, I was having an out-of-body experience, just that quick, just that easy. I didn't expect it to be that easy. But it was awesome. I mean, it was just really I have to actually ask Saba about it, because I don't know if you actually supposed to be feeling things when you're having your out of body, but I definitely was feeling like the decompression of the bed while I was having that out of body experience. And I could hear my dog, he's passed now since then, but I could hear him breathing, and I can hear, you know, how dogs go around in a little circle until they start getting comfortable. That's what I heard and felt. And so I've never really felt it like that before. But yeah, definitely, I'm getting a lot of information just from hearing Saba speak and how he explains things and break things down, very easy to comprehend and understand. I was able to use just that basic knowledge, and it just sunk in.
I have something to say on that, if you can hear me.
Mm-hmm.
While we were having that meeting, there was like a whole 30 minutes to an hour where it felt like I could see and feel like I was just about to pop out. Like I was seeing almost double for quite a bit of time before I had that whole what people call deja vu. I was like, hold on, now I can't be popping out of my body right now while I'm talking to everybody. That's gotta wait till later. And then I think I focused, I grounded myself too much, because then it didn't happen after. But I'll figure it out one way or another.
Yes, Tua, Angela Gates, for sharing that, because people need to hear that. People need to hear that, because there are people who say that that's impossible. So Tua, for sharing that, and letting us be a part of your experience. So Tua Henu.
No problem. It's not impossible. I've been doing it since I was a child. I just didn't know that's what it was until I talked to Saba, and Saba explained to me from our conversation what it was, and then how I was able to reconnect was through Saba and having our meeting.
Wonderful. Welcome back, Great Saba Tehuti.
Yeah, welcome back.
Hey, thank you. I'm back. I came back. Here's something really nice that my one-on-one with Angela meeting with Angela. What did it do, Angela? It gave you the ability to do the out of body that had since you were a child.
You're right. It's been a while. I guess I felt very disconnected, and then when I talked to you about some of the things you told me to do to prepare to be able to reach out and have my out of body, I started doing the practicing what you told me, and that's what helped me to have my first one that I explained to you about. The first time after talking to you, seeing myself sleep, but then also there was someone that came to me it was a blue, like a fluorescent light blue neon like light that was laying with me or cuddling with me while I was sleeping. But we haven't had a chance to have that conversation yet. But we'll get there. My daughter, she also had a similar situation with the light blue neon light as well, cuddling with her. So I don't know what it is, but we'll get around to it.
Okay, we'll get there. We'll find out who this neon light is. Yeah, so this neon light visiting us. Excellent. Is this the class that I gave you the practice with the neon blue light?
No,
I didn't give you that class yet.
No, you haven't given me that class yet. You just mentioned it when you did the breakdown of what was it? Talk to Me, the movie, when you talked about the blue light.
Okay. Oh, okay.
You and I didn't cover that. You and I didn't talk about that.
Oh, good. Okay, you're gonna love it then. Whenever you're ready, whenever I'm available, yeah, we'll get into what that's actually in the practice. That blue light you created before it visits you. So we'll get into it.
Okay.
Wonderful. Okay.
What's that? Like another prod class I need to watch. The you said it has Talk to Me, like that movie, the horror movie.
Yeah, SABA did a breakdown. Did an awesome breakdown on it.
Superhero's collecting his notes. Listening.
Yeah.
He's an afterlife investigator. All right. Tefram Kemad, you came. Good time. This is we're gonna have this break and one more after this, and then that's it for the podcast. Gonna end early tonight. So nice seeing you, good brother Tef.
Hotep. Can you hear me, Hotep? Hotep, great SABA.
Hear you great. Wonderful. You sound great.
Peace and love to everybody on the panel.
Hello.
Peace and love. Peace and love. Okay. We know Tefram Kemad, you got a couple words for the people before I'm about to start right back. Do you have anything you want to say quickly to the people? Mad or not, misstep with the ISFED or anything? any little words you want to say?
Nah, just looking forward to your great teachings, great SABA. Just support what's important to you, people. Support the truth or not, to do what's important to you. This is beautiful, and I agree with. I didn't hear everything that everybody said, but about what you said, Sister Angela Gates, how this teaching, how it elevates you. How what we're learning is beneficial to us, and I just encourage everybody to surround yourself with that energy, consume that type of energy that benefits you, that doesn't destroy you, because it's all around us. So let's get back to SABA's great breakdown on the Ankh. Here's my Ankh. I have it right here. So to a great SABA. I missed a little bit of it. I've been in and out, but definitely here now. Sure.
You definitely what, brother? What do you say? Definitely what?
I'm here now.
Wonderful. Good to have you here, brother. Hanu and Uncle Justin. So we're about to get into it, ladies and gentlemen. I'm glad to see the people on the panel. Glad to see you, Angela Gates, coming more consistently. Glad to see a superhero who's brand new coming consistently, and he's new. Glad to see everybody. I'm glad to see you, Hanu and Antu. Congratulations, Antu. I got your fiery message of burning. I don't know how you did that. The mess I got from Antu looked like this. It looked like it was animated with fire. I'm teaching my first class, and it was all lit up. So, to her for that. The message itself was creative. So I look forward to seeing what you're going to be talking about, and I'll be listening to it in the background and support what I hear. I'm confident in my students. I used to have to walk through my students in classes before they taught anything. But I'm confident to hear the creativity of how you relay what I teach, even if there's a few mistakes or different things that may be within it. as I did when I was a youth in this. You want to hear what those mistakes and what those strong points are, so that you can get stronger. I have a class every Wednesday here with my students, mainly my interns, and there's a review at the end of the class to complement the sharp parts and to correct the errors. And now they're one day I'm gonna let Nana wants to do it. One day I'm gonna let Nana and TG come up here and show you the female Tehutis. They're show you them. They're ready to. They're teachers. They're teachers, and they do classes with all the breakdowns and everything, and they're just humbly in the background doing their job. But they teach every week. They teach, so you become strong in that and keep going. And all my students who are doing it. Right now, we're gonna get back into the class, everybody. We're gonna get into this class. Shout out to all the people that supported. I see all you. We're gonna announce all of you at the end of this. Shout out to all of you, even the new people, Malik, Amun, Min, Set, everybody that I see supporting. There's only a few right now because usually the podcast goes with 2 answers, and some people come a little later in the night. But I'm telling everybody right now that this one's gonna get early. So if you're watching this, it's not gonna go into hours from now. So if you have a little extra support or donation, you're waiting for the next question or whatnot, it's not going to go that long. So just support while you can. And this is I've already done the answer time of a regular question. This is 1 hour and 7 minutes, so this is like another question I'm about to get into. If I'm not done, it's already 1 hour and 7 minutes, so there may be another 40 minutes. I don't know how long these things are, but support the Tutti Pod class. I hope you all appreciate it. Every day that you have above earth is another opportunity to better yourself and advance yourself. Become a better person by strengthening the Eve. No amount of whatever quest you're on out there to hustle and bustle to think you're going to become the next successful superstar. Focus on what your true self is, and all that will come to you. All that will manifest to you. If you chase the money and do all that the Matrix wants you to, it's going to run away from you. So just focus on generating your net zero energy, and the things that you want will actually be sensed. You'll create a hypersensitivity to know which direction to go. So support the podcast, support yourself, and stop supporting the glazed donuts and everything else that everybody gives reciprocity to. Bubble gum. I don't know what people buy. I don't know. I'm not in the world. So support this and enhance yourself. So we're about to get into the next. We're about to get into the next part of part 2 of this question. So here we go, everybody. Peace and love. Ani Patah Ten Tehuti. Peace and love. Superhero 34. Didn't you have another name last week? It was more than this, right?
Yeah. It's just in parentheses. It's more like a title than a name. Aspiring demigod.
Oh, there it is. Superhero 34, Aspiring Demigod. Okay, shout out to you. Peace to Anu and Antu. Peace to Atef, Ram, Kema'at, whatever state you're in, traveling with the family, whatever farm you're on, or East Coast beach, wherever you are, represent. And shout out to you, Angela Gates, represent, and do everything that's best for you and your daughter and your children. And continue on. You're doing great. Your face is shining. All right, here we go. All right, everybody, here we go. We're going back into it, everybody. Press the 9 if you can see and hear me clearly. We're about to get back into this next question, into the same question, which is part 2 of the last question, which is part 2 of the part 2, because we broke it in half in 1 hour and 7 minutes, and I have more. Are you ready, everybody? If you can see me and hear me, press the 9. We're about to get into it. Welcome back to the Tutti Pod class. We are back. Here we go. Cool. Let me check the 9s in the chat. 9s in the chat. 9s in the chat. 9s in the chat. Good. You got Bella pressing the 9. That's all I really need to see is 2 people press the 9, and there's 3 people. And we're Nefer Keperet. Nefer Keperet has arrived on the scene. Nefer Keperet is here. Robert Williams is here. Angela Gate. Boss Fee is here. Boss Fee was here. Shout out to you, Boss Fee. Look forward to seeing you at the pathway. Let me know if you let me know, boss. If you contact me, I know you want to get the new Ren. Let me know if you want. I know you wanted to get it personally here. That's changed. It's going to be at the pathway. So let me know if you want to still pursue that at the pathway. It's going to be public. All Rens are most of all Rens are given publicly now, just to update everybody if they missed it the first time. So contact me and you'll see what steps to take to get your Ren and what reciprocity you have to give. Not you, boss, but anybody. What reciprocity one has to give to get the name ceremony started. Shout out to Tehuti, HERU. Here we go, everybody. We're about to start. Welcome to the podcast. The timer is coming back. We're already an hour and 7 minutes in, and here we go. Ready, everybody? Boom. And we're gonna go reverse back a little bit. Reverse back a little. Oh, we're way back. I'm way back at the beginning of the class. We're gonna reverse back just a tiny bit over here, and here we go. We're gonna go screen share and start this beautiful demonstration of this change of the paradigm. Change of the paradigm. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. Entire screen. And here we go. There it is right there. Everybody, we're continuing the true elaboration of the Ankh. No memes, no electromagnetic conductor, no nonsense, no made up, none of that. We're going right to what the ancestors showed. There was a theme in what this was. So here we are again. You notice the tie there in the middle that we ended off with last time. Oh, let me go right back over here. Over here. And we're going to go down to the bottom over here. Here's where we actually left off. So boom, we see that the hepet was to raise, to hug to the breast, which is the same definition of Ankh, which was to embrace. The embrace is actually the raising up to the breast of the child to continue the same process. The child was in when the child was placed inside with a woman, which was the position of the role of the placenta to provide the nutrients to the child. Now when the child comes up, it has to be raised up to the breast to get the nutrients that it was getting inside of the placenta. To raise up is to embrace, and that's where you see the two arms, and it's the exact same word as Ankh, which also means to enclose, because the Ankh is actually an enclosed rope, which represents the contractions and the tying of the knot of Set. And that's why you see the placenta is the last letter of the word Ankh. You see the baby holding the hand up to the mouth, and there's placenta, because the placenta's job, of course, was to provide the uterus, to provide oxygen and nutrients to the growing baby, which continues on after the baby is raised up, which is the hepet. And we see the word het, which means limitless, and that's the same definition also as the top part of the Ankh, which is Shen, which also is the vagina, which is the same symbol as the woman's vagina, which is the Shen, same definition. So when you look at the Het symbol, of course, Het now has the two arms out with the Ren Pet, which is an endless, countless time of immortal life, countless counted on the Red Pet symbol, and right on his hand is the Ankh, and at the bottom is the top part of the Ankh, which is the Shen, which if I blow it up, you see it right here, and there's the Shen right there, which is the rope tied, which is the same definition as the word Het itself, which is eternity, the same thing that the king and female empress's name is placed in. That represents they live for eternity when they become a king or an Esubiti in Kemet. So here we see in Tamaray. So here we see that the Ankh is something you place something inside of, and that's why you see that it's actually hollowed out. If you look at the image of the Ankh, it looks like a solid piece, but actually it opens up and something is placed inside of it, which we ran over last time. And when you look at the Het symbol, which is the same definition as Ankh, it is a mirror case. Both of them are things you place something inside of. You place a small echo copy of the shape of itself inside of it, and then the echoed copy has a mirror of it that echoes other copies. The whole theme is echoed or doubled reality, which is the same definition as the word Ka. So it is what the symbol of the woman was doing when she had the triangle image going up into the vagina while she held the mirror, and the word for mirror is Ankh, and it's also ATEN. And there's the doubled echo of yourself, the pure energetic projectable double that echoes out into immortality, which is exactly what the word Ankh means and represents. And that's why you see it as a mirror case, and that's when you look up Gardner's word S34, it is Ankh, which means mirror. And when you look at what's placed inside the case, there is the Ankh, which is a mirror that has the rope knot tied right there, which is a tet offset with his arms out, because when you pull the two sides of a rope, it tightens, which creates the knot, and that's why it's called the knot of offset. So I said, welcome to the House of ATEN, Tehuti Pa class. You are getting this nowhere else. We're the last on earth to represent the Nitiru, because everyone else's mission seems to be to try to prove the Nitiru did not exist. So here it is right here. Boom. And we see the arms of embrace right here, and we'll go forward because we passed this part already. That's why when you look up Ha, you see these coming down with the Ankh symbol. The Ankh symbol is used to make the word Ha, because Ankh and Ha are the same word. That's why when you look at the image at ANKHANATEN symbol of the ATEN, it has the arms coming down with the Ha. That's actually holding the Ankh. So boom, the mirror, the Ankh, yes, the House of ATEN. Oh, guess what the word ATEN means? And I showed you the word ATEN itself means mirror, which is the same as the theme over here, right back to the mirrored, echoed immortality of the Hepet and the feminine embrace of rebirthing. That's why Hepet is embrace, raised to the breast, and Ankh is the same as the enclosed circle, which is the Shen, the top of the Ankh, and the embrace of the mirror, which is also shaped in a circle. That's why you see mirrors in Tamaray Kemet are round circles. They represent the circle of eternal life, which is the top of the Ankh, which is the Shen. All right, that's why you don't see in Kemet, you don't see the mirrors as squares. They're actually circles, because it means to enclose, to surround, to wrap around like a circle. All right, boom. So here we go. Yes, your ancestors imbued the concept of the echoed immortality of the Ba, the pure energetic projectable double, with the biological imperative of the female reproduction, because they are the same frequency, one on an electron fermion plane, which is what you call the physical realm, and two, the other in the higher refined realms of light Ku consciousness of the immortal Ka and the Ba. Look closely at the shape that is in the definition of mirror, which is also Ankh and Aten. And when we look closely at the shape that is in the mirror, what do we see here? The shape right here. There's mirror. And what is this shape right here? What actually is this? What is that shape that forms the Ankh mirror? Let me take you to 1540 BC and in 1069 BC. When we look at that shape, there it is right there. Boom. There's the shape right there. When you blow it up and look at what the shape is in an actual sculpture, this shape right here that you're looking at, because you can't see the details, it's hard to see it in a drawing, but the shape right here, when blown up, when you see the mirror, it's actually the shape of a female's body. That's Het HERU. Back to the female again, and the echoed reproduction ability of the female. There it is, boom, again, associated with the female of Het HERU, which means to be with child, or echoing again, the definition of embracing the child and echoing life into existence, the mere reflection, echo immortality. One second, everybody, hold on. One moment, hold on. Okay, thought I heard talking. Wait a minute, let me come back. Okay, all right. What is that? Okay, so here it is, the Het HERU, which means to be with child, echoing again the definition of embracing the child and echoing life into existence. The mirror reflection, echo of immortal life, Ankh. The mirror, which is the double. So we go over here, boom. This is the caryatid mirror from 1540 to 1269. And when I shrink it down, oh, they're going crazy outside. Okay, here it is, boom, and there it is. There's the female's body with the hourglass shape, and that's what the mirror is. The mirror is the Ankh, because the Ankh, this is the female's body that's holding up this. And that's what it is, back to the female again. All right, so, and thus to reproduce, the females of the families of Tamaray show themselves as microcosm of echoing Ankh mirrors of each other. The biological imperative all coming from the knot contractions, echoing the Shen rope of doubled immortality. So when you look at the families in Kemet, how do they depict themselves? Boom, as Ankhs. What is Ankh? The mirrored image of each other. The word Ankh is mirror. So when you see the families that represent the biological imperative, the reproduction ability of the male and the female, you see them as mirrors. So if you see the male sitting down in a particular direction, the female is in that direction. If you see the female with her hands in a particular shape, the male's hands are in that particular shape. If you see the female with the cone on her head, you see the male with the cone on his head, the shapes are all mirroring each other, and there they are mirroring each other right there, ANKHANATEN, and there they are all mirrored each other. And that's how this is SYNCHRONICITY and IMMORTALITY mirroring each other. And there they are right there. See them echoing each other? Mirrored, mirrored, mirrored. That was the reproductive energy, biological imperative of the female. And thus we see the rope, top rope, that's the top of the Ankh right there. That's called the Shenet, endless time, eternity. The Shenu ropes. There it is, boom, with the mirror. Shall I continue? Yes, let me continue. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. And now let me show you how deep this goes and the far extent of the people of the Nile Valley of Tamaray used to imbue the female and Ankh even further into the immortality. Remember, the word to embrace, encompass, internal life is Ankh, and it also is Hepet, and is echoed out as the doubled mirrored image. So here it is. Remember all of this. The word Ankh, mirror, embrace, Hepet, which is to embrace, take to the breast, which is what the female does to continue to give life to the child. It is a circle, surround, to enclose, as the knot, to embrace. And it's the word Ankh, which is also the mirror. And the theme continues. And now that I have taught you that Ankh is the mirror, which is the echo, which is the double invisible concept of your spirit energy echoing out and doubling into immortality. What was the oldest ancient symbol of echoing into immortality? The double box found inside of the great Aku. People called the pyramid. What do they call? The pyramid called Doom. Boom, here it is. So this is the oldest image on this planet Earth of an object that you get inside of to double out. The exact same theme of the Ankh, the mirror which doubles, and the Ankh, which is actually a case that another Ankh goes into that has a mirror that doubles out into immortality. The oldest find of any object on this planet Earth that represented what someone would get inside of to double out into immortality would be the coffin inside of the king's chamber. That's the oldest one on this planet Earth. And it just so happens to be two equal double boxes. That means that the shape and size, diameter, width, and everything of one box is exactly echoed into another box. So it actually looks like a rectangle, but it's actually two exact boxes echoing out to create a rectangle to imitate that which we call a coffin, which represents something that you get inside of, that a Sar would have got inside of, and then you continue into the afterlife. It's actually two perfectly equal boxes that mathematically equal out the number of pi. So, and the golden mean ratio, echoed inside of two boxes that no physical person could actually fit inside of unless you were actually some type of midget. So unless people thought that Pharaoh Khufu was about 4'1" or something like that, this was actually never meant. No pharaoh has been found inside of it. No DNA trace has been found that anybody was ever placed inside of it, but it's in the shape of a coffin that you would be placed inside of before you go into the afterlife. But the diameter, the shape of it is not meant for someone to fit inside of. It's meant to mathematically equate to two exact equal boxes side by side, which is the continuation of the doubling aspect, which is exactly what someone does in an out of body. The pure energetic projectable double, and that one doubles, and that one doubles, and that one doubles, like two mirrors facing each other. Let's go back to it. Welcome to Tehuti Pod class. Here we go. Ready? To the Nitiru for putting up this reservoir that no one wants to tap into, and that's why you'll only get this here, because no one else cares about this. They just want to talk about the Egyptians are black with big noses, and I'm better than you, and I look like this and you look like that, but never getting into what's the lifestyle, what is the actual teachings. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podcast. Boom, and there it is. Two exact equilateral boxes that exactly equal the pi ratio split directly in half, and they're found directly inside of the Aku right here. This is it right here, called the King's Chamber, and the actual box inside of it. And now when you look at this symbol that it's inside of, what symbol is this that I've taught before? What is the King's Chamber? The King's Chamber is actually the Hepet square. You see that, which means to advance or to move upwards. Hepapet Ma'at. Advancing in right and truth, or Hepapet, it's an arrow pointed upwards. And that's the shape, which is actually the word Hepapet, and it means to ascend upwards, which you can only do represented by the two equilateral boxes, which represent something that's doubled. And that's the exact same word for to take to the breast and embrace, which is the feminine principle of reproducing life, was the exact same principle in the afterlife, which is why the shape was in the word Hepet, which means to take to the breast and embrace. And it's to hide, to be hidden, because that realm of Amenta is something that you can't see. You can't see because your eyes are limited to red, yellow, blue, green, orange, purple, and violet. The visual light spectrum. So because your eyes are limited to the visual light spectrum, that which is outside of the visual light spectrum, such as ultraviolet, outside or the other side, infrared, because it starts off red, yellow, blue, green, orange, purple, and violet. So the two sides of the spectrum, red, yellow, blue, green, orange, purple, and violet. So one side ends at red and one side ends at violet, and that's why you have the terminologies that if you get out of the visual light spectrum, you're into infrared, and the other side is ultraviolet. So ultraviolet and infrared is outside of the visual light spectrum, and that is why anything outside of that, which only makes up 0.005% of reality, is invisible to you. So that's in that realm that is the doubled square, that is the ascension box, is also the word that means hidden, to disappear, because when you echo out in that reality, you're no longer seen. So Hepapet is the same definition of the word Amun, as in Tut, Ankh, and his last name Amun. It's all within the same name. Tut, Ankh, Amun. There's your Tet, Aset, there's your Ankh, and there's your Amun to echo out, but it's echoing out into the last realm of immortality, which is outside of the feminine principle and the physical, because this echoing out reality existed before there was a physical female on the earth. You're just being reborn in the physical, but prior to that, this realm of invisibility existed because there was no visible light spectrum eyes needed to see into this realm. So now that you're in the Khat form, the physical realm, this Hepet becomes invisible to you. The Hepet that you advance to, which is really your 0-point field energy that you come from. There it is right there. There's the Hepet that the ancestors wrote. Boom, the double echoed mirror, 4x4 square double coffin, that the body is encompassed in, that your Ka advances and ascends to the invisible realm that does what? That does what? Let me take you to the Per M HERU, plate 10, the oldest mobile writing of immortality on this planet Earth, that none of the Kemetic teachers seem to want to teach from. Why? Because that the most important book writing in Tamaray Kemet is based on immortality, not based on how big your nose is or how thick your lips are. So here it is. So we're going back to take you back to the Per M HERU, plate 10, and we go to plate 10. Here it is, the actual original page, plate 10, and we go down to the translation from plate 10, which would end up as page 42 in your regular Budge Per M HERU, plate 10. What does it say? Let me see if I can blow it up a little bit. He goeth into the Dejed, the Tetu, which is the doubled echo. You see the Tet to Tetu, which is doubled echo. That's why there's two Dejeds. It's doubling. So you're going into this doubled echo realm, also known as the realm of the Dejed or the double. And you find what's found? The Ba. The Ba, which is what? the Ra, the embraced one. There's the Hepep, the Ba, the light Ra is the embraced one, the Hepep, because you're in there advancing as a doubled in the Tetu, but yet is invisible to the people in the physical realm as you're advancing. There's the word Hepep right there, to embrace, which is what? The soul there of Ra is embraced in that realm where you're advancing, being rebirthed as you're born here in the physical realm, but in this realm, it's invisible. So that's the Hepep, the oldest box on the planet Earth that represents rebirthing, is the word that is the double box, that is the double, just like the Tetu, and it is the word for to be hidden and invisible because you can't see in that realm, but it is equated to being reborn as you're raised up, being embraced by the female, given the breast milk, because now you're out of the realm of the womb and out of the placenta realm, and now you're in the realm reborn into this new world, and now you're embraced and raised up. You have to be raised up to the breast to get the nourishment, and just as so, when you have an out of body with a pure energetic projectable double that is being raised up into higher realms of dimensions, but in that realm you disappear, but it's the same principle of being reborn in this realm. So that's the ancient people equated it and made it an immortal concept that you could live your life in the physical realm as the Ba of Ra is embraced right here in the invisible advancement. And what happens? You evolve. You come into Kepara. What evolves? The soul. The soul is what's evolving. Here's the soul right here, the Ba. And that's where you come into existence. Why? Because you're reborn. Reborn, you're doubled in that realm. So boom, there's the original box of immortality, which is the Hepet. The double box encompasses the double echoed mirror, 4x4 square double that your Ka advances and comes into existence, which is Kepara, because it mirrors out as life, the same meaning as Ankh. And there's your original box doubled with the pi ratio times 10, and also the golden mean ratio within the same box, doubled with the perfect mathematics. One box is exactly doubled into the next, appearing as a rectangle, but is really two boxes, which is why when you go to the word Hep, which means to advance, the word Hepep is actually what? A square, which is a box, but what is it? Two squares, but it's on its axis so that it points upwards like an arrow, because you're advancing or ascending or being raised into that next realm of immortality. Welcome to the Tutsi Pod class. Here we go. So boom, there it is, to embrace the mirror, and that's why mirror is the same as Ankh right there. The word mirror is the same as Ankh because it's a doubled. You're now in the doubled realm. And thus, the Ba, also pronounced as Ba, or spelled Ba with an H, is the shining light body. The pure energetic projectable double's light energy has been rediscovered today by scientists, and it looks like a double mirrored image of the physical body. And as I taught many times before, at the University of California, they cut apart the leaf, and they saw and they labeled it as the phantom effect. The shape of the leaf's Ka was still there after the physical was cut off. So they cut off the physical, and through this mirrored image that they were able to see through Kirlian photography, it looked like the image they cut off was still there because the energetic double was still there. This is the mirrored double, because it is the double that creates the physical realm. So even when you cut off the physical realm, the other image is still there, because you can't cut that. That can't be cut with your physical objects of today. So they call it the phantom effect, which I've taught on many times before. Boom, that is the mirrored effect, called the phantom effect. That is a doubled echo of the Ba. The word Ba itself, which is the word for spirit or soul as they have today, also means to be doubled. It's spelled B-A or B-H-A. It's the same thing. Here it is right here. Boom. So here, and guess what happens when you look up the word phantom? When you look up the word phantom, boom, what do you get? You get phantom. Phantom is unreality, an illusion, obsolete from Old French. Phantom, mere image, unreality, to make visible, display. Phantom, to bring to light, to make appear. From the P-I-E root, whenever they give you the P-I-E root, they're not giving you the actual language. They're doing a psyops on you by saying it's Proto-Indo-European, just so you can continue to hear the word Indian and European. But what is the actual language? Don't call, proto means before. So what is the actual language? They'll never tell you that. They'll just say it's Proto-Indo-European. Well, of course it's Proto, and Proto means before. Of course, there's several languages that are before Indian and European. What is the language? When you go look at the word phantom, because remember the phantom is what they're calling now the phantom effect, which is a doubled image of the Ba, which is B-A or B-H-A. Then when you look at the word phantom, boom, there it is right there. To shine, Ba. There it is, B-H-A. B-H-A, the word phantom, comes from some ancient language that is Proto-Indo-European root. They're not giving you the language, saying it's older than Indian and European, and it's Ba, which is the shine. The definition of Ba, which is drawn in the Medu-Neter, also as a pot with a light stick in it, which represents that it's shining, called the Ku, the shining conscious light, called the Ba, also the B-H-A, the Baha, the same thing. Both words are in the Medu-Neter. So when you look at the word phantom, they'll tell you it comes from the word Ba, which is the image of something, a phantom image of something that also shines. That's what your teacher taught you? He'll teach you that after the 18 hours of the Egyptians Are Black class. After that, then he'll get to the Ba. Don't worry, maybe 40 years from now, he'll get. So you just got to make sure you know the Egyptians are black. And the next day, the Egyptians are black. And the next day, the Egyptians are black. And the next 55 years, the Egyptians are black. And once you know all that, then what? Then you understand, yes, okay, fine, can we get to the teachings? And how do they take the teachings? And now you're using the word phantom all these years, which came from Ba, which is the image of something that's a shining light. The exact definition of Ba in the Medu-Neter. But your teacher won't teach you that. Why? Because really the conscious teachers don't believe in the Ba. Find the YouTube. Can you all find the YouTube channel for me where your Kemetic teacher, your favorite debater guy, whoever he is teaching from the papyrus about the Ba and the practices that you can take to utilize that as in the papyrus? Is that what your teacher's talking about? He's just saying the Christians are wrong and the Christians are wrong and the Bible is mistaken. Christians are wrong and the Christians and Hebrews are wrong and the Bible has a mistake and Jesus came from HERU, and guess what? The next day Jesus came from HERU, and guess what? The next day Jesus came from the next. It's 45 years, 122 years, and the Christians are wrong. The Egyptians are black, and Jesus came from HERU, and now we're 255 years later, and the Egyptians are black, and Jesus came from HERU. And then you die, and then your children grow up. The Jesus are black, and the Christians are came from. When does that? What is happening? What is that? And here they are utilizing your words because they acknowledge what the truth is. They're giving reference to the Nitiru. They're saying we know it's Ba, B-A or B-H-A, and it's a shining light that the word phantom comes from, which is the same thing that we're going to call the echoed effect of the light energy that exists after the physical body is cut off. We're going to call it the phantom effect, which comes from your ancient Medu-Neter word Ba, because we're reading that we understand this, and you all can just argue and fight with the Hebrews and argue and fight with the Christians and argue and fight with each other, while people are wondering what's the teachings of the culture. You think the Navajo and the Aztecs are arguing about, listen, we have E1 to B1 to B1, A1, B1. No, Navajo, you're A1, B1, 312, E type, blood type, AXY. Are with the Navajos, the Nehe, and the people of ancient times doing a practice daily, teaching that to their children. The ancient people of Tai Chi, the ancient people of Kung Fu, the ancient people of the Qigong, the ancient Nehe Navajo, the ancient Southern Americans, the ancient people of Zimbabwe. Is this what they're doing, arguing all day? Or were they teaching that you don't just die here? Become the best being here, follow this, study this, become disciplined, eat this, and then continue on to the afterlife. That seems to be the echo teachings in all the cultures, but today on YouTube, nobody's discussing that. Who's debating? Where's that debate? Can we get that debate? Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tutti Podcast. Here we go. Don't get caught up with the distraction. E1, B1, 31, 51A. Don't get caught up in the nonsense, because none of your ancient ancestors, Ramsey wouldn't know what you're talking about. E1, B1, 5-1, big nose, thick lips, and you keep on going on for another 70 years. Ramses would slice you. You don't know what you're talking about. So here we go, everybody. Let's get into what the actual ancestors that everybody says they're trying to get back to. We're trying to get back to the ancestors. We're trying to get back. Well, are you trying to get back to just to what they look like? Because they look like everything from Wesley Snipes to Kim Kardashian to every Mexican. Now that we passed that, what did the ancestors find important? You don't want to teach about that because subconsciously they actually hate the mind of the ancestors. They just want to talk about what they look like to feed their present ego, which means that you can look like something and automatically you are something because you look like something. Because if a Chinese man is automatically thinking his child is a jiu-jitsu kung fu artist because he looks like Bruce Lee. That's me right there. See the Bruce Lee? That's our people. That's us. And the child doesn't even know how to clench his fist and punch anybody. Or does he raise the child in the teaching? You think a Chinese man cares if you look like Bruce Lee? When you meet him on the street to fight him, listen, man, don't mess with me. I look like Bruce Lee. You see the slanted eyes, man? You see the skin? I look like him. You better not mess with me. I look like the ancient Chinese of the Kung Fu masters. We look alike, man. They look like me. I'm the Chinese, man. Chinese power. Or they're going to do 3 moves and you're going to wake up in the hospital. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti. You're not even going to remember what they look like. You're not going to remember what the guy looked like that put you in the hospital. Because he trained for 40 years where you're talking about what you look like. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podcast. Boom, boom, boom. And here we go. Ba. That is what created the word phantom, the meta word ba. And the meta word. Where's the meta word ba, though? Hold on, Tehuti. What do you mean the meta word ba? Wait a minute. Where can we find the meta word ba? Where can we find that? Is that is it really BHA? Does it have to do with the symbol of eternity and the ba flying over the HERU river and the ascension? Is there really such a word? Does that exist? I don't know. It could exist. Yeah, it's the they move away. Cheers in the word. It's a word right behind me. There it is. That's the word right behind me. My body's covering a lot of it. Well, that's the ba principle, which I taught. I did this in a sex magic class. My chair is covering most of it, but it is BAH and BHA, and it's also the same as Met and Ka. And that's the ba principle, which is my background right there behind me. It's BAH or BHA. It's all the same thing, which is the same as Met, which is the same as the Ka principle, the double, because it's exactly what a penis through biological imperative does. They always took physical symbols and equated it with what would happen in the afterlife. But that was the word ba right there, right behind me. Okay? Wonderful. Let me get back to the lovely ladies that were behind me when I was doing the polygamy. The polygamy, what was it called? The meeting? I forgot what it's called. My brain is on something else. The polygamy panel. That was me in the middle, in the only polygamy panel ever held here in California, in real life. No YouTube, no screen share. That actually is real life, men and women discussing the ancient concepts of polygamy, sex magic, and all type of things that I brought in there, because every other man and woman that was in there talking about polygamy were all either single or just had one person relationship. And I was looking around, I was like, okay, I'm gonna come into this place. There's gonna be a bunch of brothers and sisters. They're gonna be in polygamous relations. We're gonna talk about it firsthand. And nobody there was in polygamy, but everybody had 1,000 words to say about it. Anyways, that was a polygamy panel. I wish I was recorded. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podcast. Boom, boom, and boom. Let's continue. Here we go. Ready? Boom, boom, and boom. Here we go. Boom. We're back to the ba. Woo! PHA. Okay, boom. Yes, the matrix knows exactly what it is doing. The mirror double shining light body would mirror, which is Ankh, echo out of body as a double of itself. Thus, in that realm, this physical realm appears shadowy to it. You'll notice that when you have out of bodies, it always appears like a shadowy type realm. And when it, the ba, which is you, looks back at the physical realm, and I taught in meditative class, by the way, when you look back at yourself, never look at yourself in the face or the eyes. You want to know that, request the men in the magic class on that. But you look back at your physical body and the physical realm, it can only make out the light echoed images from the other realm. Thus, in order to contact the ba, our ancestors would make echoed images, which are called statues today here on earth, that spirit entities Ka on that side could recognize, because all they can see is the shadowy images. Just like when you're having an out-of-body experience, you don't see much things in detail, because just as you see on this side, when you see an apparition or you see something on this side, it appears like a shadowy. Say it's a ghostly, shadowy. I can see it when I'm in this meditation, but it's not as detailed as this world. And that's exactly how the boss sees on the other side, which is why when you have an out of body, things appear a little gloomy and shadowy. You can see that you're out of your body. You can see the bed, but it's a little bit blurry. It's not as clear. You're not seeing with the physical eyes of the bed that exists in the realm of red, yellow, blue, green, orange, purple, and violet. The physical electron fermion realm, you're not seeing that. You're seeing the shadow images, the double images of your couch when you're moving through your living room in an out of body. You're seeing your fridge, but it doesn't look as detailed as it is when you wake up and you look at it, when you're looking at the physical realm through the physical eye, because the Ba on that side, the spirit energy, sees this physical realm as blurry, and just as when you look at inside the Ba realm and you see these ghosts and spirits, you see something that looks like a see-through shadowy thing. Both are seeing on the blurry side, because your eyes are not in tune and built to see in that realm. You're not used to that. And the Ba doesn't have physical eyes to see in this realm, so they're just making out the energy projection of each realm. When you see your couch and when you see those things, you're not seeing the actual couch, you're seeing the energy projection of the couch and the wall. That's why you can walk through them in the outer body. You can walk through the wall, you can walk through your couch, because it's not your actual couch, it's the energetic double of the couch that doesn't have electrons to bounce you off of it so you can walk through. So it appears to be this shadowy realm that both of you are seeing on each side. So when the Ba, the spirit energy, which is you after you pass, comes back and looks at this realm, it doesn't see as clear, so it's looking for images that look familiar to it, some type of familiarity. It can't see exactly, but it's looking at something that is what is familiar. Just like when you go into a dream state, you only tell things about your dream that's familiar to you. The things that are uncomprehendable to your mind on that side, in the out of body side, you can't describe them. Your consciousness can't comprehend it, so it blocks it out as if it didn't happen, unless you go into the past life regressive hypnosis or past dream regressive hypnosis. Then you start describing these things that you don't even know the English words for. Here we go, everybody. Ooh, welcome to Susie. I don't know. Welcome to Susie Podcast. Here we go. Boom. Ready? So boom. So thus the ancestors, knowing this, when the Ba looks back at the physical realm, it only makes out light echoed images from the other realm. And just to see it, everybody, just to get a good vision of it. So here's what it would look like. So when the scientists look through this image of a leaf, see how it looks like a leaf. You can make out this is a leaf, but it's not as clear as a leaf in your backyard looks like. This is what the other side looks like, and that's what the other side sees us when it sees this kind of blurry image. But you can look at it and you can be familiar with it. You can say, oh, that's a flower that I used to have in my house. I'm on this other side, but I see this image. It looks like the flowers of my grandma. And then your grandma visits you because she sees something that looks familiar in a world that she's unfamiliar with. And the ancestors used to use that concept to actually bring back Bas by placing things that were familiar to them. Does it say that in the writings, Tehuti? So here we go. Boom. So it's a shadowy image, and when it looks back at the physical realm, it can only make out the light echoed images from that other realm. Thus, in order to contact the Ba, the ancestors would make an echoed image statues here on Earth that spirit entities on that side could recognize and thus be drawn back to. So then, you as an ancestor now, because now you're deceased, can be given offerings by the living at your statue, as stated by our ancestors, the indigenous writing, not memes, but by our ancestors on plate 1 of the Per M HERU, after you what's called S-TUT walk, which is mirrored out Ankh out of your body. Where is that, Tehuti? It is right here. I have that encircled in the fire, and there it is. We're going to shrink it down, everybody, so it can be seen a little clearer, and there it is right there. So what does it say? When you Per M HERU, which is what? coming forth of your ba. Here's per ba. So as your ba comes forth, it walks. But the word for walk is S-TUT. It can go in every place that it pleases. So it's moving around out of the body. And what happens? Upon the board, that's the hotep. By the way, the hotep is a board that you place offerings on. So on the hotep, also called the ket board, for offerings, things are placed there for me as food in my presence. This is the deceased talking. So you become the Netiru ancestor. And when you pass and walk out of the body, the offerings of the people on the planet are placing offerings that you're familiar with, and then you're able to come back. You see, because the board offerings, things are placed for me. Offerings of food in my presence. What's the presence? The BAH. There's your Ba. There's your BAH right there. The Mba. That's the presence of something. Why? Because you can be in the presence of something and the physical thing is not there. Like when you walk into a room and you say, I feel the presence of my grandmother, but she died 20 years ago, but I feel her presence. That word for presence of the spirit is Mba. M, which means to be within something, and Ba, B-A-H. That's the presence of something. That is the energy that people call the spirit energy or the Ba energy that you're feeling that's around you, but you can't see it. So you're only in the presence of it. But it's coming back because it's familiar, because you put food there in offerings for your ancestors that it was familiar with when they were alive. And it's you in the Purim Haru saying it. You're saying offerings were placed for me. It's the deceased talking. So now you're one of the ancestors, but you only recognize the food because you ate it here, because you were familiar with it while you're alive. While you were alive. So now they're placing the food there, and all they want to do is feel the presence of you. They can't see you unless they go back into the into alpha wave, but they can't see you, but they can feel the presence. That's called the Ba. Same word where phantom came from. Here we go, everybody. I don't know. This is what I came back for. Here we go. Boom. The Ba. Because you're familiar with it. So what does it say in the papyrus writings? That's in plate 1. What else does it say as we move on into the life of beyond? It says, you come in and go out. Your hearts enjoy at praise of the lords of the Netiru. A good burial after reverence. So this is after the burial. You're deceased now. After an old age has come. Now what happens? You're dead here. You're physically dead. You take your place in the Neb Ankh. See it? They say Lord of Life. The Neb Ankh. You come to earth. In the tomb. You're coming back now. You've already deceased. You have ascended. You've had a pet. Now you're coming back. You're coming to the earth. That means you left the earth. You're in some other realm. In order to come back to the earth, you're coming to the earth. You're coming back to the tomb that you were buried in. You become indeed a living Ba. It thrives on bread, water, and air. You're being given the offerings here because you've already left the earth realm, where you can come back to it. You can come back to the earth realm. Why? Because when you look back at this blurry physical realm as a Ba, you see food and offerings that you were familiar with when you were alive, because you're familiar with it. And that is why in the teachings of Ma'at from Mary Kara in 2075 BC, it literally states it directly. For an upright heart is becoming to a lord or a neb, it is in front of a house which creates respect for the back. Observe Ma'at that you may endure a long time upon the earth. The Ba will return to the place it knows. You see that? The Ba's returning to that which it's familiar with. It knows it, and that's how it knows to come back. And will not wander from its familiar ways. You're looking back at this realm, and you're seeing the echoed image of things you were familiar with. So you can come back to it because you're relaxed and calm, and you know that you've seen this before. The offerings, the comb placed on the table that your grandmother used, the food offerings, the shirt, things that are placed on the offering table that you can sense and know, hey, I'm familiar with that frequency, because all you can look back at is sound and light frequency. So you don't wander from your familiar ways. Your familiar ways are the ways that you lived on the planet. You're familiar with it now. Now you can return back to Earth. All magical rituals will be unable to oppose it. Nothing can stop this from happening. In other words, nothing stops the boss from coming back to the familiar place. You may say, I can't see my deceased grandmother. I can't see the ancestors. I can't see them. No form of magic stops them from coming back. What stops? You from seeing it. Nothing stops it from happening. You don't see it. So that's you think it doesn't happen. And eventually, after a long time of frustration, you eventually become an atheist, preparing yourself for transhumanism, preparing yourself for the robot world, because robots believe in nothing. That's why most of your Kemetic teachers and pro-black teachers don't believe in anything, because they're already sub-prepared for the AI world of transhumanism. Whereas these people are talking about Boz returning back, doing food offerings. How many of your teachers your teachers believe in this? They acknowledge this? Ask them what's the last student they taught about food. My students do. I teach this. This is lived. I have testimonies of this happening with my students. Which one of the Kemetic teachers out there are doing this? They don't, because they actually don't believe in any Ba or Ka. They just want to talk about the blackity black and how black I'm blacker than you and Wesley Snipes and I look like this and look at the black and the black. And ask those same people, what was the last time you did the preparation for the Ba? Do you teach your children, your students about the Hetep table? I do mine, and they succeed and have testimonies that the Bas came back. There's living testimonies. Nanny, you see this? Fix this right here. Thank you. They have living testimonies of the Ba returning and coming back. Your teacher won't teach it because he doesn't believe in it. He's only doing it for clout of what he looks like. I look like this, so I'm better than you because I look like this. I look like this. So you look Asian, all of a sudden you're a kung fu master. No. No, you're not born with any special ability. No special ability you come with because you look like something. You have to work and develop through rigorous discipline, daily practices, and then you can tap into your DNA or your Ba energy, and then you can do something. You don't come back all of a sudden learning how to make curry. You're the best curry chicken and rice maker because you're born in India. No, you don't know nothing about it. You know nothing about curry because you're born in India. You know nothing about kung fu because you're born in China. You don't know how to make fufu because I'm born in Nigeria, so I'm the greatest fufu master. I can make fufu. No, you can't. You can't make fufu, man. You got to practice making it, buddy. I don't care if you're blacker than the tar baby. I don't care if you look like Wesley Snipes doo-doo. I don't care what you look like. You don't know how to make fufu because you're born looking like something. Just like the whitest of the white guy in Ireland doesn't know how to make those potato salads because he's born in Ireland. No, you're not white and all of a sudden you know how to play hockey. I'm Wayne Gretzky. We whites, we know hockey because we're white. So when we're born, we know the hockey game. That's us. We know it. No, you're not knowing Wayne Gretzky doesn't know how to play hockey because he's white. You think whites live off that? I'm white, so I'm the hockey master. That's me. I'm Italian. I was born flipping pizza. I know how to make pizza because I'm Italiano. So therefore, I'm automatically pizza. No. And it's because you're black, you're not born in a Tehu. It doesn't matter. You have to practice to master these things. You understand that? You think everybody born in the sumo area, they're all sumo wrestlers. Every fat guy born in that area all of a sudden knows sumo. They know sumo because they're that race. I'm the sumo master because my ancestors were sumo, and they get slapped up and knocked out by Mike Tyson. Keep living the psyops. Here we go, everybody. Boom, let's go. Welcome to Tehuti Podcast. Here we go, man. You're born in that area, so all of a sudden you're a sumo master. No. Practice is discipline. And if a big fat white guy practices sumo wrestling and you were born in that area, in Asia, in the area where they master it, and you just eat Doritos, all that, that big fat white guy is gonna kill you. In sumo, go fight Steven Seagal. Try it out. Tell me how that goes for you. Here we go, everybody. Boom, 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 boom. Here we go. I love seeing anybody fight Steven Seagal. Here we go. Here we go. Boom. He practiced, and therefore he's beating Asian people. Huh? Is he a wannabe? Tell him to his face a wannabe. Watch how that goes for you. Here we go. Boom. All right, boom. So here it is. The Bob returns back to the place that it knows. You just can't see it. Okay, so here we go. And remember, the oldest word for out of body is S-TUT, which means a doubled copy body. The same word, Ankh statues were raised for the deceased to return back to as a recognized image, seen also as a phantom form from the other side, and thus the same word for walking out of the body, mirrored image Ankh and echo, is the same word for statue. The same statues that they prepare for you when you go into your afterlife realm. It's an image. Do you see the statue right here? S-TUT. S-TUT. To copy. What's a copy? A doubled echo of something, which is the same word for statue. You see the S-TUT, the statue right there? Image. Where do we find this word S-TUT? In the same word for walking out of the body. Why? Because you're a pure energetic projectable doubled image. That's what the outer body would look like if you could see it. And those who see it see this. You have an outer body, so this one copies an image here, copies an image there. Each of these are more refined realms, and thus the ancient ancestors knew this. So to come out of the body was the word S-TUT, to walk around, to move around out of the body. It's the same word to echo out something or a statue. See that? S-TUT. Walk out of the body as a ba. S-TUT. Image. There's the statue to make a copy of something. Welcome to Tehuti Pod class. And guess how they preserve the statue to represent the immortal life of Tut, Tet, Ankh. You've learned about the Tet. Now you've learned about the Ankh and the Amun, which is the same as Hepep. Guess how his statue that he was placed inside of, like the Ankh is placed inside of the Ankh case, guess what it looked like? Uh-oh. An echoed body coming out of an echoed body coming out of an echoed body. What's that? What's all this needed for? What is this? What's happening here? This is what you need to bury somebody? You need an echoed body coming out of an echoed body coming out of an echoed image coming out of an echoed image. That's what you need? Why would the ancient people take so much work? You're making a coffin, and you're taking so much work, and the coffin is designed to represent the out of body into the afterlife, and you have an echoed image coming out of an echoed image coming out of an echoed image. That's Tut Ankhamun echoing out of his body. Because the word for statue, which is what this is, there's just a statue laying down, but it's hollowed out, just like the Ankh case was hollowed out to echo out the echoed mirror, which is what the Ankh was. So here is Tut Ankhamun placed into the body that echoes out, because the word statue is the same word for echoing out of your body. 1250 BC, prior to any of your religions existing. There's the S-TUT, there's the statue right there. There's the echoed body out of the outer body, and there's King Tut, or Tut Ankh Amun. Tut echoed out, Ankh echoed out the Ankh. The mirror echoing out, doubled body echoing out into the realm of Amun, into the Amun, the unseen, which is the same as Hepapet, raised up. Boom, as a mirrored, echoed image body. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Man, yep. I remember the last letter of Ankh that echoes the feminine birth aspect. Birth aspect is placenta, that represents the feeding aspect and the rebirth baby, which gives the nourishment, which I just taught about, what I taught about earlier tonight. Here's the last letter of Ankh, which is placenta. Ooh, wee, brother Myro better be dancing. He better be prancing right now. Here it is, the placenta, which is the organ that develops in the uterus and provides the nutrients to the growing baby. Here it is right there. Boom, there's the last word. Now let's go back to the papyrus of the life and beyond and read it again about the Ba coming back to the statue for its offering. And what else? What else is it coming back for? It's coming back for food. The same concept of the echoed placenta providing food because you're reborn, raised up into the Hapet ascension, like a baby is raised up into the mother's breast coming from the placenta area. And now when you go to the place you're familiar with, what are you looking for? Food, bread, water. That's what you're thriving off of. Bread, water. You're looking for nourishment. That's how deep the ancestors were. The same echo of the placenta, the last letter of Ankh. Boom! Food, nourishment for Ankh life as an Ankh mirror double coming back to its sculpture, which is statue. Oh, guess what the Medunetter word for sculpture is? S-Ankh. S-Ankh is the word for sculpture. S-Ankh. And guess what else the word sculpture or sculpturer echoed statue S-Ankh means? Nourishment, to feed. S-Ankh, to make live. Ankh, the sculpture. Nourishment, to feed. Boom. Hotep, I am done. Matrix broken. For those who appreciated this more than the waiter that you have ever tipped or the past reciprocity that you've spent over the past 10 years on the July 4th ritual, and if you have learned from this, or if any of this had any type of impact and has advanced your recent current understanding of this particular subject matter, send your tip of appreciation called Ankh Ma'at Mirror or Eternal Embrace, Ankh Ma'at Mirror or Eternal Embrace, or any creative title that you can come up with to PayPal at Rocky SV, Cash App, PT Amun, Hotep, I am done. That is it for the night. There's a link in the room for the supporters to jump in. One moment. Okay, I'm back. There's a link in the room for the supporter to jump in. Support. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. I hope people appreciate this. If your current Kemetic teacher is teaching all this, let us know so we can give him praise and props. If not, that means for 60 years that people have been wearing Ankhs in America. This has never been known before. Support everybody because the Ankh is the echoed mirror. I hope you all appreciate this. Boom, that's what the Ankh is right here. The echoed mirror. Rattlesnakes going off in the background. Hotep. Hotep and two superhero is in. I don't know what kind of cat. He's a saber-toothed tiger now. I don't know what kind of cat mode he's in right now. But that is the class, everybody. I hope you all appreciate this. Support Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. I hope you all really appreciate this because that's it for the night. That's it. Hope you all like this. I'm gonna see we're gonna go to the Gmail. We're gonna go to the ooh, they're going crazy in the background. I got two vipers. One's name is Brother Panic, and the other one's name is Miss Stress. She's always stressed out. And they're going crazy right now. So Brother Panic and Miss Stress are going nuts in the back. But I want to see what the appreciation is for this class, everybody. Let me talk to the people that came to the panel real quick, and then we're going to go into support and donation. Anu and Antu, how y'all doing today?
Doing wealthy, Healthy, excellent. Thank you all very much for this fantastic, beautiful, wonderful, phenomenal class. This might be the best class for me for a lot of reasons. You answered so many questions. I love how while you were answering what the Ankh is, you also answered what Tutankhamun's name is. I have no idea how you did this, Sabo, but I'm very appreciative. You're definitely the only being on this planet doing this. I'm very appreciative of you. Do anything to protect you, to make sure you can be here as long as possible, help sustain you. So to all very much.
Nini, great student. Appreciate your appreciation. Thank you. I'm really glad this is appreciated, because I wasn't going to come back. I thought everybody was just happy with the differences are black, and I wasn't going to come back and teach anything else. So I'm glad that people actually like learning about what the ancestors stated and appreciated. And I'm very happy, because unless anybody brings any other teacher, I'm the only one. I have this vast pool of frequency that I swim in. When I look around, nobody's in here with me. Everybody's arguing about Hebrew. So I'm just swimming in the nether energy. That's where all these answers are coming from. They're not coming from any book. I don't have a teacher. So thank you. I'm glad you like this and appreciate this. And it will continue until I'm in the nether or hopefully nothing happens. So unless I'm in the nether this is going to continue. I'm going to be gray and white, and I'm gray and white now. So I just wearing makeup. All right. So how you doing, Ed? What do you think?
I'm doing great. This was very, very nefer. This was very life expanding. You're helping me a lot internally, especially these classes. They help me in the aspect of becoming a mother in the future, and through your teachings, it teaches me how to teach, and that's something so important to me, because in the future, when Anu and I have children, I will now know how to teach them this beautiful information, and I wouldn't have this information without you. So this is very, very life expanding, and is helping me continue in the next realm with my family, and there is no words that can compare to what you are doing for all of us. So to us so much, Uncle Justin Neb, I will do everything to protect you and your family as well.
Tua, appreciate you as well, and I hope I get to see that. I hope my days are long enough where I get to see the children being born and you applying these things, and they have testimonies of their own. I would love to see a little 7-year-old say, and now because of the Tehuti podcast, my mother taught me because of the houseofatton, and seeing little ones. I'd love to see that. So keep doing your job, stay firm, and I appreciate. I just had a vision of you protecting me. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, little Antu. She's about 5'2", punching guys down. But thank you so much for whatever protection you can give me. I don't know if you got a Glock 9 in the waist, but our magical hiccup, or whatever you do, thank you for whenever that day comes, and you're there protecting me. Tua for that. I'm gonna get that on video. All right, superhero, how you doing, man? Catman, not Batman, but Catman.
I'm great. I look forward to these every week like nothing else. And that's part of the reason I had to go ahead and get support, because I was like, every little thing, I was like, another $2, another $5. So I'm like, let me just support so I can actually, feed myself.
I like that. Let me support so I can feed myself. That's awesome. That's something that Tef would teach. Definitely supporting this is supporting yourself. So thank you, good brother. I'm glad you're appreciating this. I know. Finally, answered a question. I'm curious. Prior to this or coming across me, were you into any kind of Kemet Nile Valley teaching, or was this a broad spectrum of spirituality? Would you say?
Yeah, I had a teacher kind of come through sometimes, and they taught me some of the stuff that you know. So it was interesting to see that you said you didn't see anyone else in that pool of knowledge. I'm like, I know you don't see me in there because I get a little dropped on my forehead occasionally, but it's not like you. It's not constant.
I'm gonna look for you.
I'm curious what my previous teacher will say about that once I see them again.
Yes, I want to. Let me know who that is one day. So when I'm swimming through there, I can see if he's in there and see what's going on. Come join the House of the 10 and give me a break of the pod class. Like Atef wants to send you his first question. So Atef is like, I ain't listening to nobody else. But thank you, brother. Appreciate you and coming in as a new supporter. And you've been watching since Killer Priest, right? Since I was on that show.
Yeah, I saw you. No disrespect to Brother Rasul, but I saw that go down, and I was like, nah, Tehuti's spelled different. Don't mess with this guy.
Shout out! Oh my God! Shout out to brother Rasul. Shout out to my inspirers and my Sifu, my Kung Fu master teachers, my Jiu-Jitsu teachers, and other animal teachers that I've had that have kept me calm in those Rasul days. Because he's definitely doing things. I don't know if you saw the class. I don't know if you saw the Killer Pre-show. He was thrown across the room. I don't know if you missed that one, but Rasul was tossed because he did the same shenanigans to somebody who wasn't of the Tehuti persona, and that person lifted him up out of his chair and threw him off of the show physically. So shout out to my teachers for keeping me calm, because there was many times where Rasul was kind of assaulting me under the table, literally assaulting me and I just stayed calm. So yes, I'm glad you realized that, and that's why he didn't come to the debate. If you notice, Rasul never came to the debate we had. He did it on the screen. Did you notice that? Because he couldn't control himself. He couldn't control himself. So shout out to that young man. I hope he wakes up one day. But if not, be who you are. All right, we're gonna go to Primordial Thought 9. How you doing, brother? Primordial Thought 9 knows where I get all. He has the Musa Ashby book. He has all the cheat codes. He knows where my answers are coming from. I can't fool him. Primordial, go ahead and tell him, man. Oh my God, it's fun, man.
SABA, you remain in that theta. You got that theta power. You're definitely calm. How to any question asked, you go into that theta realm. We might as well, SABA Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra, aka Theta. He's in it. He's in it. Magical powers by you, great SABA. Tua to you. Tua for teaching us what Ankh really is. And it's I mean it's hard to I guess I can only speak for myself, but I can only imagine how you feel living this. Mm-hmm. And Ankh is barely being taught now, and that's gotta be low key stressful, because nobody brought it like you have, and for Ankh to really be broken down like the way you've done this whole class, that's phenomenal. So Tua to you, great SABA. Appreciate you.
To you, my brother. That's your children in the background?
Yeah, they back there running around, SABA. They back there cutting up right now.
Okay. Tell them I said peace when I talk to them. When you talk to them, shout out to you. Yes, 1 second, I got to one there. Hold on, bro. Hold on. And one moment, I just got something after. Okay, let me put that in. Okay, all right. Good, I'm done. All right, good. All right, let me come back. All right, thank you, my good brother. I just got something live from the Ankh class part 3, if there's ever one. It could be one in the next 20 years. Oh, hold on, why am I frozen? Uh-oh, am I froze? Hold on a second, everybody. What's going on here?
Yeah, we can hear you. The internet couldn't handle that reception you got there.
Can you see me? Can I be seen waving?
Yeah,
Yes,
I can see you.
Okay, good. Yes, I got another piece of information for the Ankh Part 3 class. So I had to save that in the. Somebody could ask me something about Ankh some years from now. So I just got some information live while you were talking. So I had to save that. Thank you, my good brother, Primordial Thought 9. Appreciate that. I'm glad you appreciate what's happening. Wait till y'all get that one. That's crazy. Crazy. That blew me away just now. But I'm glad you appreciate what is that's happening here, and you keep on being motivated, doing what you're doing. You're doing great. Your creativity's coming out. I really love it. Very proud of you, and you're absolutely right, man. You're absolutely right. This whole week I've been walking around. You can ask the ladies that are around me. I've been walking around. Yesterday, I think I fell asleep 5 times. So it's interesting. This is interesting. Just doing this, it does take a lot. So thank you, brother, for appreciating. Peace to Gabriella, if you're listening in the background. Peace and love to you. Okay, Primordial.
Here she comes, Saba. Here she
comes, Gabriella. Well, I know when Gabriella sees me at the house. Yeah, I know when Gabriela Lopez sees me at the pathways, she's gonna bring me in the corner, and she has about 2 hours of stuff to tell me. She has so many things to there's gonna be a pod class there. How you doing, Gabriella?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm trying to prepare for the pod class that you're gonna want at the pathways when you see me and ask me a live 1,000 questions. So I'm doing well.
Sounds like I gotta save up for a really good tip for that breakdown, because that's gonna be in person and super personalized.
Oh my goodness. Okay, you doing good? You feeling good? Your body feeling good?
I'm feeling good. I have a little bit of a headache that tends to sometimes come and linger, but I try to keep myself a little busy to just kind of take my mind off of it. And so yeah, but other than that, I've been actually sleeping really well the past couple of days. So it's interesting what 4 hours of straight sleep will do to you and the energy that it gives you.
So, you had a headache? You had a little headache, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Natty, did you say that soap helps headache? Oh, okay. I thought okay. Okay. One of my interns is experimenting with some new soap made from snake venom or something. We're trying to find out what's happening. But okay, I'm glad you are here. Glad you are healthy. I know your baby's gonna be healthy. Somebody here thinks they know what the sex is of the baby. I'm just gonna keep quiet until the baby's born, and maybe we'll pre-write it. We're gonna pre-write it with the date, so when the baby comes out, and give you the paper with the date. Say, hey, we knew it. So shout out to you, and you stay strong. Did you get to catch the Did you get to catch the class I just did? That's in 2 parts.
I did. I caught the entire class that you did. So it was definitely a lot of information, and it's very just mind-blowing as best as I can put it. So I know that this is all just a learning journey. I've started to, I told somebody at work the other day, I'm a forever student because I'm always learning. So I know that when I come into your classes and I say that your classes are mind-blowing, it's because that's me just learning and rewiring everything in there and then rewiring the baby. So it's a lot of rewiring going on. So it's truly an effort and just grateful feeling to be able to sit through your classes. So hopefully the baby doesn't come on a Saturday, because that would interrupt the class.
Oh my
But,
goodness. Okay.
yes.
Man, imagine that, a baby born on the pod, a baby born while I'm doing the pod class. Fire. That would be, man, please let that would be great. But thank you, Gabrielle, for your great appreciation. Thank you for coming to the screen.
Yes, it's
And
a great pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Nini,
For having us.
yes, having all three of you, yes. Nini Uk, Atef, I'm gonna go to Atef. Atef Rem Kim, you doing good, my brother? So you got to see the class?
Hotep, Grace Saba. Yes, I did. I agree with Grace sister there. I'm a forever student. Don't worry, Gabby. I'll let you hold these glasses right here, and you can just stay tuned into the podcast. You won't miss it. But yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. There's a lot to digest, Grace Saba. I appreciate you. I already told you I'm a forever student, forever supporter, forever protector, because this information is important. This is our immortality. And I just appreciate everything. I definitely got to run it back because I was in and out of this class, and it seemed like it was 4 parts. Saba, this is it's truly phenomenal. I'm holding my first Ankh that I was gifted by the great brother Ani Patah ATEN Tehuti. I wonder if he knew, if he had already did the one-on-one with you and knew that this was a rope he was giving me. But yeah, this is man, this is great. I love how the brother on the panel, how he was talking about when he was on Killer Priest, because that was one of the things that I learned from you too, was the importance of staying calm and handling situations. That was very impressive to me, because I knew that there wasn't a competition per se. Not like I knew that you wasn't necessarily against the brother. It was just how he was behaving and presenting. But your behavior and your restraint during those times was definitely admirable, and I learned a lot. It inspired me and motivated me to behave different and rewire myself. So that's what I'm in the process of always doing, constantly, just trying to be better. And yeah, I just appreciate you. I know you say you want to end early, so I'm not going to be long-winded, but for this breakdown, I definitely look forward to running it back and truly digesting it. And I already knew there was a part 3 and a part 4. There's always more. And that's one of the things that I love and I appreciate. So for that, Grace Saba.
Nini Uk, we appreciate you. Thank you, my good brother. Annie, this second part had more than the first part. This is I don't know if I let it all out, man, but this had more. This is I'm sure you got to see it. I'm sure you love it. I still never said flower yet.
Yes. Yeah. One thing that you taught me early on when I started learning from you is how the words, how they create the concepts, how we understand the concepts today through what the metanetter brought forth and what people recognize as logos to tell a story, is that the symbol that we're looking at, that everyone knows is life, has so many definitions. So for you to take this and have this be focused on the mirror and the double and the echo, and showing the Karas and the great Aku being doubled out through the golden means, that was beautiful. I just love how it keeps going, because that's how I like to think. And you know, as an artist, and we learn in Ptahhotep that there is no pinnacle to art. There is no peak. You keep going and keep going. It keeps expanding. And the way that you are able to do this, and you just added on just a few moments ago, and that probably can produce a whole nother. I know it can. Not probably. I know you can take what you just received and pick it piece by piece by piece by piece, and it allows us to have such a expansive understanding of what's taking place. So yes, Tua Henu Great Saba, I love it. The Hapet, and what that means. I love how you transitioned it into the Ba as well, and showing Mary Kara, and that was the before having the information, before the pod class, before you came to Killer Priest, and you know, started to bring forth all the papyruses. There was I didn't have anything to connect these things, these experiences to, that was solidified. It's just you know, just based on experience. And so when you started to show how this was what was every single day, all day, nonstop for thousands of years, it does something internally to bring back memories. So what you're doing is just amazing. So Henu Great Sabo.
To you, appreciate your appreciation, because you teach on, you can see a little deeper than the average that's watching the podcast, because you're a studier of these symbolisms. So I know you caught a lot, and your appreciation levels are extremely high. And I'm glad you saw me, because people need to hear about what you are going to bring in the future. And if there's no platform and nothing, I mean, I'm glad people can see what you can do because of this major jump that you've taken. I know you appreciate this extremely. So, Tua, for your great words of appreciation, and I look forward to seeing bits and pieces of this in different things that you may teach in the future, because I dropped a big load of whole bunch of stuff. So, Tua, to you, good brother, appreciate your appreciation, and go raise these people up. Let's go get them. All right. Bella is back. Let me see if the echo. We're gonna turn everybody's mute on. She has headphones on now. We're gonna see what happens if this changes anything. Bella, everybody go on mute. I'm gonna go on mute. Let's see if Bella can say something without turning the podcast into a mirror. Here we go.
What's up, Saba?
Okay,
Can you still hear me? I'm sorry.
Can you all hear her? She's still echoing. I hear an echo, but it's a faint echo.
It's really low.
It's much better than it was before.
Speak again, Bella. You try again.
What's up to everyone on the panel, and what's up to SABA Tehuti? Wait, is this good? Okay. To us, SABA, for this Nefer class and for all the Nefer things that you do for all your students and your netterts and your household. To very much for your teachings that imbue your natural biological imperative, and yes, to very much I love this teaching and how in depth you went and all the energy you put into doing all of this for us, to for your firmness in mind, to very much.
Everybody come off echo. How does she sound to everybody?
It's a lot better. If there's any echoing, it's very faint.
Okay, good. To you, Bella, for your great appreciation. I'm glad you appreciate this, and your appreciation is shown through many, many different means. And I know you listen carefully and you hear all the teachings and the multi-level layered teachings sometimes that others can't hear. So to you, appreciate you, and let's get to these support donate. Let's get to the support donations. I want to see. Uh-oh. Hold on 1 second, everybody. Hold on a second. Always something happening this zoo. Hold on.
I hope, if not part 3, part 4 involves something I've been waiting to hear. It could have just been something that was just floating through my mind, but the Ankh as a literal key is something I've been waiting to hear. Of course, it could have been something that I just imagined, but I could have sworn I heard something about that as well, if it wasn't said right next to the King's Chamber bit.
Yeah, send the question in. That would be a great part 3, because that is something else that yes, it's a wonderful wonderful thing that we have the SABA to bring these questions to, and he'll direct us to the papyruses and to the Kumers and to the Stellas to determine that. But that's a great question. Yes, and everyone, make sure you hit the like button. Those who have come in late, hit that like button. Support the pod class. Yeah, send in your support for this unique experience that we're all participating in.
Okay, can everybody hear and see me? Everybody hear and see me good?
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, good. All right, everybody, we're going to get to the supports. We're going to get to the supports, the donation, and see how everybody appreciated the answer to the Tuesday pod class. Let's get to it, everybody. We're going to see first donation I'm going to read out. Here we go. This is support. And remember, everybody, after this, the pod class is going to be finished. So if you have extra support that you were going to wait for to send it in, because it's this pod class will not be going another hour. We're going to end early tonight. So we're going to go to the first person here, which as always seems to be the this brother right here as the first person, who is actually the would be one of the last people because of the way that the the way the emails work. So that is this brother right here, who is one of the greatest consistent supporters, none other than, where is he? Give this brother some big noise, Robert Williams, and we're gonna get Antu. Could you read that for me, please? Then we get some noise.
Yes, I can. It's 2072 for this is double support to the Ankh double echo Tua.
Give him some big noise, please. Big noise.
What Tef, are you playing sounds? I don't know if he's playing.
Morse.
I'll play them.
Shout out to you, good brother. Appreciate you. You're always showing your support. And this brother right here, Eric G, that's it. He's the one that sent in. He sent in actually 2 extra donations to receive the Ankh Part 2. And now here he is with oh, I misspelled it. Here he is. Hold on. Here he is right here, sending in another one on top of what he already sent in. And I'm hearing that feedback. It's like somebody's in the ocean. Hold on. Somebody's in the ocean. Okay. Shout out to this brother right here. And that brother is Eric G. That's it. We're going to give him a hand clap right here. He sent in 555. And, oh, you know what? I think that's you, Atef. Atef, if you're trying to play something, it just sounds like the ocean. There's no sound, so check the sounds. Some sound issues going on tonight, but we're gonna get
go out and come back in.
Yes. Okay, it is 555, and you know what, Superhero, go ahead and read that for me, brother. You haven't read anything for us ever, so go ahead and read some for me, please.
Okay. It says 555 for Tehuti's work.
Okay, give him a hand clap. Please. Oh, good. Okay. Wonderful. We're gonna wait for Atef to get his thing straightened out. I know Bella has some echo issues, so let's oh my goodness, Gabriel Lopez has come. I wish he was. Gabriel Lopez, are you on the panel? If so, could you read this for us, please? Because this is from you.
No, she in the back right now with the children, so I'll read it for you.
Okay, good. I was about to say, Gabriel, your voice. Gabriella got some testosterone. All right. Okay, we're gonna put that on the screen. So from Gabriella to Gabe. All right, here we go. Let's see. All right, here we go. Oh, it's not showing. 1 second. Present. I have some technical difficulties tonight. Sound errors, echoes. Now it's not showing. I'm gonna cancel. But once I have to cancel this is strange. Okay, I'm gonna cancel. Let me start again. Scribe, tell me if this pops up on the screen when it shows on your end. My end is going strange. Okay.
It's loading.
It should be on now.
Yes, it is up.
Okay, thank you. All right. Can you read that, Primordial, please?
Yes, Gabriela Lopez, $44.44.
Oh my God.
For being the internal mirrored Ankh that guides us. Purple heart.
So you guys are messing with my endocrine glands. Thank you, Gabrielle. Thank you, Gabrielle. Appreciate that. I'll give him a big round of applause, please.
We want to keep you on your toes, Saba.
Oh my God, man.
Hope that heck out.
Oh my
that,
God.
that at night. And
Oh my goodness, that reminds me of. I'm going to tell the story, but that reminds me of a very strange story of one of my students found himself with somebody who ended up being somebody else. But here we go. Shout out to you, Gabriella. Appreciate you for your great support. Thank you very, very much. Was there sound played for that, Annie? My end is something wrong with my sound.
Yes. Did you all hear the sound? Okay. Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna.
Did you hear my sound too?
No, I don't think we heard yours. Play a sound. No, don't hear any sound. It's F.
I heard the Primo saying the hecka. Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay. Something's going on with my sound, maybe. Okay, no problem. As long as there's a sound and acknowledgement. Gabriella, to you, thank you very, very much. And now we're gonna go to the two people that donate, support every aspect of the pod class. They participate in the pod class, participate with the House of ATEN. Outside of the pod class, let me see what number this is. And that's none other than these two right here. And let me ask, Anu, can you hear me clearly? You can hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Did you see that you're made a moderator on the other board?
On the House of ATEN?
No, the Chematology board.
Oh, yes.
Okay, good. Annie, did you get a notification of becoming a moderator on that board too?
No, I haven't checked Facebook.
Okay, check it. You should have I've gotten a confirmation from Obi that you both need to be moderators. And when you see the traffic that comes in that site every day, like 5 new people become a member every day. I've never seen anything like that on Facebook. But yeah, check your Facebook for that. You should be a moderator on that site.
Okay.
All right. Anu and Antu, for your great support. Can you read that for us, please? Either one of you.
Yes, I can, Saba. $40 for a great Ankh class. We tet echo you for limitless eternity on Gab and Ement.
Wow. What? Let me read that one more time for me, brother. What happened? What? One more time, please, for those.
$40 for a great Ankh class. We tet echo you for limitless eternity on Gab and Ement.
Oh wow, beautiful, man, beautiful. Give them some big monster noise, please. And okay, somebody's anonymous. Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Anu and Antu. Oh man, wonderful. Oh, back to back. Oh, back to back with the good brother. Annie has come with the Annie language. I'm going to get him to read this one here. The Annie language, which is meta and header, actually, because it looks like it's all meta and header. So okay. Okay. Annie, go ahead and read that for us, please. The great support that you've provided. Boom, boom, and boomity, boom, boom. There you go. Go ahead and read that for us, Annie.
Okay, for 4072, it says for Ankh and the water waves, ATEN, Sabait, Dua.
Did you say for Ankh and the waterways? Oh, I see it. Wonderful.
Yes, water waves to connect the Ankh to the ATEN, which is 2. So Ankh and ATEN, Sabait, Dua.
You said which? Oh, yes. Okay, thank you, brother. Lagger. So I hear it now. I see it. It's little. I see it down there. Thank you, Annie. That's very creative. I like that. That's wonderful. If Tef sound was working, I give you some noise, but I guess you're gonna have to give yourself some noise, man. Give yourself some noise.
I don't play with pseudos.
I don't play with pseudos.
I've been waiting to hear that all day.
Oh man, me too. Me too, my brother. Okay. And the next support, I'm gonna get we'll see how. Oh, this is for someone on the panel too. This is Primordial. I was gonna get Bella to read this one, but this is actually from Primordial. So Primordial. Primordial Thought 9 has come through. $35 tip support donation. And Primordial, could you read that for us, please?
To SABA. Yes, $35 tip for the true power of the Ankh, Hindu Fist, Black Eve, and the Great Ra.
Give him some big noise for that, please.
Never for Ankh. Everything is beautiful in life.
Wonderful. Okay, excellent. Who else is sentenced? We got some old ones from the beginning of the class. We're gonna get you. I see you on Hyphy Needle Camo. I see all you. You're at the bottom because you actually donated first. So you're gonna be read last because of the way the Gmail works. But I see you, I acknowledge you, and you're gonna all be acknowledged for your great support. And here comes a brother who consistently he's up there with Robert Williams and ATEN, Tehuti and Anu and everybody who is consistently from Killer Priest. Tef, too many people to name, but he's up there too with all the people have been supporting from since Killer Priest, and not just supporting the pod class, but the men netter classes, everything. He's a part of it. He's been at the Pathways of the Awakening, and this is none other than the good brother. He even brought somebody to the Pathways of the Awakening who sent in a pod class question. So shout out to this brother right here, who's none other than Ox Effect. Ox Effect wasn't gonna read up. Okay, everybody go on mute again. I'm gonna get Bella to read this. I'm gonna go on mute. Everybody go on mute so we don't hear the mirrored sound echo. Go ahead and read that, Bella.
It says 4072 for Ankh Ma'at Mir.
Okay, good. Good. Okay, make some big. Oh, am I on mute? I don't know what's that. I'm doing all kind of things. Okay, wonderful, wonderful. That was excellent. Wonderful. My whole computer system was on mute, so I didn't even hear the sound. Maybe that's why I'm not hearing things. Thank you. Thank you for the support. Where's the screen? Thank you for the support. Ox Effect. Thank you, Bella, for reading, and thank you, Scribe, for the playing the sound. Appreciate you. All right, we're gonna go to the next person here. The next. 1 second, please. Maybe. We're getting a lot of supportive. Thank you. Thank you for the supportive energy. Thank you, TT. All right, we're gonna go to the next supporter here. Black Card is back in full effect. This is the first brother here that I remember setting off donations to the pod class, the larger donations to the pod class without asking a question. He did this from way back. He did it from way back, and this brother here, he also came to the Pathways of the Awakening. He doesn't say much. He's come to many Meta class. He doesn't speak much. He matches his persona. That's none other than this brother right here, who is Black Alucard. I can read this one. TFTK, and that means thanks for the knowledge. Give him some big noise, please. Monster noise.
I don't play with pseudos.
I'm gonna make a track called "I Don't Play with Pseudos." That's gonna be my. I don't play this. Man, the voice is crazy and the mind is crazy. All right, shout out to Black Alucard. Appreciate your great support. You are always you've been supported for years and years and years. Wow, Black Alucard again. He's not stopping. He actually gave a tip on top of that. Oh my goodness. He has given tip support on top of that. I'm gonna read about 4 more, then I'm gonna take a break. You all can build, and I'm gonna come back and do the rest of the support. I have to revitalize myself. All right, this is tip. Everybody who's watching appreciates. Please support the Tutsi podcast. Please support what it is that you're seeing here, and keep this around, because don't do the Biggie Smalls, Tupac, Malcolm X. Don't do the thing where you wait for the person to die or something, they're gone, then all of a sudden they become the best. He was always the best to me. Oh, the House of they were the best. What are they saying this day and time? They say throw your flowers or something. Show your flowers while this is live in front of you, existing. Don't wait for this to pass and something happened to me, and then you say, yeah, he was the best. I always loved it. He was just the best class ever. Support while it's here, and that's what's actually keeping it here, because it puts me in a relaxed state to put everything, not everything, but a lot of what I have into the answers without having to cut it off to worry about going to train somebody in the gym, do these other things that I do, and it helps my mind just focus on what it is I need to get to at the highest level. So shout out to all the great supporters and those who are watching. Support, like you support hot dogs. So the good brother, Black Alucard, gave a tip on top of that. Oh, this one, Atef, are you there, good brother?
Yes, I'm here, Saba.
Is this a new acronym you got to translate? Is this a new one or the same one?
Well, thanks for the knowledge for the end this time.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks for the nod with an N. Give him some hand claps, please. Thank you. I don't know if that was thanks for the knowledge or thanks for the Nitiru. There was an N there, but shout out to you, Black Yellow Card. It's for us to figure out. All right. So Robert E. Williams again. This man here, he gave a tip already. He gave him another one. Oh, because it's doubled. Robert, you're incredible. I see what he's doing. Robert gave 2 tips because the class is on doubled echo. Wow, brother. Is Robert in the chat? Anytime, brother, you want to come to this panel, you're overly invited, my good brother. He gave 2 donations because the class was on echo and double. Wow. Wow, okay. Thank you, Robert. Appreciate you. So here it is right here. The brother Robert gave 2 donations. The second one, 2 donations for the same class to echo what the theme of the class was on, which is about the echoed Ankh and the double, the projectable, pure energetic projectable double. Here we go. Shout out to you, good brother. And I'll go ahead and read this one. Tua for Ankh number 2, double breakdown. Oh, you put Nefertiti too. Give him some big class, please. Give big class, please. Thank you. Wow. Look at Nefertiti. Tehuti Harakuti. If you're watching, to you. I don't know if you've gone to bed from whatever city you may be in. It may be late where you are, but definitely you can come to the panel. And I wish you on the panel to read this one. This is great. This is great right here. It's stress and brother panic is going crazy in the back. Okay. Shout out to this brother here, Tehuti Harakuti, who came full-fledged, redeemed himself, and he's a full-fledged supportive member. I see the links, I see the shares, I see all type of things happening. And Tua, for you, you've been corrected and you redeemed yourself. So this is Tehuti Harakuti with large support of 3572. Tehuti Harakuti's not on the panel right now, but Anu, could you read this for me, please, good brother?
Yes, I can, Saba. For Ankh, ATEN, the mirror with 3 Ankhs, 3 mirrors, 2 eyes looking to the side. Tua Marie Grace Saba for another great revelation. 3 emojis with hands put together. Ankh Uja Seneb with 3 axes.
Is this his way for asking for part 3? I don't know. But give him some big noise, please. A lot of 3s in here. Big noise, please, to Tehuti Harakuti. Thank you, good brother. Whoa.
I don't play with pseudo.
Oh man. Out to you, good brother. Kuti. And he came to the panel with the camera working. Out to you. Okay. Who's this? Oh, of course. My good brother. I'll read two more, then I got to take a break. But this good brother here, this brother's life got changed a few times at the pod class. This is a brother in the chat named Maharu, also called Beged Leisure, $25. And two, could you read that first, please?
Yes, I can. It says, Tua Tehuti M-A-10 Ankh, remind me of peacock, spreads feathers, wings, circles, eyes of resurrection.
The Beged Leisure language. I have no idea what's happening. It reminds me of peacock, spreads feathers. Beged Leisure is he sees things that no one else can see. But shout out to you, good brother. You're definitely in the car realm. Give him some big noise, please. Ring circle. Shout out to you. Okay, yes, the peacock does look like it has eyes in its feathers in the back. Shout out to you, Big Ed Leisure. You're on a different realm, my good brother. You're awesome, though. Shout out to him. He has life change. Has a great testimony in the fall class. A few of them, but one of them particularly, his ability to contact his deceased. Shout out to you. Okay, okay, one more, then I gotta take a break. One more. Are there any new supporters? Are we done with the new support? This one is, who's this? But Master K. Another brother who has been around since the Tehuti pod class. I really appreciate, not the Tehuti, Killer Priest Podcraft. I really appreciate him because he's coming from a culture that's not familiar to where most change from, which is like Christianity and the common religions that are around, sub-religions that are around America. He's actually coming from a culture that can actually boast that they, on their level of understanding, they can actually boast they have no interference, and they actually have one of the longest track records of a religious timeline. And those are the Hindus and Indians background that the brother here is connected to. And he is completely relating to Ma'at, completely relating to the sources. So shout out to the good brother Master K, also known as Ashnil Kumar. And that's $10.02. And it says, I'll read this one, then I'm going to take a break. Hotep Ma'at Namaste. He even put the symbols on the top. Anet HERU Tehuti Amun Hotep Bravo. Ari Hetep. The whole thing is in Metanetter. Shout out to you, Master K, if you're in the room. I don't look at the room much. I don't see the room right now, but shout out to you if you're in the room. Ashnil Kumar. Give him some hand claps, please, and I'm going to step away for a minute and revive myself. Wonderful, everybody. Who did we lose here? We lost somebody. We lost Bella, and someone else was here. But shout out to everybody on the panel. I'm going to step away for just a moment. Ani Patah, Tehuti, peace and love, filled with the people. Anu and two, probably step away from a match. Anu and two, shout out to you. Tefrem Kema'at, if you're there, peace and love to you. Primordial Fawn and Gabriella and Superhero 34. You all build with the people in a moment. Let them know how important this is. I'm gonna come back, read the rest of the donations, see if there's any new ones, and then we're gonna close out. I gotta close this podcast at a reasonable time tonight. So peace and love. You all build. I'll be back. When I come back, I'm coming back with Attend the Snake. Peace and love.
I also have something I have to do. I will be back in just a second.
Hotep Henu, everyone, peace and love to for all the great supporters who understand what's taking place. Yes, a beautiful thing. Great brother Anu, hold us up for just a few moments because I have something I want to show, so I want to get that together real quick. Tua.
You do. Everyone support a wonderful SABA Tehuti. He has brought forth a matrix breaking and mod building class. Made history today with his teachings of the Ankh. Might find some celebrities in the future talking about this class, not sourcing it. Well, if you saw this class, you know that it comes from here. SABA Tehuti podcast. Those other people, they really have nothing on the Netiru. They have nothing on our SABA Tehuti. After hearing this class, what the other people say, like Erica Badu and her teacher, they really have nothing on the Netiru. It doesn't sound good at all. It does not feel satisfying. This feels satisfying. This feels excellent. It really shows you the war and battles that are taking place with consciousness, because to accept an answer like it being the womb or the man, woman, or child, accepting an answer like that and not wanting to dig deeper and see what the people actually say themselves shows the laziness. And by our SABA Tehuti bringing this forth, it shows how we are actually supposed to be, what we need to live up to, what life is really about, immortality. This answer all around is absolutely fantastic. I know that everything that echoes from this will be fantastic. I'm happy to be here and be a part of this monumental moment in history. Happy that SABA Tehuti brought this forth and that he was willing to bring this forth because he didn't have to. So everybody should be thankful that he did. We all would be still here just thinking who knows what besides Ani because he got the class. So everyone appreciate our SABA Tehuti, send support into him because he really brought forth more than what the Ankh is. He went over so many meta words. He went into so many different meanings of various meta words. He went into EE, Hepet. He went into Tut, Tet, Shatut, Amun. He went into a lot of stuff. So this was more than an Ankh class for sure. This class definitely, and all other classes, should be getting support forever. Even after SABA Tehuti is in 90 years from now, when SABA Tehuti is in the Netter Kurt, these classes should still be getting support going towards his children. Wherever he wants it to go, this class should be something, and every other class should be something that constantly gets appreciation and praise, because it truly is historical. And it will be something that will be studied by many people, those who are followers of Ma and those who are not followers of Ma. And something I love about our ancestors is it's so complex that you can't fake it. So you will know who is really a follower of Ma and who isn't, because those who are not followers of Ma will not be able to repeat this information or teach this information as it is presented here today. And those who are followers of Ma will continue to grow and walk in the path of the ancestors to be able to teach this information the way it was presented. So that is something that is very beautiful and monumental as well, because it separates the truth and the falsehood, like the sieve, the placenta. So I find that very beautiful. I'll pass it on to Primordial Thought if you want to say some Nefer words.
Peace. Yes. Hey, you know, the great SABA, he always keeps us growing, keeps us going every day. Um, like I said earlier, beautiful breakdown of the Ankh. I know he was also, you know, the question was about the immortal mirror as well, but it always ties right back to the Ankh. So it's just a beautiful thing to just, you know, just see the depth of the Hekau. You know what I mean? Saba going into that theta realm and you know, doing the magic that he does. So it's a beautiful thing. Definitely. I can't wait. I can't wait to just everybody who going to the pathways. Man, I can't wait for all of us to just sit down and just, you know what I mean, just converse. You know what I mean, be around. I mean, how many gatherings we done been to that you know, you just find yourself the only person in the room and ain't nobody really on your same frequency. You done, how many gatherings you done been to where you just find yourself just you know what I mean, like you just teaching people, right, to what you know, but they're so on a different frequency. You just find yourself being the only person in the room. So to me, this pathways to awakening is important because that ain't gonna be the case. We all like-minded, and we just build from each other. That's the beauty of it. That's what I can't wait for. You know what I mean, for the pathways, because to have that type of energy in one building. You know what I mean? Just to sit in that and to be able to just grow. Who knows what kind of magic, what kind of hekau's gonna be going on in there, what kind of cool's gonna be, you know what I mean, expanded, sharing information, sharing personal things, you know what I mean, things that we don't talk about on, you know what I mean, on the internet, because you know what I mean, like, hey, we family, so there's things that, you know, we talk to on here and things that we don't behind, you know what I mean, closed doors. So, you know, you only share that with people you love. So that's gonna be the beauty of it. And I hope everybody, I hope all the Karus show up, man, and just, hey, let's just build, you know what I mean? Because let's truly be the house of ATEN. And that's gonna be the beauty of it. So hey, I'm excited, y'all. I'm telling you, it's only July. But hey, I'm excited. I can't wait to you know, just being in that energy, man. So, you know, peace and love to everybody.
Definitely might have to try to do that. I don't know if you've all heard of this, maybe. I bet you Sabatudi has. It's this voodoo trick where you can make someone levitate. You need multiple people, though. So it's this whole thing. I don't know too much about it, but I know that it's possible. People that practice voodoo do it, and people that don't. Darren Brown's talked about how he's done it, and that'd be really cool if we could pull that off right there. Put somebody in the chair, put the fingers on them, and start levitating off the ground.
Okay, so it's not just me, because I always wanted to see the fork thing or whatever in person. Or just give Tehuti one of my forks and like, okay, I know this fork is real because I brought it from home, so let's do this.
If you look back when he has, he did a fork magic trick in another class. It was way more than just bending a fork.
Yeah, I saw a video of that on the channel. It's up there now. It's under videos, not live, where he's using what I assume is qigong to flow with the energy, or what most people call tai chi, to levitate the fork. I don't see a lot of people practicing that with tai chi as you're supposed to actually do.
There is an old pod class where he has a fork. He wraps around a napkin or a paper towel around one of the little prong things. He lights it on fire. For some reason, the fire is extremely huge. And then prong disappears and then it comes out of his mouth. So you definitely gotta go check that one out. And then I want to ask Saba this. We'll later if we have time. But when he was holding the spoon earlier, if you look at it, it kind of looked like it started to bend a little bit. I wonder if that's just me, or did you guys see that as well, or go back? Was I the only one that saw that? Did you guys see that too?
I was waiting for it to bend. I was looking for it. I was like, is he about to bend it? I don't know. I couldn't tell. But he's definitely done a few tricks live for different people. Superhero 34, so definitely check that out. How many episodes or like old shows have you seen on when he was on Killer Priest?
I can't say I've seen them all, but at this point, I might have gone back because what I was doing is, as soon as Tehuti showed up, I saw him with Rasul. All I kept doing was I'm like looking for Tehuti in these Killer Priest live shows. So I might have seen them all by now, but I'm not sure.
Well, he was on for about a year, roughly, because he went on as a guest, and then he came back the next week. And they were usually on Mondays, and then he came back the next week, and Killer Priest actually wasn't there, and he hosted the whole show. So it's quite a few episodes of it. I had started going back and watching them all, and I got to like maybe 6 or 7. But there's quite a few. Then there was a break, and then he came back, and then he started the podcast, which I'm grateful for that because I definitely wouldn't be where I'm at right now, as far as my knowledge and how he's helped me just in general. It's like you were speaking about his the way he handled Rasul, the way he handled that situation. I've seen him do that on a high level, different times, at different times. Some were live, some were private, but definitely just truly remarkable. His poise and the way he approaches situations. It's definitely something to learn. I actually learn from everything he says. So every situation is, for me, is something. Like I get something out of every single situation. This is why even like with the breakdowns of my name, I done my own little research. I done my own research on my Ren, but he's done one official breakdown of my Ren, but I've seen him break down my Ren several different times, answering other questions. So that's the beautiful thing about that. So if you can make it to the pathways, you'll definitely see some magic, brother. You'll definitely see some heka, because he's definitely a walking example of that. And it's definitely just his presence, and like in person, just to see him and to be in that energy and to be in that frequency is something totally different. So definitely encourage you if you can make it. It's like in 3 months. If you can make it out, definitely. And then, like the brother said, you'll be around like-minded, individuals.
Yeah.
So definitely. And new, we'll tap into to you, great brother and sister. I'm definitely looking forward to your class. Definitely looking forward to it. I'm working on mine for tomorrow. And let me just say, I don't know how SABA does it. I truly doesn't. I don't, because for me, it requires a lot. It requires a lot of energy, a lot of ritual, a lot of energy. It's different. I don't know, man. I can't even explain it right now. I don't even have the words to explain it, but it requires a lot of energy, a lot of focused thought, definitely have to be in a particular frequency to even bring forth, you know, any type of, and the thing about it is him being our teacher is nowhere near what we bring forth, is nowhere near his level of of execution. And we all have our own styles, and it's great. I'm now experimenting with different things, but just not even creating, but just creating and then mapping it out, writing it down, and then bringing it forth. It requires a high level of energy. It takes a lot from me. It takes a lot from me, but at the same time, it gives me a lot, right? Because I could be spending my energy, you know, creating this fact. I could be spending my energy doing something that's not beneficial, whereas I'm doing something that's benefiting, to present, but it's also benefiting me because I'm learning as I'm creating. Because like like the great sister said, I'm a baby, goo goo gaga. That's what she was saying. So when I'm creating, it's like I feel like sometimes I feel like I don't know what I'm doing, right? But I'm just only thing I know is I just stay focused on the truth. It's like I have to, what I bring forth has to bring the truth because representing the house of ATEN, and what we do here is totally different than what everybody else does, right? Ancestral artifacts over religious opinion. So for me, I truly love echoing the tones of our ancestors, and for me, that's a beautiful way for me to learn. I love how SABA was showing the two different. He was showing showing buds, but he also showed another dictionary. And he just put me on to that, and I felt like I saw somebody in the chat say he said something about Budge's dictionaries, but for me, it's a great start, and I'm glad that SABA recommended that. I'm moving toward exploring other options, but it's definitely a great start for those of you that are out there learning. And I did get my book. That I don't know how I missed that. I guess I wasn't ready, and I know he said it several times, and you said it. I knew, and I don't know how I missed it, but I missed it. Now I got it, but I didn't miss it because when it's time, it's time. So who off for that? But yeah, it's great, man. This energy that we're in and creating, and what we bring forth here is no arguing. Podcast been going on for 7 hours. It's been nothing but praises, adorations, and HERUs, and that's what we do here. It's definitely a different frequency that we're in when we're, What's up, Anna? You say you had something to present?
Yes, Hotep. Hotep, great brother.
Go ahead.
Say that again.
I said I didn't want to hog the mic. Hotep, they're new to you, great brother.
Oh, okay. Hotep Henu. And yes, everyone definitely saw spoon bending, so you just go back and watch that. That's what Sapatuti is, the netter of that. He'll just do something and act like it didn't happen. So and yeah, I wanted to bring this to show, because when I went to go visit Saba, this is one of the artifacts I was able to bring back. You see the little twist in there? He told me to draw a symbol. I drew the Seneb, and he just started doing something like this, and the thing just started twisting, and it's a real spoon. So I also have a fork broken half, and I have a wonderful card that he did. He signed it, Pharaoh Tehuti. This somehow ended up in a book halfway across the room. But yeah, this the Great Saba is absolutely amazing. But yes, I wanted to show the website because I added the section for the pathways, just for everyone to begin to get a little bit of information and where I will be adding everything to. So here, let me share the screen. houseofatton.org here. And are you all able to see the screen?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so here at the events section, you can go to events, and here is where you will find the information regarding the Pathways to Awakening 2024. Everyone make sure to stay tuned into this and be checking this, because for the next few weeks, we'll be adding details to this. But October 20th, 2024, Woodland Hills, California. The actual address will not be given publicly. The address will only be given to those who purchase tickets. So this is a private event held for the great Heru and Meru of the House of Aten. Once the ticket is purchased, you will have to verify yourself to be able to download your ticket because this is a private event. So, and you'll see that process whenever you go to purchase your tickets, just to verify who you are, so we all know who's coming. houseofatton.org. So this is where everything will be. And this is where you will receive all of the updates and information. So next few weeks, again, just stay locked in to this. And yeah, we have some extremely exciting, for those who were in the Discord meeting. We had a Discord meeting Friday, yesterday. Well, it's Sunday now for me, but Friday, we have a Discord meeting at the end of every single Friday that's open to the public, where we come in and we converse and we discourse, and it's a place where we gather together to be able to build with those who are want to build those outside of the matrix, right? So showed a little bit of information there. So out to everyone who came to the Discord meeting and received some updates there. So yes, everyone bookmark this in your browsers, houseofatton.org/events. And yeah, looking forward to seeing all the great Heru at the Pathways this year. So Tua Hotep, just wanted to show everyone that, and that it is being built. So Tua. Oh, Hotep, Great Saba, welcome back.
Hey, peace. Please, thank you, Annie, for keeping everybody updated on the pathways and different things that are taking place with the House of Aten, the Discord, and that is great. We are back, everybody. We're gonna so appreciate you, Annie, and everything that you're doing.
Thank you, Great Saba.
Okay, everybody, we are back. Support the Tutsi Pod class, Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. We're gonna read the rest of these supports, and if there's no more support given after this, we're just gonna close it out because we're gonna end the podcast a little early, which is still in the what time does it say, Annie, as far as the class? We're still at 8 hours or something.
Yeah, 7 hours and 12 minutes and 5 seconds.
7 hours, so that's still longer than any other class on YouTube, but we're just gonna close out. Okay, so I like this one from Israel Hoyley, nice and creative. Very creative, Israel Hoyley. Shout out to the good brother Israel Hoyley, who may be in the room as Watermelon TV, who also may be known as Dashe still. And that is this brother here. He said, for the man in the mirror, give him some hand claps, please. Okay, we have a new person here. I think this is a new person who sent who is this? Malik? I don't think I've seen Malik, but shout out to Malik. Even though it's a small donation under $20, but any person who's given a very first donation, I still give a hand clap to, and I'm appreciative of. So this is a new person. I've never seen this person before. So it is Malik, $4, positive education, activities, constant elevation. Give Malik a hand clap. I've not seen him before. Peace to Malik. Hey, ATEN, you're being great. Oh, they're going crazy outside. Okay. Oh my goodness. Okay, shout out to this good brother here. Be Get Leisure again, giving a dual donation for what appears to be the dual class. So shout out to this brother here. Maharu, if he's in the room. Be Get Leisure. I can't see the room right now, but shout out to you if you're in the room. Be Get Leisure. Give him some. Who am I going to get to read? And two, could you read this for me, please?
Yes, I can. It's $50 for Tua Tehuti, Tai, Tut, He of ATEN.
Give him some big noise with all the transformers, whatever it may be. It's a second large tip. Shout out to this brother here. Who's this? 3. I remember 333. It's just 3, but it's 33. Shout out to 3. I remember that brother. Peace and love. Okay, so Big at Leisure. Give him some big noise, please. Big noise, please.
Forget that we the real champions around here.
Okay. One second, everybody. Hold on a second. One moment. Okay. Okay. Shout out to here's a new name here that I've not seen before. And shout out to this person whenever there is a new person again. We're gonna give a hand clap to. And that is this person right here, which is High Grade Global Inc. There's no word to it, it's just High Grade Global Inc. $11. Give him a hand clap, please, or her. Okay. Oh, VRI. Good brother VRI is back in full effect. And shout out to VRI. VRI. What did he say? I'm going to let somebody read this. Shout out to VRI. Peace to you. I'm going to put that on the screen. Peace to there's my brother Maharu. I'm actually looking at the chat now so I can see people. Shout out to you, Maharu. Hotep SABA. Peace to you, good brother. Okay, we got VRI 80 Thieves sent $22. We're gonna get Primordial. Are you there, brother? Is Primordial still here?
I'm here, Saba.
Okay, could you read that first, please?
Yes, it is from 8 Thieves. $22.20. Tua Ankh Uja Seneb, Saba Tehuti, Amun Hotep Ra.
Wonderful. Give him some noise if we haven't already. Give 80 Thieves some noise. Did you give him some noise already? Not give him. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Shout out to you, VRI. See you, peace and love. And here's one of my favorite names in the favorite names of all the students and supporters of the Tehuti Pod class. I really like this name. This brother and another brother who has a name similar. Peace to these brothers right here. This brother right here. I'm gonna put Tip Ankh. Okay, wonderful. Hey, Scribe. Can you hear me, Scribe?
Yes, Hotep.
Hotep, brother. Is that why Ankh Quest is getting so much play in the sound bites, because the classes on Ankh is every second one. We a real champion. I don't play with pseudos. Is that a Tef doing? Who's doing that? Is that you or a Tef doing that? We don't play with pseudos.
That's a Tef using his. That was always super confusing to me. Why is his name Ankh?
Nobody knows. An atheist named Ankh is the wildest thing ever happened since slavery. An atheist with a name. What are you saying, Annie?
It's very confusing.
An atheist with a name that is about immortal life and Ma'at. Saying I don't play with pseudos. Oh man, this world is crazy. Shout out to the crazies. All right. So
and it's West, which is
yeah.
Well, you know, it's maybe if I ever get a chance to talk to him, I'll ask him. I think that'd be the first question I ask.
West, not even East. Not even East. I'm West. It's interesting. Shout out to
land of a mentat.
Yeah. I don't know. Internet world is crazy, man. It's absolutely crazy. All right. Shout out to did I show Amen yet on the screen? I don't think I showed him. Did I show Amen donation? This right here. I don't think so.
I wasn't on that screen, so let's see. I think the last one you showed was 8 thieves.
Okay, good. Shout out to Amen, Min, Ra, S-TUT, ATTON, $25 for High Science Tour. Shout out to you, good brother. Always watching in the background, always absorbing, and always supporting. Shout out to you. Shout out to Harass Did. She was in the class earlier, but may have had to go and do something. Maybe she's still watching and just not chatting. Shout out to this lovely young supporter right here. Young, but old in the sense that she has been around since years and years and years and years. So shout out to you. This is Harass Did. And she's been around since the Killer Priest days, when she used to just support with $5. She was just in her early stages, and she got hit with something hit her, and her support jumped up dramatically. Shout out to Sarah Jean, which is Harass Did. There's no message. We're just gonna give her some big noise. Shout out to you. Peace to you, peace and love, and peace to Sky, her daughter. All right, now we're gonna go into I see you, Big Vapes. Always with the Mednetter. You're coming up. You're gonna be coming up soon. Shout out to oh, this is actually a question. A question sent in from Jeff Hefe. Hefe. Let me see, which is also Kiko. Hey, Nanny. Guess if somebody just sent a question. I don't know if it was you or TT did this, but on libations. Some TT. Okay. Okay, shout out to Hefe, also known as Kiko Jones. I'm going to put this on the screen. There's actually a question sent in from Kiko Jones, and the question is, question say here. For, can you do a breakdown class on libations? I think I can. Give him some big noise, please. Big noise. I don't know if the brothers in the room. Shout out to Hefe if you're in the room. Yes, we're gonna get to that. And yes, I'd love to do a class on the origin of libations. Peace and love to you for your continuous support. Let me see something here. Let me check. Oh, look at that. One second. Let me fix something here. Shout out to who's here? Who's this? Oh, Big Vapes. Yes. Okay. Let me get back to the screen. Shout out to Big Vapes who always sends in for a Metanoia class. He's about to. He has 7 more, and he'll have them all. 7 more. Those who are watching this and may not know what this is about, I'm about to show. Imagine. You may not know what this is about that I'm about to show. First, we're going to show it, and then I'll give a short elaboration on what this donation means. I think I see Hefe in the chat. Let me see. Hey, there he is. Good brother Hefe. How you doing, good brother? Peace to you. He says, to SABA. That was Kiko Jones, by the way. So shout out to Big Vapes who sent for 58 Metanoia class. Give him a hand clap, please. Okay, for those who are wondering what this is, we used to do classes. I used to do live classes every Monday. I don't know how I did that, but for some reason the Netzer opened those doors to allow time to give classes from 1:30 till about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, or 2 o'clock till 5. And there were live classes on the Metanoia language and how to eventually use it for actual out-of-body practices, immortality, all type of things that I don't teach here in the pod class. You can send into this email, and you'll get a response on how to get the Metanoia class, and that is what Big Vapes, the good brother, is actually sent in for. So you send in for that, and the live class of me teaching for about 4 hours straight. 4 hours. No donation section, no interludes with announcements for any events or nothing. It's just me starting and teaching from 1:30 or 2 o'clock straight until 4 o'clock or 5. So you're actually getting an extremely long class on actual practices. Shout out to you, Big Vape, for ordering class 58. There's only 65 classes. And Big Vape's almost at the end of it. Hey, Aten, you okay? No, you're talking to me? All right. Shout out to you, Big Vapes. Appreciate you. And now on, and oh, by the way, Big Babes, you have the class already. The class is, you have it right now. Check your Gmail, you have it right now. By the way, if people order throughout the week, I may not see the emails. I'm so busy, I may not see them, or they may not be seen. And you may get the Mandarin class maybe days after you order, maybe the next pod class. But if you order the Mandarin class live in the pod class, you get it within minutes as I'm talking. Either way, it's fine. You always end up getting it. Shout out to the supporters and those who want to learn. Okay, everybody, I'm going to scroll down. Hold on. Hold on, everybody. Okay. All right, next up, everyone, is oh yes, shout out to this brother here, Vortex Ninja, always coming through, always supporting, and he's the one that actually sent in the extra support for you all to have a part 2. One of the reasons is because of this brother right here, Vortex Ninja. He actually sent in, excuse me, a little bit extra support for there to be a part 2. Let's give him some big noise, Vortex Ninja, for support. Make some noise. Any? Or who's there? Anybody here? Okay. Next up is who's next? Next up for the great support of the Tuesday pod class. Nook. I see you. Here he is. Hold on, that's him. I'm talking. Okay. Shout out to Nook. No, I don't have anything up yet. Wait. No, who's that? Somebody clicked on the draw. I don't have anything up yet, and he's getting hand clapped, but there it is. Now it's up on the screen. Nook. Antu, could you read that, please? It looks like it's in full meta.
Yes, I can. It says Shem. I'm not sure exactly. I think it's Shem. SABA Netter Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra Ankh Uja Seneb Ma'at.
Okay, wonderful. Nook. He is in the he's in the chat right now. He's always in the chat. He's the most active person in the chat. Shout out to you. I'm gonna put this as Nook. He is a great brother who is actually he's one of the rare brothers that's focused on pure of heart pod class. When he came across the pod class, he just enhanced in what he was already looking for. Shout out to you. Appreciate you. Good brother Nook. And we have an anonymous here. And I'm just going to go ahead and read it because it's anonymous. Shout out to the anonymous supporter. And the anonymous supporter says, to SABA Tehuti. Shout out to you. Thank you. We leave you anonymous. And now we're going to go on to the unanonymous. Escalar. Even Oxeffect says, what's up, great? I'd like to get a new REN. Sound vibration. Oh, wow. I'll read that later. Thank you, TT. I see the reptile thing. Okay, shout out to you. Shout out to this brother here, Owen Hythe. Actually said Owen Hythe. Appreciate you for all the great support consistently. This is one of the brothers. If he misses a support, he will actually He'll actually give 2 donations, and one will be of the say the date of the one he missed. So appreciate you. I think he's the one that actually set that trend in the pod class. Shout out to you, Owen Height. And it says spiritual mental liberation at Palindromes 2772. Give him some big noise, please. Atef, are you here with us, brother? Atef?
Yes, I'm here, Saba.
Okay, great. Can you I'm gonna get you to read this next one because it's actually you. This is the brother here that's so confident in my answers in the pod class and the wavelength that comes through here that he doesn't send in questions. He says every question is his question, but he sends in a donation as if he's sending a question every week. And he just feeds off of whatever it is that may be taught. And he's been doing that ever since the very beginning. Shout out to this brother here, Atef Ram Kemaat. He can go ahead and read this. It's in Metanetter.
It says Hotep Ma'at Tua Ishin.
Give him some big noise, please. Give him some big noise. Okay, shout out to Atef. Appreciate you, good brother. And Atef always comes back to back. If you see one donation support from Atef, believe that there's another one directly following it. Hold on, Atef. Oh, God. Okay. Believe there's another one directly following it. And, of course, it's going to be 777. So we'll get Atef Ram Kim Ma'at to read that one. Go ahead, good, great brother, great student. Read that, please.
It says 777 for Hotep Ma'at Tua Ishin.
Give him some hand claps for that, please. That's really loud. That's awesome, though. Shout out to the sound systems. Was that you, Atef, or was that Annie?
Nah, that's me, Saba.
That was you?
Yes, that's me, Saba.
Oh, hey, your sound is. Oh, what did you say? That's you, right? And what else?
I say that's me, Atef.
Okay, good. I hear you now. Good. Your sound is super clear, super loud, nice. You have it at the great volume. That's really clear. We hear you great now with the sound effect. Shout out to Atef, the DJ. All right, now, I wish Angela Gates was here on the panel so she could read this. Blowing the pod class away comes Angela straight out the gates, who gave a great testimony earlier about having out-of-body experiences since she was a child, but she couldn't tap back into them. So she had the one-on-one with me, and then she boom, tapped back in, and she knows there's more to come. Angela Gates, $50, and it says peace and prosperity, Saba. Give her all the big noise in the world, please.
Nobody really want no smoke.
Okay, shout out to you. And we only have a couple left. I like this. I want to say to all the great supportive students that even though this pod class today was just mean, just it was actually the time of the time of multiple answers. But even though I addressed one apparent topic, the support and donation that's been given tonight is almost comparable to as if I did too. So I want to shout out to all the great supporters because the support was completely it is completely excellent today. We'll continue. We got a couple more, and I want to shout out to all the beautiful people that appreciate what it is that's happening, and it's supporting what they feel that this is what this is worth. Because I honestly don't know what it is worth because I've never been in the situation that my students are in. So I don't know how it feels on that side to hear these kind of answers and what it would be worth to a person that's a student hearing them, because I never had a master teacher do this for me. So shout out to all the great students, and I appreciate whatever value this is to you. Appreciate you. So who's this? We're giving the duality again because it's part 2. So Sir Jeannie already gave one donation, so she's giving part 2 of the Ankh. Give her some big noise, please. It's okay. I'm not even on full blast. Thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you for that. Harass did. Wonderful. Part 2, the Ankh. All right, I think we're down to the last couple ones. Oh, let me ask a question. Brother Jinx on the panel. Can you hear me good?
Yes.
Okay, earlier today you said something about giving support in every time you hear something. Was that last week? The reason I'm asking this is because sometimes if you sometimes in the PayPal I don't see everything, so I don't want to. If you gave anything for this week, I don't want to miss you. So were you talking about just in general for your past you've been giving? Or did you
just in general, yes. I try to make a list if I can. If not, then like you say a lot, biological imperative has to take in, and I have to realize I have to eat too.
Okay, I was just curious. I didn't want to shut the pod. I only have like 2 more to read. I didn't want to shut the podcast down, and you sent, and I don't see it because it's somewhere. Sometimes the donations get lost in not lost, but they don't show up in the time of the pod class, and I get them like 10 minutes after the pod class closes or the next day. Only from PayPal does that. I don't know what that's all about. But shout out to everybody. Okay, thank you, Jinx, for clarifying that, so I know not to scroll down and look. Although I do see a couple from you from I think from the middle of the week. Actually, this is you. I see like this one right here. I don't even know what date this is, but this is looks like it was before this podcast even started. It was this one right here. So this one came. I'm not sure when it came. It was definitely way before the podcast started. Shout out to Jinx right here, who says, Jinx, could you read this right here? So I found one of Jinx. I did. I knew it was somewhere here. I knew it was here somewhere. Go ahead, Jinx.
$2 for explaining the meaning of SYNCHRONICITY.
Okay, thank you, good brother Jinx. Appreciate you. Okay, so you are in here. You're just from maybe in the middle of the week. All right, wonderful. And we got Octavia Sly. Nana, is somebody breaking up? Or is that just Komodo moving? Or it's like somebody's breaking up? Oh, it was you. Okay, good. All right. Shout out to Octavius Sly. Appreciate you for all the great support. And what did he give? The Palindrome 1661. Appreciate you, Octavius Sly. You're always supporting. You've been consistent for a long, long time. I don't even remember how long, but you've been around for a long, long time. Appreciate you. Daniel LaRoche sent me something. Where does this heart come from? This is a question. Well, Daniel LaRoche sent me something here. I'm just seeing this. Cool pick. Is this where the heart comes from? Just sharing. Nice podcast on the Ankh. Okay. I'm going to put here. Nice. Beautiful. Okay, wonderful. To you, Daniel LaRoche. I'm just seeing that message right now. Okay, I think we got a couple more, and that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Who we got here? Is that it? No, we got Nito Campbell and Bella, of course. Nito Campbell, of course. Shout out to you, Nito Campbell. He sends a message, and I'm gonna get Anu to read that. It's short, but close my eyes for a bit. A second. Okay, here we go. Shout out to Nito Campbell. Appreciate you, Anu. Read this one for me, please.
Yes, I can, Saba.
Well, it's not showing up. Okay, thank you so much. No, it's not showing up. Strange stuff going on. Okay, here we go. Let me try this again. Let me see if I can. Okay. Shout out to Nito Campbell. It's here. Let me try one more time. Here we go. One. Oh, no. Okay, my computer's going crazy. Okay. 1, 2, and this should show up now. Let's see. Shout out to good brother Narratives. Thank you. Shout out to Nito Campbell. Go ahead and read this for me. And new, please.
$18 for peace, everyone.
Okay, and I think, is that it, everybody? I think there's just let me scroll back up. I think that's it. There's one more donation support for the night, and we're gonna end the class off with Bella. We're gonna end the night off with Bella, who gave a massive support, and and save this. And I think this is it for the night. I think this is it. Let me see. Boom, boom. Scroll. Okay. I think that's it. Shout out to Bella. Get ready to give her a subscribe. Give her some big monster noise. They put this on the screen. Boom, boom. Give her all the noises. Shutting it down with $72. I'll go ahead and read this. Happy podcast day. E. Mary Up. Give her some big noise, please.
They are the grandest creators.
See, that's how it's done.
Nev for Ankh. Everything is beautiful in life.
We are the grandest creators. That's how it's done. Shout out to all the sound bites and the DJ mixing it up. I appreciate you, Bella. Great support. That is the support, everybody. It looks like that is it for tonight for the Tutsi pod class. I'm going to end a pod class before 8 hours. This is a miracle. Let's see if we can do this. We're going to do close out with everybody giving their good words. Good brother Annie Pata, how you feeling tonight, good brother? How you feeling, man?
I feel Great.
Okay.
A lot of organizing, compartmentalizing.
The man
Feel
is a
like
machine.
I got to create the. I got to learn more of the English to be able to describe some of how I feel sometimes. But yes, I'm feeling great. To our great Saba, this was a phenomenal pod class. Extremely medu, extremely deep, and I'm just thankful that we have you as we do, and that you choose to come forth as you do to teach and guide us in all the ways that you do. So I'm very thankful and grateful. So Hotep Henu, to you, Great Saba, to your Nefer Neterettes who support you and all that they are doing as well to come forth. And I'm definitely looking forward to Neni Aset Mer class and a TTI Moon class. So excited for that. So Henu to them, and Henu to your wonderful animals, for Miss Dress in the back and Brother Panic, and ATEN to our Hotep, and Duality Hotep Henu.
Duality.
And yes, to everyone who supports and sends in just support for this, so this can continue to exist. I'm very thankful for everyone who does that. houseofatton.org. And I'll close with Sakim M. Arit, Murder Ka'a, Simu Hatuna Tiru, Pert Int Hetep. I obtain the power to do what pleases my Ka. May the hearts of the Natiru lead me. I come forth in offering. Dua.
Nini, a great brother, great words. Appreciate you. Great words of Henu. Great closing in the Medu. And yes, digest, compartmentalize everything that you have to do to become a better you. And appreciate everything you do for the Tehuti Pod class and the House of ATEN, and opening the doorways for the other students to come on Sunday, which produced some great classic classes, and you yourself as far as the comedic teacher from the Metanetter. There's nobody on YouTube that's at your level, and more people need to see what it is that you're doing. So appreciate you. Keep representing. Great student. Keep going.
Dua.
Nini, all right, Anu, give us some closing words, please, great brother. And two immediately appears. Go ahead and give some closing words.
Hotep Sabatudi 12 for another phenomenal, wonderful class. I'm very appreciative of this class. I'm appreciative of you and your life. To you for all that you do. To your neters for all that they do behind the scenes. There's E-Man, the hidden one behind the
the scenes.
to all animals, to the snake you have, Rontu and I out there.
Oh, mm-hmm.
To Sobek, wherever he's at. I know that's a next level animal for sure. to all your animals, to all the supporters, everybody on the panel. I'm happy you are all alive and healthy. I look forward to seeing the growth that continues to happen as time goes on. To all for doing some magic earlier, Saba. I know I saw that I know I saw that spoon bend a little bit. I know I saw. I'm not the only one.
Oh, that's a special spoon if you saw it bend. I don't know what you're talking about. I want to rewind and save and see if that the spoon bending. Interesting. I'll check it out.
That works. I will end with the adoration to our wonderful SABA Tuti. Tua Tehuti, Auf, Irif, Irit, An Ku Emket Ku Kurt, At Ent Neter, E Tehuti Makeru Emhetep Makeru Emheru A Keperu, Tehuti Ku, Imi Ku, Kemam Keperu Em Neter Hau. Thank you, Tehuti. He performs works and lives upon things after the manner of the great Neter. Hail Tehuti, triumphant in peace, triumphant as Heru, mighty of forms of existence. Tehuti, a shining being and a dweller in light who has been created and has come into existence from the limbs of the Neter. Uncle Jaseneb, Hotep Mary.
Uncle Justin Epshina Ma'at to you. Appreciate all your beautiful words and the great medu at the end, and for seeing a spoon bend, whatever it is you saw. I'm gonna rewind and see if I can see it too. Appreciate you, good brother. We're gonna go on to is that one of those Darren Brown things? And did you see the one Darren Brown did, and then at the end none of the spoons ever bent? Did you ever see that?
Yeah, I saw that one.
5 spoons bent and nothing bent. It was the craziest thing in the world. But okay, wonderful. We're gonna go to to Antu. Give us some good words.
May I please say 2 more things?
Oh, sure. Okay, I thought you were done. Yes, absolutely. Go ahead, good brother. Yes.
I just remembered to say this.
Oh,
Everyone,
okay.
come to the Sunday class tomorrow. Watch a TEF, have his class, and present. It's going to be wonderful. And everybody be sure to come out for Antu's first class on Tuesday. It will be wonderful as well.
Tuesday, okay. All right, everybody go on Tuesday and Sunday at TEF. I haven't seen a TEF do a class in a long time, so I look forward to that. Atef, good luck to you. And I haven't seen Antu do a class in 27 years, which means it wasn't on this time period. So shout out to you, shout out to you, Antu, and good luck to both of you on these upcoming classes. All right, Antu, you got some closing word, and shout out to you, Anu, for last minute remembering to support the young lady beside you, and that's special. That's good. Thank you. All right, Antu, give us some good words.
Tua Anu and Tua Hotep Mary, Uncle Jaseneb, SABA Tuti, Hotep Ra for the Nefer life expanding, life giving classes that you provide. You have helped me Pekam Ku in many stages of my life, and you have helped me eradicate isfet and fears. And
Isfet and what?
Fears.
Oh, fears. Yeah. Okay, nice.
And you are walking me and my family to immortality every day, and that is something that I treasure forever. I appreciate all of the work that you do daily and all that you bring forth to purify all of our coup and heal our minds. I appreciate your Nefer Netzerts for all that they do in the background and holding you up and sustaining you. They do a lot, and I don't know everything, but I know they do so much, and I'm very thankful for all that they do and their energy. I will end off with an utterance to you. Anu and Antu, Shesu, Emket, Tehuti, Pertz Netzer, Oset Ement. Kutsen, Her Out, and Tehuti, for Hetep Her Ma'at. Anu and Antu, the divine followers, are following him, Tehuti, coming forth of the Netzer from the secret place. They rejoice at the ways of Tehuti, the great one established by Ma'at. Hotep, Ankh, Jastanev.
That was absolutely beautiful. Shout out, much respect to you for your. I know for a fact, and I've seen for a fact with my eyes that you're echoing things in the household, and you're doing things that echo the teachings. And I've seen altars. I've seen certain meetings. I've seen a whole bunch of things, and I have actual proof that you're one of the students who literally echo the teachings in your life. So nobody can tell you that it's just knowledge. You're not actually applying it. You are applying it, and there's actual physical proof. So shout out to you, and keep going, because you're the source for Anu. So you keep going and continue to be the Kahans of Anu. All right. Tef Rem Kem Ma'at, the father of fathers, the father is probably my father, the father of many beings on the planet, because he represents the household, the family man. He could be in Europe right now. I don't know if he's in Mexico. He's on a beach in Panama. He could be anywhere on a Saturday. It's all random and awesome. And no matter where he is, he'll find Wi-Fi in Mexico, and he'll be in the pod class somewhere in the back of some Mexican gangster restaurant, but he'll find it. How are you doing, Tef Rem Kemad? How you doing, good brother?
Hotep Ray Saba, Uncle Jasanab. I'm doing wonderful. This was a great class. 2 out for everything. I'm in a constant fight, constantly fighting this ISFET around me. But I'm grateful to you. I'm grateful for your example. I'm grateful for all the brothers and sisters on the panel. Grateful for the Natiru for guiding me and continuing to, provide what I need to maintain this this matrix and navigate through it. Definitely go support Antu on Tuesday for her class. Okay. And I'll be doing something tomorrow. I don't know what I'm be doing. I'm be doing something. I've been working on it. We'll see. You'll see something. But yeah, I just want to say thank you for everything, Great Saba, your example. Thank you to your Naturts, your animals, everything that provides you strength. May your name be remembered for eternity. And I'll end it with that. Uncle Jasanab, peace and love. Hotep. Oh, and peace and love to all the supporters. Support what's important to you. And, come join us. And I'll end with that.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. Thank you for being strong and using the wisdom and the jewels you learned to fight the ISFET that is around you, which is actually... when you think of the ISFET that's around us, it's actually the majority. We're the minority. So when ISFET is around, it always seems to come in numbers, and it seems to be it's a surrounding thing. And you're one light energy inside of the matrix. So to be able to be surrounded by ISFET energy and not give into it and fight it off and still be calm, cool, and collected is a very strong trait. So I commend you. And running a family and everything else, the responsibilities and all type of things that happen when the pod class closes. Shout out to you for being that stable, strong pillar and not giving in to whatever may be surrounding you. Peace and love and respect to you, good brother.
To a Great Saba.
Nini Uk. And primordial thought onto you. Primordial, I don't know anybody but Wes Craven. I don't watch movies. Who makes movies? Wes Thought. Primordial Craven. I don't know what to call him, but what are the black guys? What are the black Spike Lee? I don't know. I'm out of tune. I don't know anybody. Daniel Singleton or something, but shout out to you. You're the new movie maker of 2024. Give us a good closing, please.
Well, peace, Saba. Once again, you've done it again. Another, another fantastic class. Appreciate that great consistency of yours. Tehuti and the Turks, you know, playing their part, doing their thing, keeping you up, keeping the purr up. Just everything, you know what I mean? Just your whole household, your whole family, everybody. Just to that, Great Saba. Definitely appreciate everybody on the panel. Appreciate everybody in the chat. Just thank you for all that you do for me and mine, Great Saba. You're definitely making us better. I hope that the great Netter Asar grants you the provisions when you're done with all of what you do. May you be just accepted in a Netter Kurt, because this life that you live in is phenomenal. I hope you're having fun while you're doing this. Whatever it is that you're doing behind closed doors, I hope that it's fun to you. I know that it's a lot of work and I can't comprehend. But I hope that you're at least, once again, having fun. And I hope that it's all worth it. I hope that you never give up. And you know, Saba, may Ra grant you and your family health and prosperity. May your monuments be established on the foundations of Ma'at, and may you all rise and come forth as conscious light, like the divine Ra, who rise and shine forevermore in Ma'at. Hotep Mari.
Two beautiful, beautiful words in consideration for me and my well-being and everything. And yeah, that's a cool word, fun. It's a good word. To you, and I find fun. I find fun. I don't know if it's what other people call fun. I find I don't even know what that word means. Funny means to laugh, right? I guess I find fun within my lifestyle pertains strictly to the animals, female energy that surrounds me, immortality, and because I've designed a life that only includes that, which includes the students. This is fun, I guess, to me, because it's my enjoyment is watching the development and seeing that there's hope. And then, of course, those who love me provide different things for me that are around me even right now. So that is that I know that no other man on the planet is getting. So that I think is my fun. And I'm still alive around about 25 vipers, so I'm having fun. When I went to the hospital, that was fun too. So I guess I'm having fun. Shout out to you, Primordial Thought. The vipers sent me to the hospital. I was in there laughing and chuckling and jiving with nurses, and they're like, "You're having a lot of fun in here." I'm like, "Yeah, my playlists are 10,000 from 250,000. I'm having, this is fun, man. I'm alive." So shout out to you. I do have fun, and I think tomorrow I'll be having a lot of fun conducting a lot of reptile business that I have to do tomorrow, and I'm with the females that are around me. And shout out to you. I do enjoy aspects of life, and thank you for you wanting me to. Appreciate you, good brother. Peace and love.
Peace, Great Saba.
Oh, you faded away. You say something?
I said peace and love, Great Saba.
Okay, nice. All right, and on to Superhero 34, the cat, the demigod, or whatever else he manifests as. Give us some closing words, good brother.
Oh, so you got that, huh? Yeah, that's part of the reason I chose this name, so I can figure out how to say that in a higher frequency and get that done a little faster. But yeah, well, there's so much that's happened and so much to take note of. I can't really keep track of it all, so I'll probably have to watch this again. But it's good to be here. It's good to be around all you, and I'm slowly learning. Like I pick up Spanish and other language. I am slowly learning the metanetter, and it is a pleasure to find a language that isn't just so I don't know how to say it, just not multi-dimensional. But yeah, there's a lot I want to learn, and I look forward to seeing what I can do. And to everyone for all the good energy, and may that be returned to you 1,000-fold.
A 1,000-fold. Thank you, Tua. Tua, to your appreciation, and yes, 1,000-fold of good energy is a lot of good energy. So shout out to you. Appreciate that. Okay, everybody. I think that's it. Let me scroll around. That's it. All right, everybody. We are going. Peace to everybody that came to the Tuesday podcast. Peace and love. It's time to rest. I'm going to lay down, recuperate. A big day tomorrow. I have to provide people with cobras. I have to do a lot of different things that are not imaginable. Imaginable, is that a word? Imaginable to the regular man, but I have to go do a lot of different things tomorrow and help different people, and also enjoy myself while I'm doing it. So to it to everybody, peace and love. We're going to close out with the affirmation, which is, of course, our ritual to do it with the TEF. Peace to this good brother right here, Nook, who is other spirit form and human form. Shout out to you. We're going to close out with the affirmation, and peace to everybody that came to the podcast. A beautiful thing, another beautiful thing. For those who just are coming to the end, we covered the Ankh is the Ankh the Womb Part 2. The Ankh in the immortal mirror of the King's Chamber. What is the Ankh? From indigenous sources, taught for the first time in modern history by Tehuti. So shout out to everybody who ate. Appreciate to everybody who enjoyed this buffet. To some people, it was a free buffet. So some people, it was a supported buffet. But shout out to all those who ate and digested it. Shout out to the great moderators and Nanny. Shout out to great moderators, Nanny Aset Mura, the beautiful supporter in the background. Unki Ma'at, the great secretary in the background. Annie Pata Aten Tehuti, who's in the front ground and the background at the same time. Ephraim Kem Ma'at, the Tichitu. And Menku Ara Marie Ma'at, who is a great addition in the Pathways of the Awakening. And I'm even hearing Primordial Thought is in the meeting. So shout out to Primordial Thought and everybody who's a part of making the Pathways of the Awakening take place. We're going to go ahead and do the affirmation and close out. And I'm going to receive some good energy after this and relax. All right, Tefram Kemahad, are you ready, my good brother? Good student?
Yes, great SABA.
All right, let's close it out. 8 hours, 11 minutes. Go ahead, brother.
On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Unki Ma'at. Nintet Osat Ma'at. Menhapapat Ma'at. RNUQE. REQ. I live for Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light.
You a good brother. Okay, everybody. Okay, everybody. I'm gonna go big screen and close us out. Peace and love, everybody. Check out the brother Atef who just did the affirmation tomorrow at the House of ATEN YouTube, and see what describe this demanifest. I'm not sure what's. I'm tired. So shout out to everybody. Go tomorrow, which is today for some, to watch the brother Atef do his class. and go support. Go watch that and go see what the brother's going to present. Tuesday, go and see Ann 2. I'm going to go big screen and close out. Peace and love, everybody. I'm glad you all ate your food and digested and enjoyed this. All right, big screen. Here I go. I'm closing out. Peace and love, Ann 2. Peace and love, Superhero. Whoa! That theft is. Hold on. That theft must have arms. Peace and love, Primordial. Peace and love, Tefren Kemaat and Gabriel Lopez in the background. Yes. Okay, here we go. We're closing out, everybody. Peace and love. What a beautiful, beautiful podcast this was again. All those who supported and want to keep me and the House of ATEN around, we greatly appreciate you. We are the House of ATEN, the ancient Tehuti teachings of the Neteru. The last two represent this in this particular frequency. And everybody who supports is keeping this frequency alive. If this frequency goes away, I'm not sure what is here to satisfy these inquiries and to raise up the people in this day and time. Shout out to everybody. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. This is ATEN, the section of the House of ATEN, who represents by the eyes with the arms coming down. Peace and love, everybody. And when all is said and done, and the archaeologists go to research and find who was doing this, what they will find is